Hello, everyone. Welcome to the AGE Players Championship. I'm Colin Honigman from the Attack Action Podcast, joined, as always, by Blake Meyer from @BlakeMeyer Incorporated.
From my own part of the world.
Today's
forever
stream
and always.
brought to you by Collector Legion and Chipotle.
True.
Well,
we're
having Chipotle for lunch, but
this is the grand finale. Everybody's excited about it. The Open Series Players Championship.
that's right.
The Super Bowl of SoCal card games for this exact game.
SoCal and Southwest region.
Oh,
apparently,
yeah.
because
You got to always remember
those guys
Arizona.
just couldn't leave us alone. They had to come in and flex, and they did it successfully.
3 states are sending their best players. You know who everybody is. You have seen their deck list. You haven't seen their deck list. Maybe those will be available. It's interesting today because there's going to be some people that were like, hey, man, I kept losing a couple times. Like, some of these people were on Oldham, so they're going to have to pivot. There's all kinds of stuff. But here's our weekend stories. Let's just get started on that.
Wow. AGE Open recap. We've done 7 of these, right? 7. And this is number 8, the championship. What a year it's been. I can't believe it's been 3 quarters
We have literally,
of a year.
like when we started in January, it was like, we're going to do this 8 times, which seems pretty daunting. It was daunting, but it's not over. It's just like, okay, we got through it. We're doing it. I think one thing we always like to not brag about, but the fun thing was there were 7 people won.
That's true.
7 heroes. I don't think there's a way that we could do another one of another new hero today because every single one of them has won already, except Phi hasn't won. So if Tyler Horspool on Phi randomly wins, that'd be crazy. Is
he playing Phi?
But he already won one, so he wouldn't be an 8th winner.
Oh,
he is playing Phi today. That's the crazy stuff. I'm going to go ahead. We're going to show you the metagame breakdown because I think this is what's interesting about this type of thing. We have one Phi player, which is Tyler Horspool.
Ooh.
We have Alex on Lexi. We have our friend Craig on Bravo. The Levias are Alan and Angel.
That's right.
And then everyone else is playing one of 3 heroes. So everyone who has a pocket Icelander was like, when there's money on the line, you're going to have to take it from me from my cold dead hands as Icelander. Which that's baby, it's cold outside right there.
Jumping the gun.
It's something where like, okay, I want to win a bunch of money. $1,100 is at stake. What deck would you bring?
I'd bring a bad deck because I'm a bad player.
Right. Imagine the bizarro world where you are in the AGE Open and John Zapata is casting right now, and Zach Wallach is trying to color commentate.
I'd probably be on Icelander.
Because there's a Battle Harden that they won. There's a Battle Harden that Icelander won.
The last 4 major events won by Icelander.
Right.
Classic constructed. We thought she was gone. We thought she was mid. She's back. She's good. She's consistent.
Because her natural predator, Reinar, is not around.
Is that her natural
predator? I never lose against Icelander on Reinar, for sure.
Yeah, so I think that was to be expected, and I think this will actually be a pretty clear indication of what nationals will look like, at least in the U.S. I can't speak for other countries.
Well, except for all the Prism players that'll pop up and crush everybody.
Do you think so?
What's crazy, I'll do a hot take at the top right now. I'll say one of these national championships, I don't know if it's going to be in Singapore, maybe it's in America, a national champion in this next set will be a Awakener of Soul Prism. There is a list out there that's good, I promise.
A Fable.
I don't know if it's mine. I don't know if it's one I built.
Is your list out there?
No, I'm in a secret. I'm going to show up to Vegas and high roll people.
Got that secret tech. Yeah, I think all I've seen is Andrew Rudin play it, and he played an Icelander, and the life totals were 31-0. So it might be a bad matchup for Icelander. So if Icelander comes out full force, or people think that, and they think Prism can handle that, and they want to take that kind of meta game risk, and just
take out Bravos and Wizards all day and win the whole thing.
That might be the call. That's always a risk, because you got to gem your way through it. Sometimes you do that and you see your worst matchups all day, and then you're out.
Right.
So
that happens to me anyway, though. So it's like, roll the dice.
That's why we're in here, and they're out there. So speaking of those guys and ladies and people out there, what is today's
So
format? We have an interesting format today.
if you're wondering, how does 16 people play these rounds?
All day.
Oh, that's how much money they're going to make.
You want to go to...
Here's this button. This
up.
is the Swiss format. So top 8 people are going to advance. I think this is maybe from our friends in the esports leagues.
This looks more like an esports thing. There's kind of a loser bracket going on.
Right. So 3 wins gets you into top 8. So that's what the green stuff looks like. So as soon as you win 3 games, you're done for Swiss and you have advanced.
Locked.
But that also means if you lose 3 games, you're out for good. So you want to be in the green boxes. That means you're doing well. Yellow means you take 1 loss and you're not doing whatever. If you're playing a red box game, it is sudden death.
Yeah. You're on the line, and we might put you on stream to make it even harder.
And then you see the 1, 2, the 3, 4, 5, and the 6, 7, 8. What those are meaning, like that's gonna be your seed in the top 8. So we're gonna reward the people who win the quickest today. And if we have obviously the 3, 4, 5, it's whoever has the highest seed currently going into our tournament. That person will have the 3rd seed over the 4 and the 5 that make that the top 8 at the same time.
Yeah.
So not only are your points going to matter walking in today, they're going to matter when we start doing top 8 as well.
Yeah, and the clear advantage of winning your games early is you're done. You play less games, and then you could probably go watch other people play and kind of scope out their decks. We do actually, interestingly, we do have a open deck list format today. All the players submitted their decks earlier this week. They were shared with everyone, so everyone kind of knows what's going on. There's no super secret spicy tech to, like, win the day. But with 5 Icelanders out there, I think there's not too much secret spicy tech. It's either going to be full Bullander or full Arcane or some mix of both.
Right.
I think that's kind of where people are figuring out the difference. It's not just the old tried and true Mr. Mikey Hamilton Bullander deck.
I love Mr. Mike. One thought process too is walking in here, everyone was happy. Dude, everyone's joking. Everyone's like, "Bro, how was your trip, dude?" And like, there's no animosity. No one has a killer face on. It's all just celebration. So I wonder if that'll go all out the window after someone has 2 losses and they're like, "What the heck?"
I don't know, because Alan brought Beyblade, so
yeah.
I think if you lose out, you can just play Beyblade. And
dude, and they're so quiet too. I didn't know that. I didn't know that Beyblades were whatchamacallit. We also got
just to sweeten the deal here, everybody. For the joke that I've made is that when you 0-3 drop, you can enjoy the nice selection of sweet treats.
Mine came with 4 missing though. I don't know what the hell happened there. That's a local that you saw last month playing on his birthday month. He made those. Then we got T-shirts.
Wait, who made those?
Christopher Stidger.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the San Francisco 49er fan.
Shout out to Chris.
Everyone got a Players Championship shirt today.
They have their names on them, so when they go out in public, they'll look like they have a job at Arcane Games and Events.
Sheesh. What do we have for prize? You want to hold this?
Hold on.
Oh, okay,
I was going to say, on the note of no animosity, we had a little championship Discord set up. I was expecting just the worst trash talking going on all week leading up to this, but it was actually just very nice and everyone was very excited. So, this is a really cool format and it's unique to the, I don't think anyone's done this in Flesh and Blood yet. So shout out to AGE and Justin for putting this on because, this is just a year's long journey or, 7 months, whatever.
That's half a year. So
that's more than half a year. So let's round up and we'll do that. The 14-month calendar is real. But, I think they've all, if they didn't know each other beforehand, they all know each other now. I mean, the community is always so tight, so these people do know each other. So it's going to be a big, friendly day, I think. There is money on the line, as we saw earlier.
Chipotle comes, and then everyone's going to fight over who goes first, or I'm more hungry. You took the sofritas, I'm lactose intolerant. Or whatever sofritas is for.
It's for vegetarian people, and maybe vegans. It's probably vegan.
Shout out to Dennis.
Is he a vegetarian?
Oh, he's not on the players.
Just shout out to Dennis.
Shout
We
out
love
to
Dennis.
Dennis.
Yeah, shout out to everybody who came. And I think it's just going to be a fun day. I think there's just going to be a lot of good games. I think we're going to try to stream as many games as we can, especially if we get to the top 8. We're going to see if we can do all of the games.
Untimed rounds, I guess we should.
Oh yeah, untimed rounds throughout the day. So there's no like, oh no, I slow played and I drew. We're not going to have any draws today unless both heroes die simultaneously.
Right. No draws today unless there's an artist.
There was no. I was waiting for the canned laugh and clap, but we don't have that set up.
Maybe next time. What is cool is the air conditioning will kick off.
Yeah, there it is.
The air conditioning will kick off in an hour and a half, so all the Icelanders should lose. Lose the first round simply by principle of how hot it is here. 16 people. So 9 games is kind of what we're thinking today. There's 5 in the format. Somebody said this was not a good grid. Some people like the grid. I love this grid. Great job with the coloring. What a great grid. So we're going to see around a 0-0 game. We're going to see some 1-0 games because we want to show some good players. But then when we get to the red, I think the 0-2 games, we're going to show whoever loses, we're going to watch their face break as their dream dies.
In our new slow motion cameras.
Yeah, 80% of rent this month. On 1 hour of card game playing.
Did you say 87%?
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking 80, but that makes sense. What's cool is when we get bored, we have all of these player championship stuff for everyone. It's by alphabet. We'll play these slower throughout the day. We're just showing you that we got them. If you want to push pause and read any of these before we go.
But that's enough. No spoilers.
That's only half.
No spoilers. All right. So that's our format. We already talked about Icelander because Blake couldn't help himself but just jump right into it. And then I guess our last topic for this morning is comfort versus tech. I guess this is just where we're at generally in the competitive.
Yeah. We chose comfort because we're not wearing polos. Some people are wearing technical polos later, and they'll technically look better than us. But it's hot.
They do that no matter what we're wearing. But that's not what we're talking about. Although
there's no Dory because
you should choose comfort.
Yeah, choose comfort. Okay, Aria is not playing Dory today.
That was a big one.
And that was
I know she struggled with that choice.
And it was like, I don't want to, I'm assuming there's going to be Icelanders. She was like, I want to be part of the problem, not the solution. I will bring my own Icelander deck. Can I borrow some cards real quick? Because I don't play this on my 9 to 5 deck. This is my, on the weekends, I'm going to force majeure ice.
This is my, destination wedding deck.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We bring this out for special events. It's like that fancy soap that you're not allowed to use. Or a couch covered in plastic.
This is an invitational. We got some people on the thing going, this is an invitational, not just a casual tournament. The reason why it's not casual is because someone is winning $1,100.
That's true. I mean, even in the non-invitationals, they were winning money, though.
Yeah, like
but
$400.
This one, we've had a whole open series, and now these are the best players of the whole series, so they were specifically invited based on their results over 7 months of play. Some of these players didn't even need to come to all 7. That's how well they did.
Right.
Shout out to Craig Pollock and Zachary Wallach. Wow. Look at that, like, rhyming names up on that.
Oh, my God. And Zapata and Iolata, Ryan. Rudin and Cheverin.
Yeah. Foreign fam.
Foreign form.
We'll figure it out. So these were our exclusively invited players. There was a battle in our last event last month for the, these bottom couple spots. They're just a couple points away from each other. So some people squeaking in, other people just barely holding on to the spot that they had previously. So, very, very good set of players, all very talented. A lot of them you will know from larger events and just being kind of like names, and name stay, is that
A name brand.
Yeah, these are the name. Yeah, these aren't the Kirkland players. These are the name brand. We got them.
Singles here.
We got them at Gelson's, which is the fancy market in Los Angeles, and not at the Food for Less where I like to shop.
If you're like, who's playing who? 1 is doing 16, 2 is against 15, etc., etc. So it will be the number 1, 16, all that stuff. Add their numbers up. If it adds up to 17, they're playing each other. That's how you know.
That's how you know. It's just math, people.
Right.
You just add it up, and if it's 16, you got it. So back to what we're actually talking about. People picking. Oh yeah. So we're talking about Arya. Arya was not playing Dory. I think Arya qualified for this basically only playing Dory.
Right.
So there is a lot of decision to make in going to a tournament like this, especially because it's so small. Like, you're not going to see the kind of one-off, like, crazy hero.
The Viserai player is not going to ruin your day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
because these players all play at the highest level, so they are going to bring decks that are both good and that they can pilot really well. And I think we've seen, just what that means. Like, if we look again, we'll bring up, what is it? I can't find. There's so many buttons. I'm sorry.
Which one are you looking for?
Metagame breakdown.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, our Dromais are generally our specialists. This is going to be Zachary Wallach. I think. Who
Travis.
else? Travis is playing. He's been playing Dromai since.
And Andrew.
And then Andrew is also a big illusionist player. So that's kind of like not. It's kind of a tech pick, but it's also a comfort pick, which is interesting because it's
I feel like
a good
Travis
matchup
is
against Icelander. So it's like, why wouldn't I play my best matchup into what's probably going to be the most represented deck?
Can Craig do it?
I mean, Craig's going to play Guardian because Craig's, and that's what Craig does. And Craig, we were talking about him earlier. He has had an arc. He has had the dramatic narrative arc.
He's the main character.
I mean, he kind of is the main character of the AGE Open Series for 2023. He came in, he wrecked house. He did so well that people couldn't even stand it and named him the Scourge of Pasadena. And then it was so bad we had to move to Hawthorne. Like, it's crazy.
I don't even know the name of this place.
I'm pretty sure it's Hawthorne. It's next to Redondo Beach. I think that's correct. Shout out to Collector Legion, who is hosting us these past couple months. Just the most wonderful people here. They're always taking care of us, although the air conditioning is not on. But I'm 100% sure somebody's looking into it.
Oh my God, that's a lot of jiggle. We're gonna do our first game in the next minute and a half.
We got a game. Do we know what it is?
Stick with us. We're gonna pick it. We're gonna figure it out. We'll tell you, and then we're gonna see you then. And wait for a second. We'll start games for 9 hours. So put your laundry in now.
I mean, you could probably do it in the middle of the game. The games take an hour, so it's like you can rewind. This is the benefit of being on YouTube.
You have
to
watch
rewind.
live. This is the championship, babe.
This is my biggest.
We took away your rewindability on this.
I don't like Twitch because you can't rewind, and I'm just like, but I want to pause and come back to exactly where I was.
Right.
So shout out to YouTube, our host. Is Sam rocking a jacket? I'm like,
yeah, we'll figure out what that is. We'll see you in a short break in like literally 90 seconds.
back, everybody, to the Arcane Games and Events Players Championship. That's right, it's myself, Mitch Leslie, here with Sam O'Byrne. Good to be back in the booth with you, man.
Oh, my God.
Far too long.
Such a pleasure, as always. This is such an exciting day. We made it to the end of this unbelievable Players Series here in Southern California, and I couldn't be more excited, not only to be in the booth with you, but to see some incredible games.
I just love that we have a culmination of like a fairly novel format, I think, in the Flesh and Blood world, and and especially for Southern California, which is obviously stacked with some incredible players. But we have an opportunity to sort of watch these players or follow along with them over the course of the year in a circuit format. And now we get here, of course, today where our top players from that AG circuit kind of ballot out. And the format's really interesting. I know that Blake and Colin would have talked about that pretty extensively in the pre-show, but this sort of idea that like 3 is a magic number for many of these players, right? Losing those 3 games, you are out. And of course, winning 3, you are in. So
yeah, a different set of successes. If you hit those 3 wins, you are able to all of a sudden be like, I'm feeling pretty good.
Yep.
I'm locked in. That's a reward to not only just go on a little win streak, you actually get to put yourself right into the top 8. And like you said, all of these players have been seen time and time again on these streams. And so now everybody's there is ready to rock for you. And you guys are able to like follow along with some of these players that we've been watching all year.
yes, I want to talk about the couple of players that we picked for this first match. It's definitely going to be a pretty explosive head-to-head, I think. We talk about our individuals here. So Alan Chavarin, of course, is going to be one of our players in this matchup. Someone who, I mean, he really pushed Bolton for as long as possible. Obviously, a player coming out of San Diego, if I'm not mistaken. Real combo Bolton player. One of the very few out here that was consistently bringing him to tournaments and actually finding some good results. We saw Alan make a pretty deep run with that sort of combo Bolton on multiple occasions sort of last year, actually, late last year, and now so calling it was, falling ultimately to Chris Ali on Briar because he had a Talisman of Warfare, and Bolton does not like that card at all. So, yeah, great to have Alan back here now on Levia.
Yeah, absolutely. Alan showing he kind of made a name for himself at the Pro Tour in Baltimore. He was the 4-0 Levia that had that incredible game on stream with the titanium bauble. Really put himself on the mat, did a lot of deck techs, and he's really just an incredible player. Plays really fast, but really technically. It's such a character. He's got his Beyblade arena here for in-between rounds. We're really happy to get to showcase him as well as our next competitor who is on the only deck of this type in the format. This is going to be Tyler Horspool coming in on Phi, Rising Rebellion. You can look at that AGE win percentage, a paltry 50%. No, I'm kidding. We love
I was going to say, if I had a 50% win rate in Fletch, I'd be in the money.
For whatever reason, the people here have decided that Tyler is the heel of this event, so I was just kind of joining in on the train.
Yeah, the best part is I think Tyler has tried to adopt it to some degree himself.
He's too nice.
Yeah, we tried to take a photo of him, and he just like made a cheesy grin and put up his thumb, and then he giggled. I'm like, this is not becoming of a heel. We need to get this guy in front of some WWE post haste. But yeah, I mean, school teacher, I think, in his I wouldn't say spare time. I would say in his daily life. And yeah, we've seen Tyler on quite a few different picks. So I kind of almost expected to see him on Briar. He definitely favors a lot of these aggressive decks. The Phi deck obviously has just started to sort of pop back up and is getting a bit of notoriety. I think, Warmonger's diplomacy has definitely enabled Phi to have a bit more sort of, robustness against a lot of matchups here. But Tyler did not register one. He did not register a single copy of Warmonger's.
But he did register 3 stab wounds.
Yeah, right, yeah, okay.
It's
great. So,
mean.
yeah, he's playing like a Kadachi fight list. So stab wounds what? It's like the blue stab wound 0 for 2. Target opponent loses X life based on how many, if it hits, right? So I guess it's
you can grab it off Mask the Pouncing Links.
Can you imagine? Sorry.
Well, let's go see how this stab wound works out for him. We have got our first round of the Arcane Games and Events Open Series. We have Alan Chavarin on Levia, Shadowborn Abomination, versus Tyler Horspool on Phi, Rising Rebellion. It's time to just get on into this match.
Yeah, and typically what we've seen from this matchup in the past is that neither player generally respects each other's attacks too much. So obviously neither Phi nor Levia boast these on-hit effects necessarily, so they're generally just sort of racing in many cases. Alan is pretty well positioned for this, of course. He's on the claws. You expect to see Blood Rush Bellows make their way into the list, and Tyler, much the same. The Salt the Wound definitely hits a little bit harder when you've got Kadachis on the board. It's an extra way to pump that up. That, were there a Pouncing Links to sort of fetch that up, it will be pretty deadly. It is going to be Mask of Momentum, which is no surprise here for Tyler.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see perhaps a Brand with Cinderclaw leading off the game here. Brand with Cinderclaw, an incredibly important piece for these Kodachi lists because we're able to make the Kodachis Draconic. Without so, they are not able to do any Draconic links, but we are going to draw a card here off the Ancestral Empowerment. I don't believe we're getting the breakpoint over because it looked like a yellow brand only for 2, being blocked by the Slaughter Beast, but now this Kodachi that's coming in as Chainlink number 2 is also Draconic, so we might be able to activate Fi this turn.
Yeah, again, being able to just basically exchange that Ancestral for another card and make sure Tyler has, plenty of gas in the hand is important. Alan elects to receive this one. So obviously turn 0. Levia, no surprise to see her throw a couple cards in front, and Tyler really just wants to see if he can leak some damage here.
Yeah, I mean, it's also important for the Levia deck to get 6s in the graveyard, and we're seeing a couple of those right away be put onto the blocking chain, as well as a blue Dread Screamer, so not going to be able to add a 6 to the chain link, but we are going to continue to fill our graveyard for these Levia effects. Really important for Alan here. You're kind of happy to go on the play or on the draw.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward, because when you play into Levia, normally you don't want to let her stack her graveyard with those 6s if you can help it and make it a little bit harder at the start of the game. But Fi, his game plan really does require some pressuring and trying to leak some damage with these Kodachis. So both players, I guess, getting what they want out of this sort of turn 0. Tyler's able to leak that little bit of damage here, and Alan is trying to decide what to do about this Phoenix Flame that ends up here at the end of the chain.
Yeah, going to be buffed up by 1 by the Tiger Stripe Shuko. Looking like he might put the Scabskin's Leathers in front of it right away. And now, Tyler clearly just valuing getting any amount of pressure, any amount of damage, and did get 2 damage across, as well as critically 2 block off of those Scabskin Leathers. You're going to block with that at some point in the game, but, now that's something you can't put in front of certain attacks to try to stop a Mask of Momentum. Alan, though, is going to be able to draw back up.
It's still good for stopping Snatch. I think that's the biggest concern for Alan, is like having a 1 equipment block should Tyler just sort of end a chain with Snatch is going to be really important. So
absolutely,
we're happy enough to use it here. We are rolling the Scabbies, and we're going to end up neutral on AP here.
Yeah, now let's look at the equipment pieces. Pretty standard from Tyler Horspool here, except for that Findall Spring Tunic. Not worried about the block from a Flamescale Furnace. And then Alan is going to be rocking the Scowling Fleshbag and the Carrion Husk. Carrion Husk probably really important on a big Salt the Wound turn, something like you can, with those big, powerful, multi-hit, bumped-up attacks. And then the Scowling Fleshbag, we were talking about it, potentially going to be really critical for Alan to use to intimidate on Tyler's turn for something like that big Chain Ender, that big Salt the Wound, something like that. So his equipment piece is looking a little more modular, a little more able to affect the game on the defensive side, naturally, than Fi's here.
It's a very similar idea to blocking with Stalagmite for Oldham in the past. You want to try and extract maximum value from that piece of equipment, and so choosing your spot with it is really, really important. Tyler here went to 34. It was just a straight 6 that Alan sent his way, a Savage Feast. So we're going to be coming back now, starting things off as per usual. It's Kodachi time.
Kodachi time. Alan Shavrin heading to 37. Tyler Horspool at 34. This is Tyler's second turn here at the first round of the AGE Open. You have to think that he's going to want to go ahead and make that Mask Momentum critical on this turn, and we're going to see an even bigger than that here. I love this card. This is one when I was playing Fi back in Uprising season. I was playing Kodachis for the first part. Even bigger than that, it's going to allow you to opt, in this case 3 because it's the red, and then you can opt however you'd like, then reveal the top card of your deck. As long as it has power greater than the damage you've dealt this turn, you draw that card and create a Quicken token. So because Alan has only taken the 1 damage, almost everything except for blue cards are going to be turned on. So we opted. We're going to see an E-Strike. Not only is that E-Strike going to hand, we're creating a Quicken token. So this E-Strike's going to filter a card, but draw another card, have go again if we use the Quicken token here, and continue the turn.
This is an interesting hand. We also have like a CNC here as well, so a lot of generics, but the Quicken token alters Tyler's line in terms of how you'd sequence now. Like you can throw this, max power and lightning strike at your opponent and still have that go again to play with. And I think that trying to attack the arsenal here, if Tyler is, anticipating some real gas to be there for Alan is going to be important. Again, both of these players have limited on hits, right? And many of Tyler's are coming from his generic attack actions. So being able to get value out of those here in this matchup is pretty critical.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point that both of these decks are utilizing their hero ability, not necessarily the hero ability for Levia, but the cards that they have to push break points and just
Disrupt.
break the numbers in a different way than on hits can represent. So it's going to be really interesting to watch the players figure out the way they want to block and find the correct exchanges when you don't have the easy info of like, oh, this is an on hit, so I have to block as much.
That was a E-strike draw, right? Yeah. So
Yeah.
Alan taking 5 there, and here is a critical. Is a double strike. Excuse me. So this, can threaten pretty easy Mask of Momentum activations. I want to note that the second Kodachi hasn't been used yet. So Alan actually he throws his boots in front of this one here, because that would have been Mask.
That would have been the
on that
Mask
attack.
Momentum. So now this one's going to come in for 2 because of the Tiger Stripe Suga, the second double strike link, and we do still have 2 floating in that Command and Conquer in our hand here if we are the
You can
5
threaten
player.
Mask again this turn for sure.
Yeah, so we're going to see how Alan wants to block. I think you made such a great point about the lack of on-hits. It's going to really be about intelligent exchanges for both of these players and finding the best way to make sure that my numbers are better than your numbers, because we don't just get to look at it's an on-hit, so I'm going to block this for sure. This double strike is coming in for 2, and Alan's going to go ahead and take it. Now it's the first chain link that's hit for Mask of Momentum's sake, going down to 30.
Yeah, you can't put a flashbag in front there because obviously there's still a Kodachi that Tyler is still floating, right? Plus that Arsenal card is unknown. So yep, CNC comes in finally entreating Alan to give up some cards. So that's fair enough. He's definitely protecting that Arsenal pretty staunchly here, and it might just be like a single attack actually. That's a pulping and an Art of War in hand there for Alan.
Yeah, which is kind of an interesting situation because that Art of War can turn on so much of Alan's game plan and do some of the most damage by giving, and we're going to go ahead and discard the second Art of War. So now we've pitched an Art of War and we've discarded the second one
get
to
the trigger.
the pulping. Yeah, so it's not going to have the dominate, and it doesn't have go again unless it's blocked by only one card. So,
but there's the issue of Fire not wanting to block here, but what does Alan have floating?
Yeah, nothing.
Like you don't, there is nothing. Alan might be getting his action point back here, but his ability to deploy anything past this is extremely dubious. So Tyler probably knows at this point that he's looking down the barrel of a straight 6 turn.
Yeah, and it looks like he's just going to take it because, like you said, there's probably not much more coming here. So a really unfortunate draw and then discard here for Alan off of that pulping. We are going to go ahead and, with our action point, roll the Scabskin's Leathers just to see what we can do. Maybe get some bad luck out of the way. That's only going to be 2. A little grin from Alan there as he's going to ship the turn back to the 5 player here. This is an interesting first couple of turns in this game.
And I want to point out that Tyler has sat on this Arsenal for a little while now. He actually didn't deploy it in the last turn, instead opting to go for that CNC as a chain ender. So for Alan, I mean, Levia cannot just be throwing straight 6s at you. She's not going to win the game, and that's that Art of War that Ty's been waiting on. So this is going to hurt, and Alan's going to be punished, I guess, for a pretty mopey 6 power turn.
Yeah, I was going to wonder if the Arsenal card there was Art of War. I checked the deck list to make sure. Art of War can be such an important piece in a lot of decks, and we're seeing 2 Art of War decks here facing off against each other. Tyler here electing to use the Art of War kind of like right at the beginning of the action phase. Just get all of the options on the table, figure out exactly what we want to be doing rather than necessarily cheekily get a damage across with a reaction step.
Yeah, again, and that's probably because you're not really pushing that hard for on hits here necessarily. So you just want to make sure all your information is essentially face up to you. So Soaring Strike come in. Again, you can banish a card from hand, give it go again, but most of them for Tyler probably have that baked in. I'd say blaze headlong in that hand. So, yeah, this is going to hurt.
Yeah, the best option off the Soaring Strike is often Enlightened Strike because especially as this first chain link here, you can only banish a card with 0 or more cost. So like you said, most of those cards with 0 in this deck are going to have go again anyway, save for the Enlightened Strike. Alan here, knowing that an Enlightened Strike was just deployed last turn, has to imagine that we're not going to see a second one here. That would be the worst case scenario. But we are buffed up by the Art of War here, so this is going to be coming in for 5. We've also drawn a couple more cards here, have some floating, so this could be a pretty powerful turn here from Tyler. Let's see how Alan wants to navigate the blocking, if that Scowling Fleshbag's going to be cashed in, or if he thinks he can do some real damage on his own turn, even though we've just seen 2 Art of Wars head to the graveyard, 1 to the graveyard, 1 to the bottom of the deck. And we're going to see the Scowling Fleshbag right away, so rather than utilize it as potentially getting rid of a Chain Ender, we want to limit Tyler's options here, utilize a little bit of randomness because we're going to intimidate on our opponent's turn, cover up the Soaring Strike entirely. So rather than try to get rid of a Chain Ender here, we're just kind of moving for more strict casual disruption.
This makes me kind of wish that Tyler would have felt maybe even better now, having deployed this Art of War off of his tunic. Oh, okay, getting to push a breakpoint there is big, depending on what if anything is banished here, but still getting to draw a card off that ancestral rather is actually fairly relevant here.
Yeah, and like you said, Alan went ahead and tried to cover that up perfectly with the 3 block and the Scowling Fleshback, but that ancestral empowerment that wasn't banished to the Intimidate trigger because there were the most cards in hand possible there for Tyler to have options for. It allows him not only to get a breakpoint across, but also continue the turn, draw another card. Now Mask Momentum is still online.
Getting the full block was half of the value proposition for Alan in deploying the Scowling Fleshback here, so that's probably a bit frustrating. Now Bran with Cinderclaw, so we're going to have some rather draconic looking Kodachis coming in after the fact. And remember, this is our second attack moving towards a Mask of Momentum trigger here. So, Alan has to respect now that many of these cards, if that's red right, we're dealing with breakpoints on these Bran with Cinderclaws. That would be a 4 potentially. So, how do you answer this? You just take it.
Yeah, we're taking it. So now if we're Alan here, it looks like we're most likely really hoping to block this third attack out, or we're giving Tyler a full other card to continue this turn with. So the Brand with Cinderclaw 4/4, taking Alan all the way down to 25. Tyler sitting at 28, so the life disparity not too high yet, but this turn is not over, and Art of War remains online.
Yeah, and like throwing a Kodachi here might seem all well and good, but you don't trigger your mask off of it, and you threaten getting interrupted on the way there. So. Here we go. We have a Spreading Flames being thrown down now, which is interesting. So, again, Draconic attacks, you control their +1 while their base power is less than the number of Draconic chain links you control.
Yeah, so this one is going to go ahead and just be coming in 4/4, and I do believe that's going to really affect our Phoenix Flame on this next attack, but we're going to buy the Husk here at 25 life. That 6 block coming in to take care of the 4 and most critically stop the Mask Momentum, but we're burning through equipment here for the Levia player.
Yeah, so this, like you mentioned, the Phoenix Flame is pretty powerful here. We're just counting that back through. I don't think we have a Shuko trigger here, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. I wonder if he did count the Shuko there because there's...
Would it be? It's the first one.
Yeah, so they might have...
No, I think he hit Art of War, Spreading Flames, I think he's indicated here.
Which would only be 3.
Yeah.
Which I think, which was correct because Alan went from 25 to 22. So both players clearly understand the rules of the game.
Yeah, that's good. I'm
happy for them. Happy for them. But that is going to be the last chain link here. It looks as though one final card heading to the arsenal there for Tyler from the turn. So not something we wanted to use on our big Art of War turn, perhaps going to set ourselves up for an even bigger turn next year. And if you're the 5 player here, you burn through every armor piece. There is no more armor block left.
This is the pivot from Levia now. It happens here or not at all. So let's see, Dread Screamer, of course, being sort of thrown out here. Remember, Dread Screamer says if you banish a 6 out of the 3 that you'll banish from your graveyard, you're going to get go again. So Alan absolutely now trying to go a little bit wider on this turn and hoping for a hit here.
And we do still have 1 floating, as Alan just represented. Now, critically, also, if we get rid of a 6 to the banished zone here, which, did we miss? No, we just hit with the pulping. So that also is going to turn off the Blood Debt, which is relevant because we do have the Carrion Husk in the banished zone, so that would have been pinging us for 1. But now I think if you're happy if you're Alan. You get rid of 2 misses, but you still hit a 6, so you've gotten 2 misses out of the graveyard.
Scenario,
yeah, pretty good. And this is going to be 6 damage coming in with the go again. Tyler, you have to imagine, now that we've gotten rid of all that armor, is going to not want to block, and we are correct in assuming so because that's going to be followed up by the Shadowpede, the slithering, the shadowing, slithering Shadowpede. But this is just going to be a 1/4/7, and again, because that equipment block is gone, Tyler happy to take another 7, so taking a total of 13 on the turn. Alan's going to arsenal up, bringing Tyler all the way down to 16 to
That's
Alan's
6 or 7
22.
on the Shadowpede. It's a 1 for 6. No,
1 for 6.
1 for 7 would be just disgusting.
Then it's a 1 for 6.
Oh my.
I always expect the Levia cards to be for 7.
Yeah, I mean,
they just feel like they should be.
Oh, okay, that's a Blood Rush in hand for Alan here. Can he take a turn off blocking here? Is the question. Or like, what can he really afford to give up? He's going to be in the tank, I think, now. As Tyler's going to try and make his blocking math a little bit more complex. But hey, we have another turn with a card in arsenal for our 5 player. We're starting off with a Brand with Cinderclaw.
Yeah, and again, a 5 player with 5 cards is just infinitely more scary than a 5 player with 4. It's, we're not playing the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx here for the 5, so there is not the same like explosive certainty that you can get from the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. There is the uncertainness of the Mask of Momentum, but the question is, because we see that Blood Rush Bellow in Alan's hand, one of the most powerful cards in the deck, we've seen Tyler Horspool already get to deploy one of his most powerful cards in the Art of War. Which player is going to basically force the lethal blocks first? That's kind of where we're already at in this point of the game. We have a Blood Rush Bellow ready. We've already seen an Art of the War. This double strike coming in for 1 looks as though Alan is going to take it. Get ready to potentially see what can he stop before the Mask of Momentum, or is
Send
he
a
going to let it
breakpoint
go?
here, if you can. Yeah.
And absolutely, because this is the third link, we want to send a breakpoint. This is going to be for 4 because we've taken all the armor. This is going to require 2 cards if we want to stop the Mask of Momentum. But because of that Blood Rush Bellow, Levia might say, show me what you got.
Might just take it.
Yeah.
You block with 2 cards here, you pitch for Blood Rush, and then what do you sort of...
Hope to do the Mandible Claw 10 into something else.
Yeah.
But
I don't know if you can really afford to do that.
yeah, this is going to go ahead and be a Blaze Headlong coming in 4/4. And look, yeah, Alan, because that Blood Rush Bellow, he's still got those Captain's Leathers. Might be needing to roll some of those to get some action points, but we're drawing another card here. 3 cards left for Tyler, and that's a Lava Burst.
Look, I mean, look, if Alan blocks with 2 cards there, he can't discard to Blood Rush. Right? His turn is turned off here, so he is priced into absolutely presenting his chin on this particular round. The Lava Burst is about best case scenario here. We're going to have a Shuko trigger, so this is going to make this second half of the double strike a little bit scary. Remember, Mask only once per turn action, so don't freak out too much about that, but Tyler can go pretty wide here potentially. A Lava Burst will be very punishing for Alan. Tyler can hide behind a little bit of this equipment, right? Shuko's going to allow you to block for 2. If you really are game, you can throw the Mask in the way, but yeah, Tyler, far from done here. We're going wide. It's a Phoenix Flame there for 1.
And now this Phoenix Flame going to be...
3 cards in his hand.
I know, still, and one of them is a Snatch, and one of them is a Lava Burst.
Yes, Scalers up!
And there are still Snapdragon Scalers online. Now, that Phoenix Flame was free because the Bren with Cinderclaw turned to the first double strike into a Draconic Chain Link. But now we're going to go ahead and do the Lava Burst here. This is going to be coming in for 5 and can be given to go again with the Snapdragon Scalers. It is what Tyler's going to do. We're blocking for 3. So in the reaction step, so 2 damage coming across.
Okay.
Alan saying, can you threaten 9 here?
We're at minimum threshold for your Blood Rush. Ah, that's another one! Oh, he is the villain!
2 Lava Bursts here on the same chain link. Going to take another 5, but Alan's
lethal.
staying alive, going down to 4 because that one didn't have the go again. We only could do 1. Tyler, because he'd rather have an Arsenal card guaranteed rather than, you could Arsenal the second Lava Burst, but we're throwing as much damage as possible. That chain was absolutely massive.
That was absolutely diabolical.
We did buy a single card out if we are the 5 player here. We got a single block. We're going to go ahead, like you said, get rid of the 6. So now it's time. Blood Rush Bellows, 2 random cards. One of them's a Beast Within. One of them might be an Endless Maw, but how many resources do we have? We're going to go ahead and use 2 immediately to come in with a Mandible Claw for 5.
Okay, Tyler at 16. You can present lethal on a turn like this, of course. Claw 6 is enough. Tyler does have blocking equipment, though, and I think that is going to be a big difference maker here. Yeah, Beast Within. Alan needs to be careful with that, so it's just... Oh, the Swing Big! Oh, we like those. You ain't blocking this.
We do like
swing
those.
Big, swing big for 10?
Yeah, but again, now this does not threaten lethal. This brings Tyler down to exactly 1, and with Alan at 4, there is a chance that he just eats this on the chin. He's got a 5-card hand.
Is he willing?
You can see he's in the tank immediately. Is he willing to put himself to 1?
You can't go to Reckless range. You cannot go to Reckless range.
Of course.
You
We
need
got to
block
put
this.
something in front of it.
Forget about the Quicken. You're not getting that, but you just... I mean, I'm sure Tyler's been punished by that enough times. So, yeah, again, for those wondering, obviously those defense reactions, Reckless Swing, that will deal 2 damage if you discard a 6, would kill Tyler. Tyler is playing around one of them here, which I think is appropriate. There's 2 in the list.
A wonderful call, Mr. Mitch Uber Leslie. Now,
I've died to it many times. Yeah.
critically, Alan was not able to turn blood debt off on that turn. He went down to 2 from 4. So this is feeling like this might get wrapped up because we have Kodachis available to us. There's so many chain links that are going to be threatened. Alan already having to go to 1. I think buying that armor early was really impactful for the 5 player here.
Yeah, you're at the point now where you have to block with a lot of cards, and your ability to turn off blood debt on your turn is going to be extremely sort of stymied. So you're in big trouble. I think the difference between 4 and 2 on this kind of turn is probably not huge, if I'm honest with you. So yeah, I mean, going for the Swing Big, I guess he didn't have a card that banished. So Brand, okay. We have 2 Kodachis on the chain. We've card here, and then a Snatch from Arsenal should end the game. That was a break point as it was. Anyway, the Blaze Headlong is going to get the job done, and the self-proclaimed villain in training, I would say, completes another stage of that montage with a great showing here. And well, we're trying to wake you up here on your Saturday morning, give you an explosive matchup between Fire and Levia, and it hasn't changed much, I think. I think Scouting Fleshbag is a really fascinating card and how it can change the texture of these matchups. I think that Tyler being able to at least deploy the Ancestral and replace it and get an incredibly, very strong attack action off of that, really seals the deal. I think Scaling Fleshbag is one of the most impactful cards actually in this particular set, but unfortunately wasn't able to get it done there. But hey, still got to see what Levia can do.
100%. That even bigger than that, grabbing the Enlightened Strike, being able to get a Quicken token off of it and draw a card, continue the chain. I do think pretty critically that Scowling Fleshback, like you said, it adds such a different dimension to the matchup. But against a deck like Fi, you really have to find the best time to use it. I mean, you need to do that anyway with Scowling Fleshback, but really trying to make sure you can get rid of their most critical piece. It can be easy to want to just throw it against a bunch of cards and say, all right, well, I'll just make you do something less.
I think you really want it when they've got one card in hand.
Exactly.
Right? Like you want to
the chain ender.
The last
you
card.
Want to get rid of the chain ender. I mean, think of it potentially on the double Lava Burst turn. Like, yes, it's Snatch at that point, but that is still one less damage. You do save yourself like a critical thing. And if it had been Salt the Wound, that's huge. We do know he runs that in the deck. But I think, honestly, just because even that first turn, like we were talking about, what do you really want to do on turn 0? On turn 0, the Fi player was able to buy a Scabskin's Leathers block. And that's massive for dealing with Mask of Momentum throughout the game, is having your armor block.
As we discussed at the time, I do understand, like, throwing some of your equipment fairly aggressively. But I think to say that like Fire doesn't have a lot of impactful on hits is probably not really accurate, right? We didn't even need to see that Snatch deploy, but there are quite a few cards that are pretty devastating here. The thinking being that if my opponent doesn't have a ton of on hits that I'm really afraid about, or like I just need the one extra block to stop that Snatch sort of break point, and then sort of I don't think my opponent will have enough time to like threaten me with 2 separate Snatches in the game. It might be that thinking, but also you're racing. You do get to go second, yes, but there's no guarantee that you can get extra action points on that with a 4-card hand, right?
And he wasn't able to find any.
Yeah, so coming back with like a 6 is like not really where you want to be after you've leaked damage on turn 0.
Yeah, well, and honestly, I think that's the main consideration. Like, especially when I remember when I was playing Fi, the consideration between Mask of the Pouncing Lynx and Mask of Momentum, you have the Soaring Strikes, you have the Mounting Angers in terms of like what can you really get for on hits, but Mask of Momentum turns your hand into potential on hits. Mask of Momentum itself is the on hit that the other player needs to worry about. So, like, if you're thinking about the Snatches, that can be kind of a trap against the Mask of Momentum, because there's plenty of on hits. There's Third Chain Link just has draw a card as that on hit. So Tyler there, who's chilling in the doorway, getting ready to bounce in here for an interview. I'm going to hop out of here, but he utilized that masterfully. And let's hear from the man himself.
Yeah,
How
let's
about
do
it?
that.
I'm going to get my mug out of here.
Come sit down, buddy. And welcome back, folks, to the AGE Open Plays Championship. I'm Mitch Lexi, of course, joined here by the arch villain himself. It's Tyler Horspool joining me in the booth. Good to be here with you, mate. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, you're a villain.
What's up, man?
Yeah. All right. Off the bat, first of all, you're walking into a room full of pretty decent players. What are your feelings about the rest of the field? How are you feeling about your potential opposition?
Decent isn't the word I would use.
Okay.
I mean, you got people out here like Craig Palacolo or whatever.
Yeah.
Chris EIEIO or whatever his name is, But really, it's just about 15 scrubs out here and me. And it is what it is, You saw it happen there. I didn't try very hard, but
Yeah, absolutely diabolical game from you on the Fi, if I can be honest. Let's talk about your decision to register Fi for this event. We start to see him crop back up a little bit more, but your deck rather conspicuously doesn't have a copy of Warmonger's Diplomacy in there. You're not really going for that angle. Can you tell us about that?
yeah, that card's expensive. You know how expensive that card is?
Supervillains don't have money? What's going on?
Oh, it's not that I don't have the money. I'm rolling in it, you know?
Yeah.
But the thing here is I don't need the card to beat these people, so no, for real, I wanted more consistency. I didn't expect there to be a lot of Rangers in here today, and I think I nailed that.
Yeah.
And so I wanted more consistency in my damage rather than having the get out of jail free card for that particular matchup. Maybe I will be missing it a little bit for the Briar matchup, but probably.
But in like a race matchup like this, Levia one, you feel like you're in a pretty good position not running that. Felt like you came into this match looking pretty good. Like the draw, I think, off the momentum was like at that second lava burst for the turn. You did have a snatch in hand at the time. How did that game sort of play out for you? Because it felt like, you got that husk pretty early on. You felt like you're in the driver's seat for much of it.
Yeah, I just wanted to get the. I just wanted to raise some damage early because I'm going to do more damage than he does.
Yeah.
So as long as he's not presenting Command and Conquers or anything like that, I'm just going to try to straight race him until we're both low.
Yep.
And then at that point, try to get the Blood Debt to trigger. Luckily for me, I didn't really get into a spot where I had to block at all.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, you couldn't
Must be
run
nice.
it up. You couldn't. Yeah, must be nice.
Yeah. Let's talk about you. He blocked you with a Scaling Fleshback, I think, trying to like stop a breakpoint which you ancestraled. What did you think with that Scaling Fleshback come in? Let's say you can't go over there. Does that really like materially affect your turn, having that card intimidated? Like, how much value do you think you may lose there if you don't get over it?
I mean, it was a pretty good intimidate. I'm happy that I got the Ancestral left in hand, but basically I just knew that whatever card he intimidated, I was going to Arsenal at the end and then try to play out my chain link so that I can play all my cards.
Which is kind of the weakness, I think, of that card into matches where you can just sort of tuck that extra card away and use it later, right? With,
absolutely.
You had an open Arsenal slot there. So tell us about the choice to bring Fire here. We've seen you on a bunch of lists, like a lot of Briar from you in the past. Obviously, you were a Storied Prison player sort of back when she was quite dominant. What are your thoughts bringing Fire into this field? It's obviously open deck list, so you know what you're going up against. Do you feel like that panned out well for you, this decision to bring it? Or what about the Icelanders? How are you feeling about those?
Oh, I mean, they're whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't expect there to be as many Icelanders, and that's going to be a close matchup. I did come tech for that particular matchup. I expected there to be a few.
Yeah.
I expected there to be even more Dromais than there was, and that's why I brought Fi. Like, that's the reason you bring Fi to a tournament. There's a bunch of filthy illusionist players. And,
we have them
people bringing Frost Queens and all sorts of stuff out here, and it doesn't matter. Your boy Tyler's going to take them all down.
You're jumping between characters very effectively here. You're keeping me on my toes. I appreciate that. Very, very quickly, if you run up against Lexi, how do you sort of feel in that kind of matchup, right, where there is maybe some degree of disruption she can apply? How do you feel Fi fares against her, I guess, in like a post-Belittle Minimalism era? And the same for Icelander, right? Like, how do you deal with that disruption at the moment?
So I feel much better about the Icelander matchup than I do about the Lexi matchup.
Okay.
I feel in the Lexi matchup, I'm going to have to get a little lucky to pull that one out. Luckily, there's only one Lexi in the room today.
Which is wild.
Yeah, which is absolutely insane. But, I have these guys pegged. They know I have them pegged. So I knew exactly what they were bringing, and it wasn't going to be Lexi. So I pulled the trigger on that. And against Icelander, I have energy potions in my sideboard. I'm going to be playing the other mask in that matchup to just pour on more damage and then hope to just kill them before, the game gets close.
Yep.
I have, with the 3 additional blues, I think I'm going up to 15 blues there. So, look, you'll see it happen on camera probably at some point today.
Hopefully we do, yeah. Tyler, thanks for your time, man. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're back in character again.
Thanks, guys.
I'll hover hand you, yeah. All right, we'll be back, of course, with more of the Arcane Games and Events Open Series Players Championship after this break. While Tyler washes his hands where I unfortunately touched him by accident. We'll see you on the other side of this.
The news.
A lot of newsworthy.
Welcome back to This Month in Flesh and Blood, our semi-monthly, semi-accurate news broadcast featuring all the news most noteworthy in the world of Flesh and Blood. My name is Sam O'Byrne, joined as always by my co-anchor, award-winning shoutcaster Mitch Uber Leslie. Mitch, it's been a while. New father, Overwatch League is back in swing. How are you, my friend?
Yeah, pretty.
And now, on to the news. The Flesh and Blood World Championship is set to occur sometime this fall, and the community remains in the dark, desperately searching for clues as to the location of the exciting event. No word yet as to what is holding up the reveal, although our news desk has obtained a photograph of James White as he attempts to secure a European location. As is evidenced by the photograph, things are looking grim.
Oldham has left us. The powerhouse duo of Michael Feng and Pablo Pintor combined their powers to send the grandfather of eternity into living legend status, a monumental happening in Flesh and Blood that was celebrated by players all around the world. The hero was criticised for its above-rate blocking ability and tendency to push games to fatigue, leading to uninteractive gameplay and a general sense of horrible, broken malaise. However, due to the timing of the banned and restricted announcement, Oldham remains legal in Classic Constructed, meaning we all at home have to watch this bullshit until July.
In other news from the Road to National season, everyone's favorite elemental Runeblade has survived living legend against all odds. Briar, Warden of Thorns, has ended the RTN season with 998 living legend points, leaving her, and critically, her weapon, just shy of the living legend status that so many covet for her. When asked for comment on the matter, Brian Gottlieb is reported to have said, Mauve, Shrill, Rosetta for 1, 2, and 2. Also, go yourself.
Spoiler season for the next Flesh and Blood set dusk till dawn, just around the corner, of course, with some members of the community being given special early spoilers due to their affiliation with certain heroes. Heroes like Oldham, Briar, and even Shiana are receiving new specializations this new set, and the Arachne community has to be excited to receive one for the Contracted Killer. In exciting news, we here at AGE have been granted the permission to share that highly anticipated new card. Without further ado, the Arachne specialization from dusk till dawn, Suicide. Reports say that somehow this will see more play than Regicide.
Shocking. In financial news, after watching a YouTube video, I, Sam O'Byrne, have come to the conclusion that Flesh and Blood is a loot box game first and a TCG second. And you know what? I'm going to go on to Twitter to share my findings. Hold on. I'm getting word from our producers that my car has been keyed, my house burned down, my cat has run away, and somebody drowned my goldfish. And yes, I am hearing that Jeff Hoogland has blocked me on Twitter. I am glad to see that all parties have let cooler heads prevail.
Boy Wonder, Kid Power, 90-day XP King Brody Spurlock has made the journey to Los Angeles to compete in yet another battle-hardened, fresh off a journey to Singapore for the Calling, Pittsburgh for the Realm Games Roll, Antwerp for the Calling, Baltimore for the Pro Tour, Auckland for the Calling, back to Baltimore for the battle-hardened, and more events in more places than I can name. He'll come to your wedding. He'll come to your bar mitzvah. He'll volunteer for jury duty, as long as there's a 3 times XP multiplier. He has told the news desk that he has finally completed his 4 years of training necessary to prepare for the Calling Venus. Unfortunately, only one other competitor has signed up for the exclusive and absurdly out-of-the-way tournament, Pro Tour champion Michael Feng.
As Road to National season comes to a close, many players have been discussing if past national champions should receive automatic invitation to the next year's championships, as certain players are upset with having to defeat these world-class opponents just to make top 4 and receive their invite. Now, as the discussions continue, I have received the tournament notes of my 6-year-old cousin Johnny, who went to his very first RTN just this season. He's actually given me permission to share these with you now. Oh God. Oh God. The sky has turned crimson and the air itself burns. My lungs grow heavy with the weight of what is descending upon us all. For what is divinity but this terrible ending that approaches from on high? He has come. He has come, the angel of death, and I welcome this blessed end. In unrelated news, congratulations to Michael Hamilton for winning an RTN in Indianapolis.
The hunt is on. Dusk Till Dawn is confirmed to have a serialized artist-proof cards within their booster packs. This has led to enormous anticipation amongst the Flesh and Blood community as thousands seek to obtain this special artifact from their packs. It is thought that these cards will command an exceptionally high price, though there is sure to be some discrepancy between the chain and prism artist proofs. It is estimating pulling a prism proof would hold value equivalent to a jet ski or a small private plane, while pulling a chain could net the holder an entire Bolton, Breaker of Dawn deck in Classic constructed, as long as you proxy the Courage of Bladehole.
I don't have one of those.
Yes, well, I do.
The Arcane Games and Events series here is in full swing, with another entry in their tournament series happening here in this venue tomorrow, as well as an exciting $3,000 Players' Championship approaching this August. Not to be outdone, the Dromai Players community held their very first annual Only Dromai tournament just this last weekend, with 100 Dromai players registering for the invitational tournament from all around the world. Now, in an odd turn of events, however, even though Dromai was the only hero represented on day 1, only 3 managed to make day 2, and only 1 into the top 8. The event itself was won by Oldhim.
And finally, we here at AGE are proud to welcome Taylor Morrow of the Attack Action podcast into the casting booth for this battle-hardened weekend. We send our love to our missing brother-in-arms, Colin Honingman, one of Taylor's co-hosts on the Attack Action podcast. We here at AGE didn't realise that Colin had been replaced by Taylor until well into the second round, given their multitude of similarities, including their powerful moustaches, nearly identical glasses, and inability to win an armory since 2021. My name is Mitch Leslie, and I'm glad they've never gotten another spoiler. No, I'm not. Hey, why'd you put this in? I didn't write this part.
Uber.
Shh.
Uber. This has been This Month in Flesh and Blood. Until the next time, good draws and good night. Never speak to me like that again. You understand? You understand what we're doing here? Never.
Welcome back, everybody, to Battle Hard Los Angeles. I'm going to waste no time. It is time for your favorite segment here. It's time for Barraging Blake. Take it away, buddy.
Dude, I had to fix my hair on that. That looks so bad when we have these new headphones. But I'm sure there's more interesting, annoying stuff that they could figure out right now. Keyforge and more? That's... Oh, no, I shouldn't be looking at chat.
We're supposed to talk about the topics on the screen.
Oh, okay, it'll be over here and not over there? Okay, great.
Keyforge is good. Don't worry about it. All right, here we go. First topic.
Oh, my God. RIP Brute Blue 6 attack action. I'm assuming this is like me trying to talk to people. I mean, we said it on the way to tacos earlier. It's like, oh, Brute can't have blue 6s because it just wouldn't be fair. It would be not fun. It would be unfun to lose against them. And I just want to say, like, it's not fun to lose to Lexi. It's not fun to lose to illusionist stuff that's going to happen of like, oh, they got rid of your 6, or they put the 6 under the bottom, or they got rid of, or they made your 6 to 5, or they made your 6 go into your banish zone, or whatever they're going to be doing to me. Like, it's not fun to lose to a lot of stuff. So it is frustrating to me as the Brood player of the group to know that you'll never get another blue 6 because it would make your deck consistent when there's so many other stuff. Yeah. What's it called?
I don't know.
Exactly. Exactly. Because I'll never use it to attack you. It's literally only to get discarded. Like, why can't I have another discard? Or a legendary, like you can only have one. Make it go from 3 to 4. Let me get some percentage points here. But that would be plus on Brute, which I don't think is a thing that happens.
What happens if Brute is strong, Blake? What happens if Brute is actually strong?
People would have fun. People would grow the game. People would buy more dice. People would tell their parents. Their parents would come watch them roll dice. The Vegas scene would catch on. We would probably have Flesh and Blood at casinos. Yeah. Like, everyone would just be more enjoyable of the game and or whatever.
Have you lost to Rhino?
I've never lost. It sucks because sometimes I've lost the mirror match. I haven't lost like to a traditional Ryan. Like, back in the day, it was barraging, swing a club for like 15. And that's a way to lose. None of those have blue 6s in them, but I can't do that anymore because everything else is so fast. And if you don't want to block, there's no point. So it is kind of like to get the cheetah stuff going, to get the, oh, I'm going to one-turn berserky with a meat axe stuff, we need more 6s. And our red slots are full of attacks. Our yellow slots are full of utility. We need 6s in the blue. Oh, Blake, it's not fun to lose against. I'm ready for other people to have no fun losing to something else, like Reinar.
How do you feel Hayden Dale felt getting wallached by our very own Zachary Wallach here at Worlds against Rhino?
And I hope he. What deck was he playing? Yeah, he deserved it exactly. Like oh, you felt bad playing Blitz. I get it. Stuff that I'm trying to get into some design where maybe you don't play this in Blitz and it's just a CC only card. Maybe we can start making those. I think it is interesting that we're always like, oh, the new players wouldn't understand, and it's like every new player that ever shows up has a tunic and a Crown of Providence within the first 3 weeks. I'm like, everyone is on a level when they show up to
Starvo was great for new players, right?
Dude, the thought process where it's like, oh, it's not fun to lose to Reinar with this stuff. It's like we went through 5.5 months of Starvo stuff, and like who was saying, oh, I'm the best player in the room, I'm playing Starvo, and I hope they have an awful time losing to Barraging stuff later. Like, I don't know. Okay, what's next?
Bring it up.
Okay. Okay, we're going at Brian Gotta Leave now. I say this is Jeff Hoogland.
Back in the
Okay. I was like, we're on Hoogland's side? Okay, so we haven't had one of these since Jeffrey Hoogland came at us. I say this is someone who has always made time for nuanced discussion and fair criticism. We're going to say the F word. Criticism of the game that myself and so many others pour our heart and souls into. Go freak yourself, Jeff.
He was ready with the beep anyway. Love that.
Brian is him. I thought this was an amazing tweet. I loved it. I went and said, I am so inspired by this. I think there's some kowtowing stuff where you're like, oh, we need the common denominator to love us. I went and watched that dude's stream, unfortunately, for like 10 minutes to do my own due diligence research.
Any highlights?
And he was just complaining about like, why would I play a card game when you can buy a board game and have more fun? And I was like, how are you like somebody where we care about your opinion? Or
isn't he a Marvel Snap streamer?
Exactly, but he's like, it's so quick and so fun and it's all contained. Because somebody was like, oh, what should I do for my commander deck for, I don't know if you know Magic, Commander, or whatever. And it was like, why would I do that when I could buy a board game and my wife enjoys it with me? And it was just like, bro, what? I think the thought process was, why would I buy 2 Command & Conquers when I can buy a shelf of board games? Was the logic. And it's like, because you want to come to Battle Hardened LA and get 105th place and buy a hoodie afterwards. Like, you can't do that if you're playing Monopoly Deal or whatever, or Go Fish. I don't like Jeff Hoogland. It was fun that he was blocking everyone. That was a fun week.
You use it in the past tense. It's very interesting.
Because it was like, we all came together. Like, there was no brutes or illusionists or warriors. We were all Twitter haters at Hoogland. So it was a cool week.
Good on you, Brian.
Okay, this is BS. I hate this stuff. Okay, so I think one thing that,
in this set.
No, okay, so okay. Here's where we get canceled real quick. There was the thought process of, hi, I'm James White. Welcome to Baltimore. I'm ready to tell you what's going on this time. Worlds is in.
Frank.
But don't worry, Nationals, we're going to do something that none of you guys have ever done. I have been playing this long, and like, it's something, I have been playing this long. I did do draft. Draft is fun until you solve it, and that's why we have 6 heroes and outsiders, and everyone's like, outsiders is such a good draft because we're really like, oh man, like there's so many avenues we can go, and that's just not true with Monarch because 2 of those heroes are kind of bad, and then it's, do you have Prism? Do you have stuff that blocks Prism? And what's really happening, if we're getting to economics, I took economics in high school, senior year. Econ, no, I don't think they call it econ. They just need to sell more Monarch boxes because they need legendaries to be available to new players. So Footsteps are at $230, so we can lower our prices. Or if you've been hoarding the $300 cold foil Footsteps, that bottom falls out of there, which is kind of frustrating. Maybe if you were a collector, I'm not. I don't care. I get everybody these cards. But it is frustrating that, because it's Monarch version 2 or Monarch in a third, it is like we just need more cards for Dusk Till Dawn to come out of here. How can we do this? Let's have Nationals happen. So now here's what I'm actually complaining about. I was excited. I was like, I could XP grind. I have that available to me because I live in Los Angeles and we can go to Flesh and Blood 6 days a week if we want to do it. Some of these people do that.
Yeah, we don't lose to Brody Spurlock 6 days a week.
Yeah. I would never lose to Brody Spurlock, bro. Bring it. Just kidding. I would immediately lose. But unless he was playing Oldham and I was playing Reinhardt, but I feel like I could do that. One thought process is you can grind. I qualified for Nationals the first year I was playing. I was super excited, and then it was Briar meta. And I was like, bring in Reinhardt to Briar meta. I'm going to get rolled. It doesn't make sense to go to Orlando. Last year, what was the thing that kept me from going to Nationals last year? Well, it was probably bad. But like this year, I could have done this. Like I was within, like, let me go to more, because it was in Vegas. It's like, okay, I'll probably go to Vegas. I want to play in Nationals. As soon as it got explained that it was Monarch C, because that's what I qualified on, I only go to CC events. Where's my CC tournament? And it's going to be calling probably. So I'll just go to the calling in Vegas and get 85th place or 185th place there.
And get a hoodie.
And get a hoodie if they have them. Thank you, SGC or whatever they're called.
3 letters couldn't get it right.
Yeah. But Monarch Draft, I don't think, like, everyone that's being like, oh, I'm so excited for Nationals, let me practice this with you. You guys are going to hate yourself in 3 weeks.
So what, you say they should run Outsiders Draft again?
Why not? And it was like, it's a stale thing. It's like, I promise you, you are going to like Outsiders Draft more than this. That's a Blake promise. Is there more? Oh, no. That is kind of what I would look like if I showed up to a podcast. I think what's interesting, do you have a Flesh and Blood podcast?
Fuck no.
So, I feel like from just your initial reaction, we don't need the sentence and a half of why you wouldn't. But okay. So Flesh and Blood podcast. I think there was a question on Would You Rather that got left on the cutting floor. It was like, would you rather be on a podcast or would you rather start your own? And it is something where you're like, I need people to be more engaged in their podcast. To have a podcast, you need to have a viewpoint, you need to be entertaining, and you need to have something that nobody else has, which is kind of a viewpoint, just in a different way. But it is kind of like, why are people listening to your stuff?
Right.
And if you aren't, if you're like, check out this 30-second clip, and I'm bored 8 seconds into it, y'all need a better editor. You maybe don't focus on the camera and focus on the audio equipment if the stuff you're putting out there is pointless. And if you're like, let me show you the matchup right now of Lexi versus Oldham, it's like, okay, it is viewpoint, entertaining, or like, did you win something big? I could understand like.
So credibility, right?
Yeah, there we go. Because it's like, if you're a world champion, people are going to be like, I do care. Like, do you go to the bathroom before the round or after? Like, you could say the most boring stuff, and somebody's going to go, that's what I'm doing wrong, is I keep going to the bathroom after, and I'm not able to focus on my tunic counter, which gets me the IP2, because I IP as well, and you're just like, I need to go to the bathroom earlier, and I could get there. There's so much stuff that you're blaming, and like, I think that's so interesting, and there's people behind me that was like, did you listen to that podcast? And it's like, no. I don't listen to any podcasts. I don't think that's why I'm sitting in this chair instead of there.
Not even Taylor's podcast?
I don't listen to Taylor's podcast. I want you to be clear with him. I could never listen to podcasts on purpose. It's not. I like video stuff. So maybe there's some video.
Visual learner. Yeah.
Yeah. Like if somebody were like, here's 2 people and doing this of like, but I don't know. It'd be like, what would be the most interesting they could do?
So what would you do? Would you start one or be on one? You wouldn't. Where do you fall in this sort of hierarchy of requirements?
I think what's interesting of what I'm saying is I work in entertainment, you work in entertainment, and it is something where you don't work in entertainment if you live in Michigan. I don't know if I'm calling somebody out, but like Michigan people are interesting in their own way, but can they edit a podcast and speak from their heart that's interesting? I'm not saying I'm more interesting than them, but I'm saying I don't think I have the viewpoint, whatever, and credibility where everyone would listen to my opinion over everyone else's. I like sticking in my lane where I'm like, I could nail this. And it's not like stick in your lane, but it is kind of like,
I mean,
like be interesting at least.
a big shout out to the Motor City podcast. I'm sure we got some of you guys tuned on in here for that.
There's one
more. Oh god, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, no.
Okay, so what's on? Okay, we got to go quick on this one. So this is Lost in Thought. This is the brand new Illusionist action card, and it's like this isn't fun. This is not fun. This is a Dromai card. Dromai's going to pitch a red, make an ash, get rid of the popper you have in your hand. As a Dorinthia player, you're like, don't worry, I drew a 6 this turn. You're not going to have 2 6s because you're trying to. I need to make sure the ash wings don't overpower me and all this other stuff on top. I'm going to save a 6. I have a 6. Don't worry, I can stop this. They're going to go pitch 1, Lost in Thought, put that 6 on the bottom of your deck. You'll never see this again. Don't worry, you'll get a card in 2 turns that you can use. And then the dragon pressure is just going to immediately fall down on top of you. And it's like, well, that's what I've been playing for the whole day. Like I don't know how some of the heroes I play can beat Dromai anymore, because what I was trying to do was my Lost in Thought. Also, as a brute player, what we're talking about, I hate being intimidated.
Right.
I banish a card from your hand, and you get it back at the end of the turn. Lost in Thought, Codex, Pulse Wave Harpoon, Codex the other one, Codex the third one. These are all cards that are better intimidates than my intimidate triggers. Because you get your card at the end, we're discarding those. We're discarding those from Codex. This puts it at the bottom of your deck. Don't worry, it'll be replaced in 2 turns. If this was a brute card, everyone would be like, this is so unfun to lose against. But because it's an illusionist, everybody's like, I have so many good cards, I don't know if it's going to make the cut. And it's just like, oh, Prism hates red cards. And it's like, you pitch a blue, you play Lost in Thought, you get rid of their popper. Now you're coming in with Erudition because there's no poppers anymore. You know you're good to go. You're drawing 2 cards.
You pump it by 4.
Yeah, like, come on. Like, what are you talking about? Between Angelic Wrath, Flicker Trick, and Lost in Thought, boom, 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 boom. It's like, these are all 3 Illusionist cards that are like, hell yeah, look at this. I can play this hero again. Like, whoever is doing the release schedule is up right now. Because it's like, give us one brute card where I can go to sleep right now. Like, literally when my head hits the pillow, I don't know how I'm going to beat Dromai with some of my favorite classes that were favored into her sometimes. I don't know how I'm going to beat Prism right now. Like, am I going to switch to Dory and Chorus is the card that does that?
I mean, we put cards back in our opponent's hand. We can do that.
What is the Courage token? Show us the Courage token, please. And now this is where we show our Rhinar spoiler, the Rhinar specialization. And that card's going to be like pitch 4 for 9, and it's going to only work if you have a Tunic up, and it's going to be like,
if Mercury's in retrograde,
draw 3 cards next turn because you got an extra 4 damage or whatever.
Great time to be a brute player. Yeah. You heard it here first.
Herald of Erudition is not that great without Luminaris. Well, Pat, you play way better decks than I do, okay? It's going to be perfect against me, bud.
Yeah, obviously Fabtcg, storied Guardian player, by the way. Oh, goodness.
Well, other than that, I'm very excited about where Flesh and Blood is going because I know there's going to be a way for Rhinar to stick in the meta.
I'm done. Are we doing games after this, or are we done? I'm wheezing.
No, they finished the whole tournament.
Okay, God. Get me out of here.
All right, this will be a long break. That's the schedule. I clicked the wrong button.
Alrighty.
Sweet.
Well, I appreciate you just spiking me on camera. That's totally fine. Do I get any points for knowing? Do I know any point for knowing Terra Thunder was that All-Ins thing?
No, that was not the question.
Half a point. All right. Well, we're gonna take a moment here and head over to one of our favorite segments here, which I know how to get to. I don't know how to. I don't even need to get to it because we're going to jump into an incredible segment sponsored by our friends over at Fabtcg. Let's go ahead and jump into that now. We're going to be looking and playing a quick game of Would You Rather, sponsored by Fabtcg. So here's the thing, Fabric. Fabric, it's about making tough choices. It's about looking at all the data, figuring out what do I want to go into my deck based on all of the different incredible decks that have already been made out there. There are tough choices out there in the world of Flesh and Blood, and we're going to make some more right now.
Let's do this.
And guess what?
What?
We're doing a giveaway at the end, too. I'm being told all of these things in my ear.
Battle.
Subbox of Dusk Till Dawn.
Wow. I thought he said mask. And I was like, there's a mask in Dusk Till
No,
Dawn.
there's no mask. It's a box.
Okay, sweet. Excellent. Those two words are very similar. All right.
All right.
Hit me with it. I'm ready.
I'm ready, supercomputer. Would you rather be only able to play Runeblades forever or be only able to play as illusionists forever?
Ugh.
Fascinating.
This is a
Is it easy for you?
Windmill Slam Runeblades.
Windmill Slam Runeblades?
Yeah, totally.
Dude, I think I'm Windmill Slam. Not Windmill Slam, but I think I'm illusionists.
Ew. Are you just saying that for parody
No,
on the
absolutely
podcast?
not. No, absolutely not.
On the stream?
Here's my thought. I like to present problems, and I like to say, here is a thing, you have to deal with it.
Yeah, they're called rune chants.
But see, that's just damage. Be it a non-hit effect, be it like a dragon is a problem, you got to deal with my problem. An aura, here's a problem. If I'm not interacting with my opponent, if I'm not saying you have to respect what I'm doing, I feel like I'm just giving them agency, and if their game plan just works, then I just lose. And that, not to say that I don't love playing my Runeblades, but I do feel like that's
If
why I like.
anybody watches 3 Floating, you just played a Runeblade.
Yeah, that was fun. I had a great time, but I also felt like I had to kind of high roll off my sonatas. but that's my thought process, and that's what that's just what I like about Flesh and Blood. I like saying, hey, you got to deal with my problem right now, or the game is.
Sounds like you need therapy, actually.
Both of my parents are clinical psychologists. I've had enough.
Yeah, no, it's too easy for me.
Talk to me, yeah, talk about
Runeblade Illusionist is not fun to play.
Mm.
No offense. I know Miss Mara is in the chat, so no offense to the Illusionist players, but I mean, Runeblades are cooler.
Runeblades are cool. They're very cool. I do got to say, I got my boy Sam Dando in the chat saying Illusionist, and he's maybe the coolest human being that plays Flesh and Blood. So I feel like
Did you
I'm
see?
already.
You see this wall right here of
Mara
Runeblades?
Ferris,
I know.
Illusionist. Nick Murphy, Illusionist is the correct answer. I wouldn't want to play Illusion, but I get Sam here. The Plague Hive, I love your videos. I was watching them the other day. All right, I think, have we reached a non-consensus? Yeah.
I mean, I don't need to
That's what I'm
convince
saying.
you.
We can reach a non-consensus. Let's hit our next.
My Runeblade will just beat your Illusionist, and it'll be fine.
That probably would happen, yeah. Let's say, would you rather only eat cold food for the rest of your life or only take cold showers, baths for the rest of your life? Wow. Not that one.
This is not Flesh and Blood related.
Yeah, it's super not Flesh and Blood related. But I think, you know what the people out there want to know? If we care more about food or cleanliness.
What? You can still get clean if your shower is cold.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, okay. So not good at math, not good at science. Sam, what are you good
My
at?
answer is I would take the cold showers and baths because I do.
Yeah,
I know.
me too.
Yeah, I can't eat cold food for the rest of my life.
No.
Talk about.
I mean, a sandwich can be cold.
Absolutely.
You know. What do we mean by cold? Do we just mean not hot?
No, we mean cold. I think.
We mean cold, like
We mean
from the fridge.
From the fridge, freezer, fridge, cold. Soba noodles, not ramen.
Blake, is that a hot sandwich or a cold sandwich you're eating?
That's a taco.
Oh, it's a hot taco.
That is a taco.
Nice. Yeah, so I'm also going with bath.
People are saying cold food, and to them I say Godspeed.
I guess you can cereal. You know, cereal is a great
Yeah,
cold
for
food.
80 years. Next question.
Fortified cereal. No, I'm doing baths.
Here, you hit
Would you rather be able to perfectly memorize your own pitch stack? Already can. Or be able to perfectly memorize your opponent's pitch stack?
That's interesting.
Already can.
Both?
Yeah, well, I'm not as good at my opponent because I'm looking at my cards.
Okay, so maybe that one then.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, cool.
Fill that hole in my
In your
in
gameplay?
my gameplay.
Now, here's the thing.
Also, this is Fab related, so good
This is
job.
yeah. I'm gonna say I think I'd rather be able to memorize my opponents. If I could just wave a wand and do it, I want to do that because I think I will be able to memorize my own eventually, and I'm pretty close. I can memorize chunks. I don't have the
Yeah.
whole thing, but I
Yeah.
get the chunks.
Yeah.
But being able to just like wave a wand, I know my opponent's pitch deck.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty sick. And then I could get the others. I could get there for me, but it's harder for my opponent.
Yeah, totally.
Like I've been able to be like, oh, okay, I see that sequence coming, but I don't I have to just kind of feel it out. Like, I think that should be coming soon. Like, I'm not able to just be like, oh, that's coming in the next hand.
Yeah, totally.
It's more, it's a feel thing.
I just don't play a ton of aggro decks, so if I knew my opponent's pitch stack better, that would help me out. So easy.
Easy. We've seen a lot of opponents. We're seeing some people are hungry, and we see Savage Land Nude, one of our incredible sponsors, saying to just end the game before they can get to it. Spoken like a true brute player. Let's just end this stuff.
Yeah, totally.
All right. Next question, please, supercomputer. Would you rather never be able to double sleeve your deck, or you must always triple sleeve your deck?
That's pretty funny.
That sounds awful. Shuffling like
Yeah, have you ever felt a triple sleeve card?
never.
Okay, well, you should hang out with Andrew Rudin. I think he triple sleeves all of his cards.
Does he triple sleeve them? I've hung out with him quite a bit.
I don't know. They just seem like they have a lot of weight
Is he
to
around
them.
here?
Yeah, Andrew.
Aiden, see if you can get Andrew. We want a triple sleeved card. We want a triple sleeved
Yeah,
card.
ask him if he
from Andrew
triple
Rudin.
sleeves his cards.
My cousin is on it.
Nice.
YouTube.com/sleevefloating.
What does people say? Triple sleeve.
Easy, right?
Or-
you must. Are they saying that they want to triple sleeve your card? Always triple sleeve.
Also, good look.
If you draft, you have to triple sleeve.
No problem.
No problem.
No problem.
A Chaos Goblin triple sleeve.
What's a Chaos Goblin?
You just people play it like pack battles. You just open a pack and you play with the cards. Big and White
okay.
does it. I think I'm saying I would not double sleeve my deck. I just would play less Flesh and Blood because I'd look at my cards, I'd look at my sleeves, I'd look at the door, and I'd walk out of the door. And I would not want to spend 30 minutes doing that.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't really. I do double sleeve now, but I have historically been a single sleever.
Yep.
So, can I just say I don't care?
And Taylor is abstaining. So, I think we got one
I
more.
think just for the fun, I would just always triple sleeve my deck and just be that guy.
you have the power to.
You know, and
can.
just my deck looks like this big or
If it
whatever,
if
and I
it's
need
that
a new.
fun, you could
new
just
deck.
do it.
Yeah, sure, why not?
And you heard it here first. Taylor is agreeing to always triple sleeve his cards from now on. If
Yep.
if you find him in a tournament and his deck is not triple sleeved, you are allowed to take a match win. I have a judge over there who is signing off. This is bound in blood. Vexing
Wow.
Blood.
Okay. Well, yeah, I have the knife right here, and we'll just.
Oh, I thought that was a rock.
Oh.
You were doing the. Now we
could-
can do one.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally. No, I was holding a knife.
I see it. I get it.
Last
I get
one. Okay. Not fab related. Perfect.
it. The computer.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh.
Hit me.
We hear this one's tough. Would you rather be blind only inside buildings or be blind only outside? Interesting.
Oh my
Is-
God.
See, this is why you need a master of Would You Rather, because now I have questions. Like, does a large tent outside constitute inside? And
Oh my God. I feel like I'm.
what if
Yeah.
there are a lot of windows and I can see outside, or it's an open air pavilion? You know,
I
where's the line? That's what I want to know for me to be
My
able to make
question
this
is,
decision.
can I be in the building and be sitting with a window behind me and just being like,
Stick your head out. Also, be careful.
"You guys want to play Flesh and Blood?"
This is there's an abrupt edge.
No, I
behind
see
you.
it. I'm
Yeah,
just
okay.
I'm contemplating ending it all at the prospect of. I think I can't be blind outside, bro. It'd be so sad. I like.
There's a lot of dangers outside. Did you know that?
Yeah, so I need to see them.
Cars, dogs,
Dogs are crazy.
birds,
Birds are more crazy.
other people.
Nah.
Okay.
I live in America. Everybody is super rational and cool here. I don't feel like I can be. I don't feel like I can be blind outside. I feel like I would spend even more time outside as a result. But I don't feel like going outside, and feeling the sun
That's-
on my face, and feeling the world go dark. I would be. Oh my God.
That's such a
How
great
horrible
point.
does that
I
sound?
100% agree with you because being outside is more healthy.
Yeah.
So if the choice is to go inside less because I'm visually impaired,
Exactly. I would.
then I'll
I
be
think-
outside more.
You know what? Hold on,
Yeah.
because actually, this is sounding like I might be a pretty healthy, adjusted person if I was just spending more time outside.
Yeah.
We might be onto something here.
Yeah, totally. Go blind indoors.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm just gonna start walking around like this. Or
What's that movie where they're
glasses up here?
where they gotta wear the bandana? Bird Box?
Bird. Yep.
Yeah.
Sandra
totally.
Bullock. So you're saying I could become Sandra Bullock if I do this?
100%. Oh, indoors only though.
That would be crazy.
Totally, she still
Half
got
the
it.
time, Sandra Bullock.
What does everybody else say? We'll just I'll have to have a wicked patio.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah,
dude,
right?
Dude,
Are patios
dude,
outside or
hold on,
inside?
dude, you're in the chat.
Hey, look, it's me.
So the final question is: would you rather experience ego death, or continue to cast a Flesh and Blood tournament? Because if you keep staring at this for too much longer, I think something
I'm
bad's gonna
freaking
happen.
out. Who hacked me? My phone's right here.
So I guess we're picking Flesh and Blood, not ego death. Cool.
Well, this is just crazy. That's even my photo.
This has been
Casting.
All right, we are
Hello.
back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm joined by Joshua Myers. What's up, dude? Long time no see.
Hey, man. How's it going?
I'm talking about the stream. I'm getting word from our producer that it's mostly gentlemen here, and you know what? I don't appreciate that comment.
Yeah, I know. There's more than gentlemen out here. We have a very diverse community.
Arya is holding it down.
Yeah.
I know. Mostly, but not entirely. Yeah, we are back. Round one. That was a scorcher. Red deck wins, I guess.
Red deck wins, and that's
Not
the
a horspool.
the ultimate red deck, which is Kadachi,
Yeah.
which is like another like layer to it.
But okay, tell me this: if it's red deck, then why do you run Kadachi? Because you pitching reds for that, or you got?
No, you pitch a blue. It's just you present. It's like easier.
It's not entirely red deck,
It's-
but it's
Yeah.
primarily red deck.
Yeah.
Mostly red. deck.
And then the double lava burst was just.
Ugh.
I couldn't. I was like Snapdragons. Okay, what's after this? Another lava burst.
I
Oh,
mean,
so bad.
who hasn't been on the end of a double
Yeah.
lava burst? It just seems to happen every time you play Fi, which is
Yeah.
why I'm glad there's only one. Shout out to Chris Iali enjoying our
Not good.
Chipotle catered lunch.
I gotta
which
take my
was-
hair down.
Which was delicious. Oh, we're going hair down. We could
Yeah.
both go long hair boys right
Puff
now.
Trees was saying that I got a haircut, so I just wanna. I can't control it most of the time.
There we go. At the
you
end
go.
of this next
haircut.
round, maybe my hair will also be down. We'll see.
Yeah, we both have little
Yeah,
ponytails.
I've got the business up front and then the party in the back as
sure, that's
usual.
how it works.
Yeah, so we're still waiting on round one to actually finish.
Yeah.
The Dromai is paired into each other, and they just love playing. So they're just taking their time. Again, these are untimed rounds all day, so this
Great.
might be a theme of one game going pretty long.
You
but
see, yeah, Chipotle's back there, so
Yeah.
people are really slouching.
yeah, so if you finished your game, you get lunch. If you
Yeah.
don't, you get paired into round two, and you can have some lunch later.
Yeah. It was
It's,
delicious. I still have mine in front of me, man.
If he sneaks a bite, we'll know because it doesn't go
crunch.
quietly. But yeah, no, it's delicious. Always, always a great event here for everyone who showed out and qualified. And also some, spectators. You showed up to support a friend. Maybe you got lunch too. You're just saying you could have been here with us. But
It's very true. Because there's right after, or kind of in the midsection of our tournament at Collector's Legion, there's going to be a skirmish case tournament.
that's right.
So it's like a super fun day of Fab. We got everything catered. There was like 3 Chipotle boxes. I've never seen that many Chipotle boxes ever.
Yeah.
And then even if you don't do well in the Players' Championship, you can still go play some Blitz with some friends.
Yep.
More people from the community are coming who didn't quite make it, but you've probably seen throughout the series. So it's just an overall celebration, I think, of the Fab SoCal community and what we put into the series. It's been
Absolutely. And there's got to be like $1,000 worth of guacamole out there based on Chipotle
Oh, it was
prices.
so good.
Never seen trays of guacamole delivered so pristinely. Yeah, no, exactly. This is a celebration of SoCal Flesh and Blood with the minor invasion of Arizona and Las Vegas because, they just can't help themselves, but everyone's welcome. We're always happy to have visitors.
Yeah.
They come out, we have a good time. They go all the different shops and, everyone's armories get a little bit spicier,
yeah.
which,
We invade them
we
sometimes.
don't actually need because it's pretty spicy out here anyways.
It's so spicy. The amount of just passion and just just friendship that comes out. Like even if if we didn't get a skirmish in San Diego, I'd probably go out to Arizona. I'd probably go to Las Vegas just to have an excuse to go play a skirmish and go see my friends, which
Yeah,
is
for sure.
the whole point of this. Whole point, I think, of James White's vision is Flesh and Blood's in person. You get to meet friends and travel. And get to talk a little shit while playing them. Everyone out there has been grinding. Like most people went to time. I think there's a Dromai match that we're still waiting on right now that went to time while they're setting
No
up the
time.
next
There's
one.
no time. So
Well, yeah, that went
if
like a lot of
we had time, they would have gone to
Yeah,
time, and it would have been bad for both of them. But
Mm.
I think they've finally wrapped up, so we're probably giving them just maybe an opportunity to do a little snack, a chip or two,
Yep.
because it's going to be a long day, despite being a shorter tournament. Just to bring it up again,
Yep.
for those of you who hate and love the grid, this is our format for today. So if you win out first 3 rounds, you're locked for top 8. Otherwise, you can see the O1s and O2s have a tougher road to make it to the top 8. So as you win more matches, you can solidify your thing and possibly only play 3 or 4 games before going into the top 8 today.
It's definitely true. Okay, so there's a pretty good hero spread. Not the player you think, but what hero do you think we'll be seeing within the top 8 spread the most?
I mean, I think unless the Icelanders all destroy each other,
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a couple Icelanders.
Okay.
I'm feeling pretty good that at least one Levia is going to be
Okay.
there. There's got to be a Dromai. I don't know. Craig's just incredible. So, and I also think Lexi's going to make. I feel like it's going to be Icelander, Dromai, Levia, Bravo, Lexi, and if Tyler Horspool can hold down, we'll get a fine there. Briar, I'm just going to say is not going to win because she's got that living legend curse of she'll never get the 2 points because
She's so good.
we're not giving any points for this tournament, but she still is plagued by that those 2 measly points to get her into living legend status and remove Rosetta Thorn from the game.
Have you seen that meme where it's like the rabbit in the hair and it's Oldhim is the turtle in the hair and the Oldhim's the turtle and like wins the race to living legends and Briar's just sitting there as the rabbit,
being
just
like,
waiting.
I'm so good.
And I'm gonna wait here.
Yeah, it's funny. I feel like we saw that with Prism too, right? She kind of sat at.
Yeah, she sat for a bit. Yeah, everyone wanted her gone and no one wanted to put her over the top there.
There were rumors of collusion and people not winning so that it would stay around, but we're just gonna say that that's probably not true because that's all hearsay unless you got the proof on the paper.
Yep.
Briar just can't do it right now. She's got a lot of competition.
Yep. So people asking in the chat, this is a 16-person event.
Yep.
Each person who is here had to qualify through a feeder tournament, which we ran every month throughout this year.
Yep.
And so each person earned their spot through points or through I think it's just points, right?
Yeah, it was just points.
Just points of grinding these different tournaments you're putting on every month.
Nope, that's the wrong one.
So this is going to be the grand finals of it. We have a fun little trophy. We have some cool snacks. Each player got a custom shirt with chocolate made from a local.
Yeah,
we really
fudge in here.
Fudge, yeah. So we really are highlighting. This is for the fun of it. I looked at this room and I said, who do I think is going to win? I'm like, there's not one person I don't trust in this room to pilot their decks perfectly. So I'm really excited to see some more games. Here's our trophy, AGE Champion 2023.
I don't even have to joke. I can't even fit it on screen.
It's a big
so
one.
big.
And then the winner also gets a quad 9 Arcane Lantern because that's kind of like the symbol of Arcane games. It's going to be Arcane Lanterns, one of our favorite cards. So big money in this trophy. Oh. That's why we have it in
That's why it's a hard case.
That's why it's in the hard case. It's still good. Let's go. But yeah, so they're competing for that. They're competing for cash. They're competing for notoriety throughout the region. This has come from a SoCal to a West Coast event, as Colin was describing. Arizona shows up. Las Vegas
Southwest region.
Southwest Regional.
I mean,
that's a lot of money right there. $1,000 to the winner.
$1,100 to the winner.
You can buy a CF ALS with that money.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You could buy 2 Bravo El Spectacular.
Oh, there's one in the case.
There's one in the case, so
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you have 2, you can buy both of them and have $100 left over.
Shout out to our sponsor, Collectors Legion, where we're hosting this. They've been a great host. They sell Fab singles. They sell Magic singles, One Piece. Please check out their website. And come if you're in town, come check them out. It's a massive space, right down the tons of food in the area, great parking. Thanks again, Collectors Legion.
Yeah, absolutely. Been a wonderful host since we moved down here. They are huge supporters of Flesh and Blood. Beyond just selling the game, they care about it, and it shows in everything they do here. Especially allowing us to come here and be, slightly belligerent.
A little bit. I try to be. I try to have fun.
Just like friendly belligerent. All right,
Yeah,
so
of
I
course.
think we do have
loud.
our next game. I believe it's Alejandro and Travis. Is that what we said? So we're gonna have Lexi versus Dromai. So this will be interesting. It might be a fast one. We'll see.
Lexi versus Dromai.
Yeah.
You familiar with that one?
I am not, but I think it can be tough on either side depending on how the cards roll. It's
That's true.
Well, let's get into it. Let's see what they're setting up now. We're going to go into our match intro. Lexi versus Dromai. Try to do like an announcer voice.
Alejandro Cuevas versus Travis Wagner
There you go.
at the Arcane Games and Event Players Championship.
Oh, dude, I always felt like I was in Mortal Kombat right there.
Fight!
Boom. Look at that. Them having fun,
Already
laughing.
having fun. Look at this. This
Yeah.
is why we play games, y'all, because it's fun. But I guess it's easier to have fun when you're good and you win.
It's
These guys
a
are
lot
1-0
easier.
right
Yeah.
now. They're 1-0. Alejandro had to play, I think, Alexander Vor first round on Icelander, which is a bit of a squeaker. I don't think he was expecting to win, but he got the win. You know, that just Lexi can present a lot of damage very quickly. So that's always the thing you got to worry about.
And they're always creating new meta options. So one thing I love about Fab is that you have so there's like your S tier decks, right? There's Icelander and there's Lexi right now, and then people respond to those. They'll tech for them. They're kind of like pivot the deck around it, and then now it's the balls in their court to respond kind of back to their meta options. So Lexi, for instance, if you're running, Lexi's been popular in the meta, so people run Arsenal Disruption. So Lexis have now been running Trench because they get to save that card, prolong the game more. So it's really cool to see how these decks evolve over time throughout the meta and how these different decisions impact it. Because at the beginning of the meta, I don't think many Lexis would have ran Trench.
You mean Tranch?
Trench, yeah. No, yeah, exactly. So
The treasure chest, if you will. Yeah, it's a really cool card. I think some people slept on it at first, but it's definitely been popular around here. Evan Bridges famously loves the trench, shouts it out when he wins every time. But yeah, just being able to, put anything in your arsenal,
Yep.
turn it into a resource, protect yourself from things like Command and Conquer and other stuff like that. It's just very versatile and allows them to, as you say, prolong the game and
keep their important pieces. What if that was like a codex? You get to put it back on the
Exactly,
it comes back around when it might matter. So that's the most important part. And then you can reload. Once your arsenal's clear, you can reload it.
yeah, totally. So we got some player profiles we can look at while they get set up.
Figure out who these people are.
Alejandro Cuevas, Lexi has been his thing. This like mostly his whole career. I feel like he's been a Ranger guy. He's got a 52% AGE win percentage. Great, 2 top 8s and 50 points. So he's coming in at 10th place in our top 16 coming into today. And yeah, let's see. What song will be going through your head when your back is against the wall on Saturday? Fighter by Kana Boone from the Gundam Orphans anime. That is a deep cut that I'm not familiar with. I'm glad that he shouted out an anime song and not just like,
I've watched Iron Blood Orphans. I wonder if it's Iron Blood Orphans because there's a good soundtrack.
Yeah? Nice.
Yeah, that's super solid.
I believe it. I
Yeah.
feel like animes usually either have like orchestral things or just like weird, like awesome rock music.
Well, yeah, it's just like I think that's like a goal. Like
Yeah.
is that you can make it on the front there. Let's see. Anything else? Is he from Mexico? Is he representing Mexico?
I think he's from. I could be both. He's
He's
from
from
Mexico. He
Mexico.
can represent whatever he wants. I know he's also. Doesn't he work down at Kingslayer? Is he a Kingslayer guy? No, I don't know.
He's
Maybe
not in
I'm-
San Diego, so I do not know currently. But
Uh,
a very nice guy. I've talked to him before. He's real funny. Very skilled player too.
Yeah.
Very disciplined. Like he's fast playing, but he knows.
relatively new to the game as well, which is interesting. I think he started like within the past year or so.
Is that new? Am I getting old?
I mean, to me, I've been playing for 3 years and I suck. So to me, I'm just like, wow, this guy's only been playing for like 16 months. He's amazing. But no, he's been very good. He's learned a lot and just really jumped into this game. I'm pretty sure that's true. Someone call me out if I'm wrong. Actually, don't call me out. We'll just say it's true. Great guy. Travis, he's a local. He comes to Odyssey Games all the times. He was a big Fi player, bane of my existence some weeks. But, always very nice, always jovial. And then when Fi, got a little belittled itself, he switched to Dromai, and he's been having success with Dromai as well. So this will be interesting. I really am not super familiar with this matchup, so hopefully we can speak to it with some credibility, other than just being like, let's see what happens. But honestly, let's just see what happens. I'm excited.
I remember walking out there and seeing Travis play, and I think he's playing Red Line Dromai. Because I saw Breaking Point,
Okay.
which is traditionally only red. So I think it's Red Line Dromai, which might make this matchup significantly different.
Absolutely, yeah. That's interesting. You know what? We've got some. Well, I've got not on the stream, but I can tell you right now. We'll look at his deck live while they're setting up.
Mhm.
There's a lot of red in there. He's got
Oh,
Command
yeah,
and
we see
Conquers.
it.
He's got Flame Call Awakening. He's got Flicker Ticks. A bunch of dragons. Nourishing Emptiness.
3 nourishing because of burn them alls, right? Because you can take out your attack actions, burn them all, and then just play it, and then attack action, burn them all, and play
Pretty
it.
sweet. Snatch, Remembrance, of course, Warmonger's Diplomacy, the most recent card that will be banned later
What's
on.
your what's your take on that? What's your stance on Warmongers?
My stance is that it makes the game less fun.
What's less fun?
I think it prevents you as a player from doing what you want to do, not because of what the player, a choice the player made, just flat out the card just takes it away from you. Any deck that wants to do more than one thing is going to be hampered by this card. So
Yeah.
it favors decks that are either all attacks or I guess all non-attacks, because you have to pick one, and if you have both in your hand, you really have a less. I don't know. It just seems less exciting to me, and I don't like that. I think it's a mistake that it's a blue that costs 0. If it costs 1, better. If
Rips
it
the
was a
card out,
yellow,
Blue
better.
zeros are good.
Block
Yeah.
for 2, better. The fact
Yeah.
that it is just a no-brain add to your deck because it's blue, block for 3, and cost 0. It just, I don't know. I find it uninspiring, to be honest.
It's very polarizing. Doesn't make the game feel as interactable or fun. I understand that.
Yeah.
I think most people have that perspective. But we're into the game now. We're going to see some Warmongers, see how it makes these guys feel. We have interesting setups for both players, right? So for Travis, we have the Arcane Skullcap, my classic, a favorite, with Seeker's Mitts, the Furnace, and the Snapdragons. And then for Alejandro, we have New Horizons, Tranche, Hornet Sting, because Rip Bullseye Bracers. What else are you going to use?
Yep.
And Snapdragon Scalers. So both players obviously trying to go wide. Snapdragon Scalers is a very aggressive take. You're like, I'm trying to do wide chains. The utility and the gloves, all right. I'm really interested to see how this Skull Cap works for Travis, because I feel like we've been seeing more people experiment with it, and not as many people are a fan of it. But I grew up in a meta where that was your armor piece.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the fact that it can block 3 is not something that can be ignored much longer. I also feel sometimes that Crown of Providence promotes kind of bad play, because you're like, oh, just put anything in my arsenal and I'll block with
sloppy
it. But
play.
it's just it is good for what it does, but sometimes that 1 point of health is the difference between winning and losing. So I had to look up Hornet Sting because I forget what it does. It does block for 1.
Yep.
And says whenever Hornet Sting defends, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an arrow, deal 1 damage to the attacking hero or ally. Otherwise, put it on the bottom of your deck. So pretty cool tech against Dromai.
Is the ally part?
Yeah, because the ally part, I think also just dealing damage while defending is always super strong. It's something that can really catch people off guard if they're not used to it. And being that it's a newer piece because of Bullseye Bracers being banned, it seems like a very...
It's definitely a new way to play around it. So Travis with a good opening turn here. Pitched 2 red cards, created 2 ash, and threw the CNC down. Alejandro says, here's 3 blocks.
Yep.
Now we're off to the races.
Yeah. Hates the block with that endless arrow, though.
It does suck. I wonder what else was the options there.
I think he had the instant lightning press.
Oh,
So
yeah. Can't block with
He
that.
may not have a choice, and there could have been a 2 block on something else, so that might have been his only choice, which is the downside of Ranger.
So here's the Battering Bolt. So Battering Bolt, from my understanding, is mostly in there as a popper. It's a 6, right?
Yeah.
I've never seen someone play it against me. So he loads a Battering Bolt, fires it. Yep, Travis says, I don't see this card too often. What does this do? All right. We're going to look up exactly. There's a lot of text, and my vision isn't that great.
Yeah, 2 for 6. When Battering Bolt hits a hero, they reveal their hand and discard all cards other than action cards. Then they lose 1 health for each card discarded this way. So interesting, but I do believe it's mostly a 6 popper in there. He's probably just playing it to set up his turn because...
You might have drawn weird. It came in the wrong order. Like you said, one of them is possibly a press. Yeah, I definitely see a press in his hand. So it's like, I think he's trying to set up a press turn.
Yeah, probably.
Setting up a press turn on Endless Arrow sucks. Because it's like, oh, guess what? It's gonna become endless. But arsenaling, I've seen it before. Arsenaling it, flipping it, give go again to a new other arrow. It's really great.
Yeah, it's, there's a reason it's been in the deck for forever. I feel like. Yeah, so Travis gonna block Sink Below.
Yep.
Take a couple damage.
Take 3, no problem. He gets to look at the hand.
He's got all action cards.
All right.
There you go. Good job. Good job,
Now
Travis.
you know. There's some strong ones. Red Rakes, Dromai,
And a dust up.
super strong. And you have 2 Ash already.
Yeah.
It's ready.
Yeah, I mean the CNC really like it's not effective on turn 0 other than making Ash, and maybe getting a couple cards, which can be a blessing or a curse, I think sometimes, if your opponent has like a weird hand, it forces them or allows them to kind of reconfigure, but in this case it feels like it really did hamper Alejandro's first turn because he had to block with some good cards.
Yep. Here comes the Rake. Now we're going to get 3 little dragons, which is really hard, I think, for Alejandro to deal with. Rakes are like big ways for you to get that leak that damage. I think it's Dromai, especially for that, because most of the time Alejandro's on hits want to be going towards your face, going towards the enemy. So having to deal with, which is a little 1/1s biting your ankles, is very annoying for Ranger.
Yep. So he's transforming 3, leaving 1 Ash because I believe, paying for it. Generated an extra 1. So this is starting to look, it's always scary when all of a sudden there's multiple dragons on the field, even in the baby dragons.
Oh, yeah. And Alejandro not having the best start is not great, but still, we're still super early, right? 37-40. It's definitely going to be swung.
This game is over. Can't believe it. He's up 3 points. He's not going to win this game.
Travis playing a really interesting, once again, dragon. I think that does really well against Lexi here because this dragon is the Yenderai. He's the big dad dragon who you have to break his kind of damage shield first, and then you can go for the kill. So once again, Alejandro would have to commit 2 cards or a popper. That's fair. That's a good one. Down and Dirty, another tech card probably just for Dromai.
Yep.
I've never seen Down and Dirty in any Lexi player.
I mean, it's good. Lets you hold on to that popper and defend from Arsenal. It's like, it sucks for illusionists, but it's great for everybody else.
Yeah, that was a great ad from Outsiders, I think, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it is one of those cards where it's just like, it feels bad in that it's like, its purpose is just to disrupt this one class. It doesn't really do anything else. And then you have to include it in your... I feel like the fact that you have to include poppers is always that thing of like, well, this sucks. I have to put these cards in here that I don't like. But, that's why we have 80 card decks. Is that 80 cards? 80 cards.
80 cards. Yeah, 80 cards is the max. Yeah.
I was talking too much about Blitz earlier. Just forget how many cards we have in decks. So there we go.
There's
Flipping over the lightning press. Go again on our next attack.
Blood arrow, the worst one. That's 7 damage arrow if it hits, pretty much.
This one is...
Oh, it's going to be 8 damage because he buffed it by 1. So he... Wait.
And he can lightning press.
Yeah, so he reveals lightning press. It create... Does it create a lightning embodiment or it creates a...
No, just her thing. It gives the next attack go again.
The next attack go again. So it's the other card that Lexi got that makes the embodiment. The new one.
One of the Unity cards?
Yeah.
So coming in for 6, threatening the on hit. The lightning press is coming. If you block, so it's like...
It's so hard. Like, I hate this situation. This is like, all right, well, eventually he's going to have to use it. Alejandro wants to use it correctly on the right things. It punishes a good block, but also he can't have it in there forever because it also takes up slots for his double arsenal for the New Horizons. So he's going to have to find a way to kind of weave it in. I don't think it'll be too hard. Yep, he's going to go right here on this one. Have you ever been a blood arrow thrown at you from Zeus himself? Like just lightning press?
Yeah.
And just a blood rod everywhere?
It's nasty electrified blood coming right at you.
All right, there's the blood rod.
I respect this no block from Travis. I don't think there's a good move. Like when you block, it's going to hit and feel bad anyway. So
just let it happen.
Just take it, and his turn's now over, and, Travis is set. We don't see anything. All right, I think we're back. We don't have our monitor up yet, but I told you if he's...
Okay.
But we
Cool.
can't see anything.
Can't see anything, man. I was taking a snack. Justin's getting me right
I
now.
told you if you took a snack, we'd hear it first. All right, we're back. All right, jumping back in. Sorry about that, everybody.
It's caught red-handed.
OBS is a great software until it crashes, which it usually doesn't. All right, so
We're
it
back.
looks like we missed.
Oh, he
Travis's
did Lost in
turn.
Thought.
Oh, he did lost. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
so
we're still in the
okay.
same turn. He pitched one burn mode, do Lost in Thought. Now we're looking at Alejandro's stuff.
He's lost in thought while the stream was lost in the ether. So he's going through his card. He's picking the drill shot. That's a good one. That card also sucks to get hit by. I feel like so many of Lexi's cards just suck to get hit by. That's why it's a rough deck to play.
My homie was hitting me fatigue shots yesterday, like blue ones, and I was like, God, stop, please.
Yeah. He's like, really? I have to block this?
uh,
Yeah, I hate that fatigue shot is like, for some people, it's horrible. And for other people, it's like, I don't care. Bravo's like, whatever, dude. All right, so here we go with the Mai coming out. That's an interesting one in this matchup.
Yep. His art makes him look like he's like the leader of a homeowners association.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
the Mai famously is like the Karen of the Dragons as he represents Solana. He's going to be there being like, oh, you excuse me. You didn't
Gotta
do
mow
this
your
correctly."
lawn.
Yeah. Oh, did you paint your mailbox yellow? I'm sorry. We're going to fine you.
You're gonna go to jail. For that.
So, all right, here we see the Hornet's Sting coming out to block a baby dragon, revealing an arrow, and going to deal a damage and end Travis's turn. Very nice. That's a really cool card for this situation. I was curious if he was going to try to save that for later, but I guess it makes sense when you're being threatened by
A red rake.
enough
Yeah.
enough dragons that you just don't want to deal with them. So you stop it in its tracks.
Yeah. I think Alejandro's in a much better place now than he was at the beginning. He's a substantial damage lead. He's able to maintain some of these dragons currently, and he's able to have a 5-card hand, 4-card. Yeah, he blocked one, I guess, or he got lost in thought on one.
So tell me this: is there anything that Thamai targets in this matchup, or is it just another dragon that you have to deal with? Because it says opponents can't play cards or activate abilities during your turn. But Lexi's generally not doing that. I guess
You can
Voltaire-
load during someone's turn.
Yeah, Voltaire, but I feel
Yeah.
like that's more of a turn 0 thing and not a normal mid game.
You can respond to things like Lost in Thought or something, right? Can't you?
I
So,
guess
like
so,
instant
yeah.
speed. Like there's some weird things. you
That
know.
actually makes sense. So yeah, to get around some of those hit effects or card abilities. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. I like that. So yeah, oh yeah, is that what just happened? I think I missed that by talking about Thamai. He popped something by blocking? Is that what just happened?
What? No, he's playing his cards. This
Yeah.
is his hand. He has
Lightning
not
Press
popped
is a
anything.
popper. I was just looking at the chat.
You
Maybe
can.
I
Don't listen to Matthew.
Whoa. I didn't say that. All right, so here we go. Seeing the skull cap come out, getting its first value. Taking damage, working out for Travis yet again. Getting that 2 block and
Clearing a dragon. And this is the game right now. You do some damage. You clear a dragon. You kind of set up that big hand. I'm wondering. Did you look at Alejandro's list at all? Does he have... Because this is some new text with like Blood Rot codexes. They're always changing Codex of Inertia. So I want to see what he has in the store for Travis here.
let's see. How many books does he run?
How many books?
How many books?
Nope, just three of the
frailties, yeah.
the frailty ones.
Does have Sleep Dart. He runs Heart of Ice.
This is the Dromai sideboard right here.
Shock Charmers. Yeah, it's
3 battering bolts, 3 down and dirties.
and then I think he's got the... Oh, no, he doesn't. Yeah, is
The
that
pseudo-
it for his poppers?
Yes.
Oof. Woof.
Well, that's Lexi.
Yeah, that is...
He's got a
Lexi.
remorseless. Is that? I don't know. That's traditional Lexi. Remorseless is pretty cool.
Yeah, Remorseless is a good card. Of course, running 6
Some
infected
laces.
shots, a couple laces.
It seems like he's got a heavy blood rot build right now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it just does so much damage and
So
presents
much.
such a hard question every time you
Yeah.
throw it in there.
Mirage guy coming down for Travis.
Here we go. No
Can't pop.
poppers here.
Yep. Which is going to be hard. I'm sure Alejandro is counting on leaning on some of those poppers to be able to pivot. So now that Mirage is down, he's probably going to have to use some of his next turn to clear it.
Mm-hmm.
and he's choosing to block. Alejandro being very conservative. I know if I was at 37, I'm like, yeah, sure. But this is why these players are here. They're super good. They know more than us for sure. And he's gonna, value every bit of that health. Block a little bit. Take 2 little bites on the ankles from the dragons, and
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like that's always the thing when you're going against Dromai is if you give them more time, they have more time to set up.
Yeah.
But I think because Lexi can do so much go again, has cards like Endless Arrow that if you just take out a dragon, it comes back to your hand. But I think it's a little bit easier for Lexi to clear a board than for some other heroes. So he can take his time. I think he's got to be smart because if you just start thinking, oh, I can take some of this damage, all of a sudden you're at the same health, and then you're in a much worse position than you were a couple minutes ago.
it's very true. And usually Dromai's kind of stabilize around 25, 20, and then they start you're like, oh gosh, things are happening.
Yeah, Dromai is, I feel like, the deck that's going to use its life as a resource early on to get their board state going. And then once that reaches that tipping point, it can be very hard for a lot of decks to deal with the sheer number of dragons that come at your face.
But we do know that Travis is not necessarily playing a big dragon build, but is more of a red line kind of build. So
yeah, but the baby dragons are even worse sometimes.
Baby
'cause,
dragon.
It feels bad to block.
it feels bad, and you have to kick them away. And you're like,
Yeah.
no, the baby. Endless Arrow though is pretty solid here. He's gonna just do a flicker trick. It looks like. Blocks 4, right? Yeah, flicker trick blocks 4. I'm pretty sure. New cards from Dust Till Dawn.
Oh, that Heatseeker? I was like, what is this card? It looks crazy because of the foiling on it.
I don't know if foiled cards are cool, Colin. I know.
They are cool. That's half the reason we play this game. He blocks 5.
Block 5. Okay, that's the new one. So
It's if it's a defense reaction, and that's blocking a
5/5
non-phantasm or non-illusionist attack. Blocks 5. That's
Nice, perfect block on that.
good.
Not 4. It's a new one. All right. So Endless into Heatseeker. Heatseeker's gonna be 5 here. Would you still?
Heatseeker is.
Would you? Okay. I'm trying to think here. Would you care about Heatseeker? You have dragons. You're still presenting 2. You can go a little tankier.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it all depends what's in his hand.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of the thing where the value of it is very strong for Lexi. Getting that card into their arsenal, he's going to come back with a 6-card hand after Travis takes some damage. So to me, it's one of those usually a must block card, and
Because it sets up that 6-card hand.
yeah. But he already blocked the first attack, Endless Arrow, which is another must block. So it's not a damned if you do and damned if you don't situation. I think, and I think he wants to keep presenting threats rather than blocking out turns because he's already on the back foot just a little bit.
Another Lost in Thought. Lost in Thought having some good targets here. I'm not too excited for Alejandro's next turn. Travis probably says.
Yeah.
I see a 3 of a kind. I see a Codex. You have a Blood Rod already. You have one in Graveyard. You got Snap still up. Alejandro about to have a very big turn coming up. But Lost in Thought will be able to give Travis a little bit of a heads up and how to play the situation.
Yeah, Lost in Thought just great card. It's so damaging. You get the card back eventually. I feel like comparing it to Phantasaclasm, where they just drew a card immediately.
Yeah.
This is so much worse because it gets
Now Travis should play Censor and just scare Alejandro or Chains of Eminence. And
oh
it's
my god, that would be hilarious. Those are the kind of deck building things that lose you matches.
yeah. So
burn them all coming out.
So Alejandro and both Travis. So Lost in Thought's a bit of a new card. So I've seen this happen already a couple of times today, where the Lost in Thought technically doesn't go into the grave. The card you pick, it goes to the bottom of your deck.
Yeah,
and you get a Ponder.
Yeah, it goes to the bottom, but you don't get that card back till the end of your next turn.
Yeah.
That's the hard part. I think it's nice that you get a card back eventually, but it really does hamper your next turn. Luckily, he got that Heat Seeker and has 2 arsenals. So the blue infecting shot still annoying. It's not a heavy card, but you got to think about blocking it just because of the hit effect.
Yep. Currently, that's just a misrepresentation of board state for both people. I think you have to roll with it. Don't have a judge easily. Like I say, it just happens. It's a new card. It's probably going to happen when you guys go to Vegas. It's probably going to happen. Make sure you read the things. Because it could come to bite Alejandro a little bit later.
Yes, stream, thank you.
We got it.
They're the ones playing the game. I'm we just talked about this recently, and I'm not super into the judge by stream crowd. Like,
that's all good.
it's just
Everyone just wants to see a game played really well, and definitely want to see like a victory that they think is like pure. Once again, the lost in thought is definitely a mistake, but it's not going to be something where it's like considered like cheating or something. So we're just going to have to roll with it for now. Moving on, they're going to do 3 of a kind with Alejandro. What is he looking to play? I wonder what his 3 is. I think one of them was press, I see.
it's an Art of War too. That's
An Art of War. So yeah, he 3 of a kind into like not enough arrows, I don't think. And he has to use some of them. Yeah, Art of War is not what you want to see. Press is not what you want to see. So you only really have 2 arrows that you can fire plus the Blood Rot. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Alejandro's about to have a really great turn and just drew really badly, unfortunately.
Ranger problems. Always a possibility on your 3 of a kind turn that you won't be able to do very much, which is one of the worst things that I think can happen to you while you're playing this game. Where you're like, here I go. Oh, never mind, I pass.
Yeah.
Famously, Isaac Jessen of the Attack Action Podcast at the first U.S. Nats in the top 8 whiffed his 3 of a kind.
Oh, and it was Codex too? Damn. And then he pitched a sleep dart too. So yeah, it was just a full brick on this 3.
That's really rough.
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of the balance of a Ranger deck and playing 3 of a kind is if you run enough instants and...
There's a blue Blood Rot arrow too. Yeah, it's not the strongest 3 of a kind I don't think a Lexi player has ever had, but it's definitely worth it.
It's not the worst.
Not the worst.
But it's definitely not the strongest.
Another Blood Rot token coming down, which do a lot of work against, I imagine, Dromai, because she doesn't have many blues.
Yeah.
For it, yeah.
Definitely not a bad thing. Nice. Okay, so we're going to do the Rustling Leaves. He's going to pitch to draw some cards.
Yep. So he's going to pitch to reveal, and then if he reveals, he can put it, reveals an arrow, he can put it into his arsenal, and then it breaks. If he doesn't reveal an arrow, then it doesn't break, which is kind of cool about Rustling Leaves.
Nice.
Reveals a sleep dart, a red one at that. Yep. So what happens is you can actually do it twice. So that's what he did. Is you can pitch to it twice and it can hit twice. So he somehow.
Oh,
yeah,
I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I was like, wait, why did he do it again?
Because you can because it's an instant, so you can respawn on the layer again and then have it resolve down.
Wow.
So able to dig himself out with a 3-card brick there a little bit. But he can't give him go again, I don't think, can he?
No, because they're already in his arsenal, so...
Yeah, so...
Unless he can do it by some other means, which he's already used his Snapdragon, so... I mean, he really well navigated that terrible 3 of a kind turn into something that was worthwhile. He got some damage, he got some blocks, and he's got the Blood Rot Pox token over on Travis's side, so he's getting him down to a place where... He's got to be a little uncomfortable. He's only got the 2 Ether Ash Wings. He doesn't have, any... I mean, he's not running a ton of big dragons, but he definitely has some. And we haven't seen a lot of his, kind of go-wide redliner turns either so far. So
not quite yet. He's been doing a lot of blocking, a lot of setting up.
Yeah, you do still have to respect Dromai. The Burn Them All is just going to be consistent chip damage.
Yep.
And they can really turn the tide really quickly sometimes. It's just they just need a couple good cards, a couple good dragons, and all of a sudden you're facing 12 plus damage a turn unless you can clear it. So
I will say this game's a little bit awkward. Just the hands they've been getting hasn't.
Mhm.
It's not really like a powerful. I feel like you've just been seeing kind of some clumpy hands.
yeah, for sure. That's it's card games though, right?
Yeah. That's the part of it. Winning a tournament requires skill and luck. Can't have.
True.
Can't. You need one. You need both of them. You can't just have one.
I think the skill part is it's like 70-30. You can force it with the skill, but you can't force it with the luck.
So 2 really big dragons coming out for Travis. You have Dromai
There we
and
go.
Miragai. Dromai getting the action point, and Miragai being able so Alejandro cannot pop it right away.
Yep.
So now you're gonna be seeing some bigger turns coming out of Travis's side. He has a little more protection and has taken his time to kind of carefully craft his board to set up this wide turn.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was just talking about. It can happen on a dime. We all of a sudden doubled our dragons. We've
Yep.
got extraction points. We've got phantasm protection. Alejandro doesn't run a ton of poppers, so it could be kind of moot or safe to block this. But it looks like he's got it. He does have it.
He has
I
the
would-
down and dirty. Gonna go for the.
I honestly, I feel like that was a bit greedy from Travis. I think you kind of want to protect your Miragai, but I guess against Lexi, she might just go after it anyways.
No matter what.
So
It's gonna
maybe
net a
just-
card no matter what. Yeah.
You try to, because it's basically like he prevented 3 damage to himself.
And they were kind of low in the game, so either has it or he doesn't. I think Alejandro is looking to really pop off and try to go for the kill here against Travis. Let's see what he has in store, though. He has 2 in arsenal, 3 in hand. Travis has 3 dragons.
Really
and
haven't seen like the big Lexi turns like we normally do, but here we go. Give our next attack go again with the Lexi reveal. Sleep Dart. Ooh. This one is good against Dromai.
Sleep Dart's super solid. Turns off our ability. Can't give dragons the go again.
So I'm saying this card this card is good against some heroes. I guess so. We were talking about Fatigue Shot earlier.
Yeah.
I meant Sleep Dart.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Sleep Dart's good.
Sleep Dart is good. It's a classic. It's been in there.
Travis checking the graveyard, seeing, is there more presses? What is going on? He sees a press in Arsenal. Very scary, especially being at 13 life. You're like, wow, that's just 3 life. You're probably going to get no matter what.
That should be his last, or, he had to, I think he just pitched a lightning press on his 3 of a kind turn, and he used 1. So this is his 3rd one, and the other one's on the bottom. So he's not safe. He's not safe from it yet, but it is, again, that tricky situation where you block, and then he might just hit you or keep it and threaten you again. It's the looming threat of lightning press in your face.
Then I use my snag, and it doesn't work.
Oh, bring it back, snag.
Bring back snags, man.
And just,
Oh, it's an instant. Damn, it's not
infecting
even an
shot.
attack reaction. It would work. Damn it.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
That's
snags
why
it. That
that
was a weird
card's not
card.
that great.
Rip.
Remember when it was so good for like 20 minutes?
That's 20 minutes, but now, yeah, exactly. We have another red infecting. This is gonna be massive, just pushing damage overhead. And let's see if Alejandro looks to press.
Oh, I thought he was taking that damage. I was like, dang, Travis,
Yeah.
that's a flex. Yeah, I'll just take half my life away. I mean, but if he doesn't go after dragons, that is value for Travis. It's the thing against Dromai. You got to choose: do you go to face or do you go to allies? And I think at this point in the game, Alejandro does need to put that pressure on because Travis can turn. Another good turn, double dragon turn. Nice double dragon. Another double dragon turn again. It just keeps building on itself if you don't clear all of them. So I think he's looking to win this game and not prolong his exhaustion.
Alejandro's health lead, though, is massive from all these blood rots. Travis has probably taken 6 damage from these blood rots he's gotten because he's not paying for them. So it really starts to add up. And Travis is getting into a situation to where he's going to be he is on the back foot, but he won't be able to present enough damage to even close lethal, and all Alejandro has to do is just make a wide enough board and hold press. And once press can come down, then it'll just be the finisher.
Yeah, absolutely. Finally seeing,
A rabble.
a rabble.
Rabble.
It's just been rough for Travis not seeing those, go again pressure cards that really can contribute to his wide attack chains and lots of damage. So,
Slowly bringing them back. Yep, 1 Ashwing, 2 Ashwing. Travis still probably going to be taking this 2 on the back end. Oh, and a snatch.
ooh,
Nice.
that does hurt.
Snatch with Snapdragons up. The classic WTR combo.
Nice.
So Alejandro's decide here, is it worth it?
Is it worth it? He did take a lot of damage this turn, but he does have a 6-card hand with Lightning Press. It's do you go for the glory of the AGE Open Series Players Championship?
Travis has none floating, so he wouldn't be able to do too much after this, and whatever he draws after that would be free. Wouldn't be able to secure the victory, but Alejandro doesn't want to take the chance here. Doesn't want to give him any setup. He says, I have armor. I'm going to close out the game securely. Here's 1 card and tranche.
Yeah, I think that's smart because even if Travis would just arsenal the card, that is advantage over in his next turn, and it could, he's got defense reactions, so it could be a defense reaction, and that would be really disruptive to Alejandro's next turn, which I'm sure he's looking to strip a lot of cards from Travis right now.
Well, he has the press right now, and he's probably going to be able to flip an arrow, obviously, but I don't think it won't be... He loaded last turn, so it won't have go again and won't have +1.
Yeah.
So it would need to be something like a bone shot, which he can press to give go again and also reload in a way.
He does have 9 Bolton shots and 3 Falcon Wings.
Falcon Wings is a good one as well.
I was going to say, his deck does support just natural go again, or somewhat natural go again. Yeah, and then just that Lightning Press sits there and says, do you want to take 3 more damage too?
Do you?
Is this lethal?
See, I'm a type of player where I'll just put my hand on it and just look at them.
Yeah.
Just, hold it, move it around, play with it. Just make sure it's always there.
It is that thing where you don't want... It sucks when someone just forgets, and it does happen. There's a lot of information, but guess what? There's a Rain Razors too. Ooh.
Over the overhead. All right.
This turn, this might be it. I mean, Travis does have Flame Scale Furnace to block with. The Seeker's
3 of a
Mitt,
kind.
He can pitch. Oh, and then he's 3 of a kind.
It's very interesting that he's still choosing not to press. I think he's looking at a press as like the confirm, right? As his confirm when it does go down.
Nice.
So that press is now stuck in there because he has played. Oh no, because 3 of a kind is Arsenal, not Arrow. My bad. So he can actually still play the 3 of a kind.
Totally.
Yeah.
No, this is the situation where
Okay, never mind. So you're good.
it's not the worst card to have on a 3 of a kind turn.
Yep. So comes back in. He's gonna load 1 and probably look to end this turn if he can. Let's see if Travis has some answers. Travis need to have things that are like, what's that one that you use a dust that has ward?
Sand Cover.
Sand cover or sink below. Some high blocking cards here or to pivot.
Yeah, let's see what he's got in his deck. I don't know if he has Sand Cover. Oh, he has got a one of Sand Cover.
Nice.
He's got Sigil and Sink Belows. I'm not sure if those are in the deck for this matchup.
We'll see.
But yeah, here we go. Searing Shot. This one, you lose a health when it hits, right?
Yep. Wait, what was this? This is Searing. Yeah, so if this hits, they lose an extra 1, I'm pretty sure.
So what a great bunch of cards for Alejandro on this turn. Really putting the pressure. He's got not only threatening the Lightning Press, but then the loss of life. Like, he could, he could just win out. And he's got Travis has a Nourishing Emptiness in hand. That blocks for 2, right? Or does it block for 3?
Nourishing's 2, I'm pretty sure.
Somebody will correct us. They love to do it.
I love it. So that's why they keep
putting
this.
Blocks for 3.
Blocks
It's
for 3?
Majestic.
Okay.
So he can block 9 plus 2 from his Flame Scale.
Okay.
So that is good. Because
That's so scary, though.
Big, and then he's still just going to hit you with that anyways.
Nothing else can come from his hand. I think he's just getting it out.
I mean, it's gonna hit, and then it's gonna lose the extra life. So that's putting him in a really bad spot. And yeah, that's it for his turn. But still, really, really strong spot for him to be in. Leaving Travis, which is a single card, which because of his board state, he can still present. a
You
good
know,
amount of
Dromai.
damage.
Yeah, they put all his work to do this. So right now, Travis is presenting 1 to 5 damage, 6 damage with burn them all on board. Still not enough to kind of declare the finish, but he's probably gonna go for it. Oh, another Dromai.
Nice.
That's gonna be a good amount of damage.
Now, if Alejandro well, if he has a popper, this is his worst nightmare because double doesn't matter.
A double.
Because he's just gonna have action points 4 days.
Oh yeah.
Let's jump in. What's Alejandro thinking? He's like, oh boy,
He's in the tank.
I love Dromai. It's my favorite dragon.
Yeah, I'll take that damage.
Got the the beeline of casters in the back watching the game. Just kidding. They're the professional ones.
Alejandro turning off the skull cap, making it even.
Nice. Well, I think Skullcap was dead.
But you have AB3. What if you wanted?
He whips out the new unreleased Ranger card that does arcane damage.
three Arcane.
Take 3 arcane, lose the game.
But that skull cap has put in all its work. It has blocked 3, and if it
Totally.
And Travis would have been at 2, I guess technically, and he still has Seeker's Myth, so he has some defensive options still.
Yeah, he's got 2 left on armor, including his Seekers. But Seekers is rough. Like I feel like you want to use that earlier, but I'm not a Dromai player.
Draw 2 +1/1. Wait,
He's banishing.
banishing that. Okay, so draw 2. Boom, boom. Hopefully they're not codexes.
What is it?
+1.
I think one's a 3 of a kind.
Is it?
It is.
One is a 3 of a kind. It's gonna pop off a little more here.
Here
3
we
of a
go.
kind coming down. 1, 2.
I think this
3.
is gonna be it, unless he
The
breaks
arrow,
really
arrow.
hard. I think I saw an Art of War maybe. Does he run?
Another Art of War. Just keep playing Art of War into 3 of a kind.
But he can't.
Yeah, you can't play anymore. Yeah,
Gotta be in Arsenal. So he's got a lace in Arsenal.
that's cool. We'll go a little
This-
pump.
This is gonna hurt, and if he doesn't kill him, he's probably gonna waste his turn preventing that Blood Rot Pox. But
Yeah,
I'm gonna guess that this might
Hamstring,
be our
yeah.
final turn. Ooh,
never know. You never know.
it's true. But he's gonna make him. He's gonna make him pay. He's gonna say, "Block this with go again." You know the lace is coming, and
Well, the thing is also is that like Alejandro can only load 1 more time.
yeah.
But the lace is huge here
Yeah.
because any damage leaks from that lace.
But we haven't seen a lot of Bolton shots, so if he does have a Bolton shot, it does hit. He could get that reload.
That's true.
So
He could extend the
does-
chain more.
he does have options. He runs 9 Bolton shots in this deck, which to me makes sense. It's a
Yeah.
good card.
Great card. One time got someone played 3 Bolton shots on me on a double Rain Razor's turn. It was not a fun time.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they live for. Those
Yep.
Rangers, they love it when their cards do what they want to do.
Alright, so 6 go again,
6 go again.
and it's
Easy.
a fake frostbite. It doesn't give you a frostbite, but it makes your next card cost 1 more.
Yep.
That you play
So-
next turn.
That will hurt. Sorry, just kicking equipment here.
I got long legs,
Off
man.
camera. Oh, and Sink Below coming in clutch. Blocking with the Uvia and the Sink Below. Is he going to sink? I can't see what's in his hands.
Sink's a good one to have in this turn.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the turn you want to see at least one of these guys.
Yeah.
So yeah, Lace coming in next. We'll see what Alejandro can muster for his follow-up to, I mean, at the very least, he's gonna take all of Travis's cards.
All of them.
And it's not a bad, it's not a bad place to be in.
But Travis can still start kind of taking some of his cards because he can swing out with a Dromai.
That's true, because he will get an action point still. So he kind of gets around the not playing a red card, even if he doesn't have any cards.
Alejandro says, I'm going to pump this. I don't think that you have anything else to block it. So it's going to be +3, +1. And then I'm pretty sure that one's like either 4 or 5. So Charles, 2 cards in hand, Seeker's Mitts, which you have to pitch to kind of do something.
headshot. If it's put in your
It's 4.
arsenal face
Okay, so-
up, it's +2 though. So it could
Oh.
be it could be 9, right? It could be 10.
Okay, it's
Yeah,
6.
so it's 6. Oh, it's 11.
Oh, whoa, headshot's
Oh.
crazy.
Oh, I think that's it. I'm gonna call it. What can he do? He can block 2 from his arsenal. No, he'd have to pitch for the Seeker's mid.
And then even if like one of it gets through, you lose to Blood Rot.
Then the blood rot's gonna kill him. Yeah, I think that's it. Travis just doing the mental gymnastics of I got to do my due diligence to make sure there's no out, because sometimes there is. It can look dire, and you can be like, I'm dead. But
These rounds aren't timed.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
come
mean,
take
his
your
last
time.
one surely was.
They don't pay us overtime. Go ahead.
Yeah. Travis coming off a lengthy first round game against another Dromai.
Yeah.
So I feel like this is it. He can only block 6. I mean, he can block 7. And then he's going to take 4. Good game. There it is.
GG.
Wow.
Alejandro takes it.
Stoic as ever.
He's still a little nervous. You can see it. He's like, all right.
That was a close one, man.
Yeah,
He played it really smart. I think he did well blocking and not getting greedy with his life lead, because he knew there was going to be a point when he needed that life as a resource to put through the damage to end this game.
Shout out Travis's wife for coming and supporting
Dude,
in the
awesome.
background.
Yeah, like
That's always great when your significant other supports your hobbies. Oh, your wife's up. She's like, you can go ahead and play your card games.
yeah, no, she's like, I don't get it. Yeah, I was so close. We played. Oh, we.
Wait, I can fix it. It's okay. See, look, magic.
Oh yeah, look at that teamwork.
Perfect.
I got her to play the Ira decks when they first came out.
Yeah, you're telling me
Let's
about
play
that.
this.
Yeah.
And she was like, let's play again. And I was like, oh shit, I got her into this game. And then I was like, cool, we'll play with like, the original CC decks that they had, the starter decks. And I was like, you get equipment. She was like, oh no, that sounds too hard. And I
Too
was like,
complicated them out.
"No."
Yeah.
But that's okay. She allows me to come out here and enjoy myself doing this. But that was a great game. Shout out to both our players. We do have a player profile for Mr. Travis Wagner.
Sure, everyone here has a player profile. Travis from Los Angeles.
Sneaking in 16, but 53% win rate, 2
Pretty
top
good.
8s, 41 points. So who would you be proudest of hoisting the trophy over the head of the AG Players Champ? Angel, he says, a local player at my store
Humble,
at Odyssey
humble.
Games, and I'd love him to see him win it all. That's very true. Angel has been a steadfast Levia player, and then switched to Briar because he needs to win games too sometimes. But back on it, so excited to see how he's doing today.
He said, we asked him to predict the finals, and he said Chris Iali versus Tyler Horspool, with Tyler Horspool being victorious.
Oh,
No one tell Tyler that.
Tyler would love that.
Yeah, no one tell Tyler he's
What did you learn about yourself this year? I'm excited about this. I get way too into making spreadsheets. I made a bunch this year, mostly just for fun and to help track my finances. I even made one for this tournament.
That's so sick. I'm not a spreadsheets kind of guy, and it's always cool when seeing that data information that people like that can organize.
Totally.
And it helps the community so much. So thanks again, Travis, for making those spreadsheets. 'Cause I can't do it.
Shout out to spreadsheets. they keep this.
Thanks, Excel.
They keep this whole world running. To be honest, at some level, I'm sure there's a spreadsheet that manages it all.
Yeah.
So that's our round 2. That was a really great game. I figured it would be pretty close, but in my opinion, it feels like Lexi just has more ability to go wide and then really deal with the dragon. I think that's the thing. I feel like the decks that can go wide and also, keep the dragons down while also presenting hit effects and damage is just going to win out over Dromai.
It's true. His list was very interesting. I think that he was able to make wide states and clear the right dragons when he need to. But the big thing that really put him ahead was those blood rots. Those blood rots really marginally shot him ahead to where Travis couldn't close it, because if let's say none of those arrows were blood rot, that would be like 6 or 8 damage that Travis would have been able to keep in his health reservoir and be able to survive
It's like
another turn.
2 extra whole unblocked cards.
Yeah, and you're not paying for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You just get those for free, man. Well, I guess he paid for the arrow. But no, I think those were MVP in this matchup. I think Alejandro navigated it really well. That rustling leaves turn, getting around
Sick.
3 of a kind, just like
Yeah, that really dug him out for sure.
I was like, wow, well, you just passed this turn and move on
then-
with your life.
And then on top of that, like even having the knowledge, like so there's another layer, and I was listening to Instancy podcast the other day, and they're talking about having knowledge. Okay, cool. Having knowledge on your hero as well, and knowing that you can double Rustling Leaves is not something that every Lexi player knows. So
Totally, yeah. I
really
didn't-
showing his skill on that.
Yeah, love that. For the chat, those joining us, this is our hero breakdown. A lot of Icelander. No, I don't think anyone's surprised about that. Dromai, they love Dromai out here.
Yeah.
It's just how we roll. And then Briar is
So Alejandro being the only Lexi in bracket you're going to see
Yeah.
today. Tyler Horspool's on 5. I imagine Craig is on Bravo.
Craig, of course, is on
We
Bravo.
got 2 Levias.
Alan and Angel on
Angel
Levia.
probably. Yep. We got 3 Briars, 3 Dromais, and 5
Who's
Islanders.
on Briar?
I imagine Chris.
Okay, yeah, that would make sense. I
Yeah.
don't know who the rest is, but
We'll find out when we go back out there.
yeah.
People just joining us, this is the championship series. So this is going to be a 16-player bracket from all the people who won the tournaments along the way to get here.
Sweet 16 of the AGE
You see, we
Open
We
Series.
gave them all Chipotle. There's Zach. There's War. Everyone's happy with Chipotle. I see him walking around. So this is just a big celebration of this whole series, making it happen. These players, you guys, Justin, we're really happy to be here. Christine, shout out Christine. And so we're also going to take a lot more time to deep dive and talk about these players who made it this far. And one of the players we want to highlight coming up is going to be Alejandro. We're going to bring him on for an interview, and we're going to talk about him being the only Lexi in the room and his list. I think he has some really cool additions to his list. I'm excited to pick his brain about.
Totally, yeah. We'll be right back.
So stay tuned. And we're back. Hello. Welcome. How's it going, man?
It's good. Yeah.
A great match. You feel great about it?
Yeah, I was definitely worried because I play Zach Wallach a lot at my locals,
Oh, yeah. He's
and he's always beating me down. So it's like I was definitely worried that it'd be one of those situations. But
with the Dromai. Yeah. Did you? So I don't know if you guys saw too much, but did you know that he was going to be a red line, or have you had much practice against kind of a red line Dromai?
so I definitely like looked over his list just slightly.
Yep.
I don't really know all the cards too well, so I just saw that he was playing a lot of reds.
Yep.
So I just assumed it was going to be like a classic race, and I think he only had like 36 belows in the list,
Yep.
so I wasn't too worried about that.
That's great because traditionally when you play against like Zach, it's like a much tankier list. So it's definitely a different perspective.
I was like, I was just honestly, I was definitely intimidated. I was like, I'm gonna lose on stream again, and it's all good.
the stream curse. Do you get nervous playing on stream, or how many?
A little bit.
A little bit. This is,
Yeah.
you said their second time.
It's my second time on stream, but I get more nervous because I feel like I'm gonna make a mistake on stream. Like I don't know if you've seen recently like some of the games players have been doing like misplays
Yep.
and stuff like that. And I don't want to get caught in that.
Well, you got caught in it, but not by you. Players, of course, we have our judges in chat saying. So what happened? There was a situation where Lost on Thought doesn't go to your graveyard. The card from your hand goes to the bottom of your deck, and you get a ponder.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that might help you in future. We were saying that it's up to both players to know in that scenario, and
Okay.
it could matter in like a longer game, But
That's fair.
but that was the one thing that it seemed. But everything else was played really perfectly and tightly. It was really sick seeing your double wrestling leaves turn to dig you out of that brick
I was-
from 3 of a kind, man.
I was so
Oh, man.
scared because I was like, I was like, man, I have no arrows. What do I do? So I was
Yeah.
like, I have to shoot this arrow out
Yeah.
and then break my snaps to do it.
Yep. Yep.
And then hopefully hit 2. And then luckily one of them was red and then the other one was a blue. So
Yep. Yep. No, that was really great knowledge
Yeah.
because not a lot of people know that you can do double.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
I think that one, Evan Bridges told me that one.
Evan, Lexi, main.
Most of the list, I mean, was inspired by Evan for sure. Like in terms of the trench, like for the longest time I was still on Tunic.
Yep.
And then I switched over.
How do you like trench so far?
I like it. I
Like
think it's
it?
really good because it's more versatile
Mhm.
than the Tunic. So I think
For-
the
What reasons? Yeah.
because even though you get like a resource you can store in Tunic for like whenever you need it.
Yep.
I think the fact that you can respond to like CNCs or even I can encase sometimes in an Icelander match, I can just pitch away or trench away the card and have my arsenal open for that. So
That was something I was talking with Colin in the beginning. Is that how the meta works out? Is you have your top tier decks, and arguably Lexi is the S tier right now in the meta, and people respond to that with their own decks like Talisman of Warfares and Cases and things like that that really target you, and then it goes back onto those decks to respond to that meta, and it seemed like Lexi's option was Trench, like you said, because it can dig you out of those scenarios. How much do you have you ever gone and like trench something and then have it hit and then reload, or you're just trenching it just to save?
So I don't think I did it in this match, but usually what ends up happening is I'll trench a response to like a CNC, and then once the CNC hits, and then as they're passing priority, I'll use that floating resource to load an arrow.
Yep.
So I'm not necessarily losing. I mean, I have to take 6 for it,
Yeah.
but then I usually would have an arrow with go again, or hopefully something I can,
It's super cool. It's important that one resource does help a ton for
Yes.
loading. That's honestly a super solid point. Couple questions. Are you going to Vegas?
Yes, I will be
You're
going
going to Vegas. You gonna bring this list?
More than likely, yes.
More than likely,
yeah.
okay, yep,
I don't know if I'm gonna change some stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
we'll see. I would like to get a Cold for a New Horizon in before then, but we'll see.
We'll see. I was looking over this list right now. How do you like Horror and Sting?
It's cool, man. I think it's good. I think it's good.
Better than Bullseyes?
Well, I would play it if I had the chance for sure.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot more Rangers just running Bullseyes.
No, it's
because-
good. I mean,
yeah.
it's good when it hits.
Yeah.
Obviously, it'll whiff sometimes, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's really good.
It was cool how you cleared that Ashwing that one time, and then
Yeah, I was talking to Travis about it. So I had initially thought he was going to swing with the bigger dragon first. And then I was like, oh, this is going to suck. I can't do the thing. But he swung with the Ashwing, so I was able to.
boom, boom.
Yeah, but he told me after the game that was what he intended to do, because it was like part of the strategy he was working with. But I was just like, well, that's cool.
Cool, awesome. Looking more over your list, some different things. Headshots. You have 2 red headshots.
Yes.
How do you like headshot? It was
love
really
I love
cool at the end there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because right before I had the 3 of a kind turn, I had a searing shot, I think, in my hand. And I just knew it wasn't going to be enough to like damage. I was hoping to maybe 3 of a kind into the last headshot, and I was able to.
You did it.
Yeah.
That's skill, man.
It was cool. I was like,
yeah.
oh, it's hit you for 11. I was scared because I was like, there's no way he has enough to block.
Yeah.
But I was so scared because I was like, well, if he doesn't, I just lose.
You just need to get tall enough to where he couldn't.
Exactly.
Let's see. What else you got? You got Remorseless. I don't know if that's always ran in most.
I didn't run it in this list.
Not this list.
Just because
okay.
he didn't have a lot of D-reacts.
Yep.
So I figured it wouldn't really do much. But I should have maybe put it in there knowing he was going to go wider, maybe. So that was on me.
Yeah. You have on your sideboard like a little Dromai package we saw, which was the battering bolts and the down and dirties.
Yes.
Your opening hand seemed to have a lot of those.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did that feel when you opened up and you had a battering bolt and maybe a down and dirty in there?
I mean, it was weird, but at that point I just knew I had to shoot it.
Yeah.
So I wasn't gonna try to let it like clunk up in my hand or anything like that.
Yeah.
So I just.
What? 1 minute
Oh,
left.
yeah,
there.
yeah.
You're good. Okay, awesome. Just a couple more questions on that. Going into the meta and going into your future games, what do you hope to practice or achieve? You hope to win it all? You hope to...
I mean, yeah, I'm definitely a little greedy when it
You're
comes
a
to
little greedy?
Fab, so I definitely want to do as best as I can. I don't know, do best for the community.
Best. And then what would you do with the prize money? You take it to Vegas?
I'll take some to Vegas.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna buy some cold
Some
foils.
nice cold foils with it?
Yes, I'm gonna buy some cold foils for sure with it.
All right, man. Well, it's exciting seeing your story. I wish you the best of luck with the rest of your rounds. I wish you the best of luck with the Vegas.
Yeah, absolutely.
People are interested in your deck list. So if you have any social media or any way to contact you, what would be the best way for
I
that
don't
deck?
really have social media. I mean, you can always
Perfect.
hit me up at kingstargames.com.
Kingslayer Games. Yep. So go check them out. Great shop locally. They order cards.
Fountain
and-
Valley. Yeah. Fountain
Yep.
Valley.
Thanks again. We're going to be coming back in the next round in a couple minutes here, so please stay tuned and watch some old footage. See you guys in a couple minutes.
I reckon this is probably the first time in the history of any game broadcasted that we've come back before the time has run out at a break, Blake.
Ever.
Yeah, we are.
I reckon that as well.
Yeah, it's like a value add. We're really breaking the mold here. You guys thought you'd be sat there for 3 minutes. I definitely feel for the people that went off to the bathroom or to, look at themselves in the mirrors. I often find myself doing so.
I was doing that, but then there was no toilet paper, so I had to go tell them, hey, there's no toilet paper.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
And then it was like, you got to get in here quick. So hopefully this is the quickest game of our life here, or Chipotle's interesting.
I don't know if it will be the quickest game of our lives, but we want to talk about it here because, of course, our format here at the AGE Open Players Championship is an elimination one. So 3 losses gets you eliminated, essentially. 3 wins is your ticket into top 8 here, of course, and the potential to be crowned the Players Champion here. Let's talk a little bit about our next matchup because now we're getting to the 3rd round, so there are some players at 0-2. We want to spotlight them. Specifically, World's runner-up Chris Iali finds himself at 0-2 coming into his 3rd round of Swiss, boasting a very healthy AGE win percentage on Briar today. It has not been his day thus far.
I love that he's like, predict the finals with who and who. It's only right that we go full circle and put me versus Craig in the finals. I'm tired of 2nd place finish. Well, if you're tired of 2nd place finish, I think you're not going to love a 15th place finish. So Chris has to get out of here alive, or I don't know. Maybe he won't ever. Maybe he'll have to move out of SoCal if he.
Do you think he can get run
last
out of town?
Place?
We are that spiky out here, aren't we?
Right.
Yeah.
It'll be like, Chris, maybe you can win on a world stage, but your locals clown on you.
Should this not? I think this might just indicate the depth of ability out here in Southern California. Let's talk about Chris Iali's opponent in this round. It will be none other than Aria Howe, typically a Dorinthia player. Speaking to her today, she basically said, I'd prefer not to work too hard to sort of win these like unfavored matchups, which makes sense, right? A lot of Lexi, a lot of Dromai, a lot of Icelander was expected. So Aria decided to turn coat, pick up the Icelander deck, and she's also had a bit of a tough run today as well. I think she just lost against the Scourge himself.
Yes, which is interesting because like that's a Craig's doing Bravo, and Bravo kind of feels like in the new version of everything we're doing in this meta, it's not a free matchup for Icelander, but it's pretty much Icelander favored of you need to be doing bigger things to Icelander, more than 6 damage, as we always say. But like it's hard to do that when they're taxing you. So maybe there's some like, yes, you brought Icelander because it's the best deck here, but maybe not that you needed more reps or like you're playing it subparly. It's just you need to know every letter to the law to beat someone like Craig.
Yeah, absolutely. That obviously didn't go away, but this is an interesting matchup, I guess, in that Chris Iali, has a lot of experience playing Briar and a lot of experience against Icelander, so there's definitely a sense that you should know what you're getting here in this matchup. And for Aria, she's definitely looking to stay alive in our Players Championships here and begin her run. Again, both these players are live for top 8 still with how this sort of works for us, right? So they need to win out basically from here in the Swiss.
Until you are cold and dead, you are alive for the Grand Champion prize. You won't have the best seeding maybe for the rest of the day,
right?
But there's no like, oh, I went 0-2, so I need to drop right away because I have no shot at top 8. It is different because it's elimination.
Absolutely. We can talk a little bit about the deck lists here. I'd say, Chris, pretty standard take on Briar at the moment. Obviously, she gets a boost with that Anthem of Spring specialization that was brought in here. We're going to have Chris start. Notice there's Spell Void 2 on the arms. The Shock Charmers are there. And, we're going to see the non-attack action to open us up here on turn 0.
I'm loving the lime green. That's a cool twist. Be as green as possible to present how lively and vivid you are.
Vivid.
Versus
definitely a word I'd use to describe Chris Iali.
Yeah, versus the death of the blue 8. What is it called? Bleak Expanse. That's going to
Channel Bleak Expanse.
Yeah,
yep, that's a card that is in Aria's list here. This was a blizzard now to strip the go again away from this Ravenous Ravel, and Aria will say, I'm not taking any more attacks from you this turn. Thank you very much.
I think the Bleak Expanse kind of good against Briar, because if you do try to set up a Tome of Harvest and that goes off and Bleak Expanse happens at instant speed, you're just paying a bunch of blues. You're paying a blue to get rid of your arsenal. That's it. I don't think anybody would play that ever.
Well, yeah, it's also you can't reveal cards, so can't fuse. You also can't Sonata because you're revealing cards on the top of your deck. So there are like a very wide array of applications that Channel of the Bleak Expanse has in this kind of matchup. Arya will be looking to deploy an Insidious Chill on her turn.
That's a good way to lose early on to Icelanders. Does Icelander get multiple chills starting off? Because it's just the hands need to be crafted exactly right when you play Ruined Blade, so you can do them in the right order. You get your embodiment of lightning. Anytime there's let me go ahead and take a card out of your hand during this, it's never going to work out for the Briar of like getting to play their turn optimally. Like I feel like the taxing of Icelander hits those decks hardest that need to also, what is it called? Like play it in the right order? Sequence,
effectively.
Sequence
Yes.
correctly.
This is a Sonata Arcanics from Chrysiali, and Arya has a window to respond here.
Is Arcanics a real word? Is it a word we made up for?
I think we made this word up.
Because it would have been Arcana, and then a bunch of them is Ix.
It sounds like a death metal band, genuinely. But no, I don't think Arcanics is a word I'm familiar with. Snatch getting pulled off this one. It might be a yellow Snatch here, which is...
Would Hayali play yellow?
I've seen yellow. Yeah, again, that is like a 3 attack, 3 power attack. I suppose there's some relevance there, but I've seen the yellow Snatch in the Bright list before. Also, the foiling might just obscure that fact. So Arya opts not to deploy what is sitting in her arsenal right now, but I believe it was a blue card from what I saw. So here comes a Rabble once more. Flip off the top. It's a red Razor Reflex.
That's always a rough hit, showing the like combat trick coming, because now your opponent's like, all right, I'm going to save a defense reaction for next turn because I don't want to get hit by a Razor. Does the go again happens no matter what, or it has to hit to get
I think it happens no matter what.
Okay, I haven't played that card in a solid minute.
Yeah, it's making a little bit of a comeback here, I think.
I play the big bruiser dudes. pummel.
That's not what I'm hearing lately, Blake.
Who knows? Well, they would use.
So no, it is. Sorry, excuse me. It is an on-hit go again.
Gotcha.
So you do need to connect with it.
We do know how this game works sometimes.
Yeah, I never really played Katsu's, never really card. I think I played it for a time in like the Raiden Bolton list back when, Bolton's still kind of bad, but back when he was even worse.
Bolton is... I was on Bolton for 2 weeks, and I'm off Bolton for 2 weeks already.
Razor Reflexing and Illuminate didn't suck, though. I quite liked that. There were some handy little things you could do with it, but pretty pedestrian by comparison. Right, so we have an Ice Eternal here in response to the Ravenous Rabble. Fused, that is a Channel Lake Frigid being revealed.
We're going to try and stop Chris's turn before it even starts.
To answer in chat, that's a fair question for the format of most tournaments. This is actually an elimination match in this invitational tournament, so at 0 and 2 is quite relevant here. This is why we're covering this game. Fair question to ask, though, I think, on an average day. This is anything but.
This is a day 8 months in the making. No average at all.
Bolton is good, Mitch. How do Marcus cope harder, my friend?
Prove it, Marcus.
Yeah, no, you need to get to an armory at some point, Marcus. All this job and such that you have. Maybe you should just quit and come play.
When we have the Shock Charmers, are we just trying to hit a red Aether Ice Vein, or is there another case for that we would save it for? Or neither of us have played Briar with Shock Charmers ever in our lives. So.
I do definitely think it's when they're trying to blow you up. Yeah. Obviously, like the actual triggered effect on that card is probably not nearly as relevant as it would be in like a Lexi deck, for example. We saw an Insidious trigger there, a discard unless you pay 2 effect. Looks like that's why the Anthem of Spring is sat in pitch right now, and it's going to be a block with the red Aether Ice Vein. Chrysiali probably happy enough to see that go, but there's plenty more instances of discard unless you play 2 shenanigans in the 60 for Arya.
Yeah, get that card out of there. How's Arya at 34? Oh, no. I'm thinking Prism, 32 health.
I'm sorry,
I was like, oh my god, how did she heal?
It's weird that a big bruiser player is thinking about Prism at a time like this.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
So we have a 3. Make that a Rosetta Thorn now for 2 and 2. So reasonable turn despite the disruption that's been leveraged here. And yeah, it looks like that Snatch came off the Sonata Arcanics is just being used for pitch here.
Which that makes sense because it's a yellow. It's not going to be the best break point.
Darren, great question. This is an elimination match in an invitational tournament, so the O2 is just a little more relevant than perhaps an average Swiss event. Fair question, though. It's one we're getting a little bit today.
We're popping. So the one thing that is bad about Briar's interaction with Icelander, if you haven't played this match 500 times, is anytime the embodiment of Earth pops, the Icelander has a window. And anytime Icelander has a window, she can play a blue card from Arsenal using her hero power. And that's something that can, literally before Chris's turn even starts, hey, here's a Frostbite.
He's a
Channel Lake friendship right away. We're going to have fun this turn instead of whatever you thought you were planning on.
All right, we are not pitching into this Sonata, which makes perfect sense. Pitching 1 is not going to do anything. Let's see, Warmonger's Diplomacy. We've got a Tome of Harvest. Oh, and then
There's
there's
a
off the top.
whiff.
Not great. Facing down this level of disruption and nothing off the Sonata. No replacement of that card. No arcane damage off of it. That is a blank piece of cardboard, folks.
How are you feeling about Warmongers? You enjoying the gameplay? that
Unfortunately, like I just feel bad for Azalea players because they just get further hosed. First, it was the bullseye braces indirectly, that ban indirectly affecting them, and now Warmongers affected them pretty negatively. So, as a Dorinthia player, we can work around it. Might actually impose some deck building constraints on us a little bit further, but yes, it feels like it's perhaps a little overrated. Many decks that are abusing it in already winning matchups. I think like it does break the. I think there was a narrative for a long time, Blake, about like LSS just loving Runeblade and it being their favorite class and yada yada. This card absolutely messes
shatters
them up.
that. Yeah. No longer their favorite.
Now I do think we've not seen any attack actions here, but Arya is on a attack action build of Ice. It's not a full arcane one. I don't think it includes Wounded Bull, but you should expect to see, your E-strikes and some of those attack actions still present. Finals Fighting Spirit will be there too. We have a Swarming Gloomveil coming in here.
It's been interesting watching some. I watched a Briar player earlier. A lot of Swarmings coming in for 3 because they just don't make a rune chant for. Or like there is no rune chant generation anymore because we don't have
Correct.
Grasp of the Arcanite here. So this does feel like a very low power thing where block 3 or take 3. Who really cares here? And starts slinging spells.
So Chris, past reaction there, or went to, and yeah, you can't get go again. So that's pretty rough. Like you said, you can't make a rune chant. There's no embodiment of lightning being created there. There's no embodiment of earth being created there because that gets blocked out effectively. So Chris IP2s himself essentially on that turn.
Right.
Just doesn't have the texture of his hand not looking great. But there's a lot of disruption on board. Now there needs to be some damage to come from behind that from Arya to really start pressuring that virtual time walk. I mean, Arya spent a sink below for that turn, and that is it. So, yeah, Azalea in tears. You had a local, I think, that was put off Azalea last week after getting warmongered about 5 times in 3 rounds in an armory. And they were like, I don't think so.
We're pitching a ice card here, and you're like, oh, don't you want an Arsenal? Or maybe you're thinking, oh, this would be a great time to have the Cornet Peak. But we're doing it to keep the lake up. So 3 damage spell. Who cares about disrupting my opponent's turn from Arsenal? Because I already have a juicy disruption up.
Yeah, definitely it's about getting the ice card in pitch. So Channelman Heroic, this is probably why we saw that sort of setup turn, we'll say, from Chris. Unfortunately, Chris needs to take a setup turn here as well, virtually, as we're pitching, obviously, to deploy the channel. And we're going to draw back up. So it doesn't get much better hit than this for Icelander. And yeah. Look, and you look at Chris, like, I mean, there's a fuse here, as there wasn't last time, right? And that's the thing, you to some degree you can decide when you want them to be fusing. And also we know that might just go straight into Arsenal, that Insidious Chill. So the level of disruption here is going to be immense. And it's going to be really hard for Chris to actually capitalize on this Channelman Heroic that he really took 1.5 turns, I want to say, off to deploy. Very frustrating to see this. There's 2 instances of this card unless you pay 2, plus the tax effect of Channel Lake Frigid all in effect right now. This is a good example of Briar struggling into this level of disruption.
I do think Briar has an opportunity to kind of focus on fatiguing, and fatiguing not maybe the traditional thought process of just block out everything Icelander has, but also I can swing 7, block 7. And the ability to the Carapace blocking Arcane, having that be a new avenue added to Dusk Till Dawn is just let me just pitch a blue for every spell you have. I know you have probably 9 Aether Ice Fiends at worst. Maybe you put some cases in there. Obviously, they got to look at their deck lists 2 days ago, so there was maybe I think if you're playing in this tournament, you probably went through all of the other 15 deck lists and were like, how would I play against this person?
Yep.
I should spend the 2 hours of my life to put all that together. And because we watched somebody, John Zapata got basically fatigued by Fuzzy earlier, like last round, and it was like, I'm just going to swing for 7, block all the arcane you have, get through your spells, get through your red attacks, and like put you away that way of eliminating your cards.
Yeah, having a natural, at least a more natural AB3 available to you now, so it's a pretty big deal because in many cases, like you might see Briar take a Tunic and grasp the Arknight into this matchup, right? Which is obviously 2 pieces of equipment that don't offer you that sort of arcane barrier here. So Crown of Dichotomy plus the Carapace is AB3, so it answers like your Encases, which are pretty annoying. We're starting to see more of those brought in by these Icelanders, and you are always taking damage from an Aether Ice Vein. That's just going to happen unless it's a blue and you want to block it out, which is fine. So Chris might be forced into a more of a mid-range, dare I say, kind of strategy here. But this feels totally fine, right? You don't have an embodiment of lightning up here, so you're just presenting a straight sort of 7 damage.
But it's a good card because you prevent your wizard opponent from playing instants because Exude Confidence is quote-unquote on the stack.
That's right.
As the chain link, and after that, basically Exude Confidence says you cannot do anything else from hand. So here's that card we saw earlier flipped up, the Razor Reflex giving this go again. He knows there's no way you could react to it. So this is always going to hit.
Exactly. It's pretty unlikely that Arya, like unless Arya's big attack actions are not necessarily blocking for 3. It's a Findor's Fighting Spirit in her deck list that would be able to turn off Exude Confidence. That's a 2-block, right? So it doesn't feel great to block with that. You raise a reflex for damage there. So Chris really trying to chip away at Arya. He's not looking for the action point. As a result of that go again, just an extra 3 that can't really be answered. But again, Arya sort of is able to just sort of chip back and keep it pretty tight. And in this position, you don't have your Channel Mount Heroic anymore. You're pretty close in life. It's uncomfortable.
And Chris was rushing to draw cards, and Arya was like, hold up. I'm going to act before you do that.
Yes.
And just hit him for 7 with the Emeritus Scalding, using the Tunic to Waning Moon, like basically spending 4 resources.
What color Emeritus was that? Was that
it's
blue?
a blue,
Okay,
yeah.
Blue, right. I've seen a couple of red Emeritus make their way into Icelander lists.
That's crazy.
I think Anthony Fair might be on it. Anyway, here's an E-Strike. Here's Wonderwall.
My favorite.
Come in for 5.
And we do see the Bleak in there. So if Chris was like, I'll draw a card, Arya can flash that in and just be like, no, you're not.
Okay, well, goodbye action point unless you pay 2. Chris is probably 5 go again on that. I don't know if he wants to part with the Snapdragon so early here.
Do you know where that Frozen token's from?
Yes, it's from the Attack Action podcast.
Oh, starring Colin.
Yeah, I have one myself. I even use it.
I saw the mat in my closet this week, and I was like,
Isaac, Taylor, all the gang. Shout out to y'all.
they only come for battle hardens, though.
Yeah, they're
Not AG Opens.
They're big shots.
Champions.
It's fine. We let them come down, you know what I mean? It's good exposure for us.
Yeah, expose me, please. Something.
That's the joke.
Arya's going to block. That makes sense. Don't want to get too far below health. That's how you lose.
Preserving life is
Yeah.
it's a good way to not die if I
Yeah.
should. Because people die if they're killed, you know.
True.
That's something you want to avoid as a
I
rule.
do think that. We are going to play the Channel the Bleak Expanse. And this is not a card that everyone has months of play into.
Right, but let me channel the Blake expense and tap into your limitless knowledge of this game. Tell us a little bit why this is so punishing for Chris. Is it punishing on a turn like this, or is it just like a prophylaxis from Arya, you know?
It's a prophylaxis.
Do you know what I mean? Don't try to preemptively make it hard for
Yeah.
Chris.
I mean, it's interesting because we get the pitch of the snatch right away. So maybe I was going to try to hit the snatch and get a different arsenal card.
Yep.
But I'm not going to draw a card because Channel the Bleak is up.
Yeah, maybe did he pay for the Blizzard there, Chris? Because if he plays for the Blizzard and then there's a Channel of Bleak expense revealed, that's a huge punish for him.
Right. It stopped his turn, but Arya doesn't keep it up because she chose to do Crown of Providence instead of Coronet Peak.
Yes, so you don't have an easy
I think
outlet.
is just like not bad, but it's not like you just have so many more options to keep your channels going.
Yeah, they're both blocked too. So you really think the big difference is that Arya is looking for the filtering effect, but you've got sinks in your list. So maybe she's looking for an extra
Right.
instance of that. Also, like maybe
If you just draw 4 reds and 2 attacks, like you need the get out of jail free card that Crown of Providence provides.
Yeah.
Once again, Chris, we're like, I thought it was Chris's turn. It is. We are doing the embodiment of Earth, but that means Arya gets to act first.
just a cold snap that Chris has to deal with. So like Chris only has to worry about the 1 frostbite here. Obviously, Arya can replace this card and feel pretty good about potentially blocking with 3 cards and still having quite a functional turn, which is kind of the goal. If you're playing against Icelander, you really want to like force obviously damage, chip her away, or get her to give you 3. If you can get her to give you 3 cards, that means that she can only play on 1 turn, not both of them potentially, especially with these like multi-axis like Bullander lists. So how
Dude, multi-axis in this game is crazy. Like, being one of the best Arcane users and then also playing
very
the
efficient.
best math
Yep.
is just like once.
And then playing on both turn cycles, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then getting 2 back-to-back turns with Storm Striders. All of a sudden, it's like, now it all comes together. That's why.
When
she's
Big
so-
Mike did the big math on that, it was like that just seems so obvious later, and it's still good like a year later.
Yep.
Which, like, when we're introducing new heroes, it is like, okay, we got some new stuff in Dusk Till Dawn, but how many of those? There's 2 out of 16 that are playing Dusk Till Dawn heroes of 2 Levias.
Yep. And even then, like, you're still playing a hero that trades a consistency for raw power.
Right.
Which, I mean, I watched Angel playing against Craig before, and Craig had about 5 cards left in deck at one point. Like, Angel was able to put so much pressure on and hit above rate so consistently that the Bravo players had to keep blocking, was risking fatiguing themselves via that mechanic. So we know Levia is powerful for those reasons. But as we saw in that first round, if there's a deck that wants to race her lack of disruption, and sometimes bad luck can be her undoing. Waning Moon, and a pitch to this Arcane damage.
I think Chris is definitely like, I'm going to have extra cards. Just kidding, he took it. He wants to have a better turn.
Yeah, wants the
Yee,
scarf.
there we
to
go.
again. Yeah,
I'm going to manipulate my life perfectly to go 1 below you, so this has go.
it's a good place to. It's a good place to be to make use of this scarf or a scarf. That means that you can do a few things. You can throw a bit of a mopey Rosetta here. Make use of this last card if it's another attack action that makes for a decent turn. It can even be like a lightning surge card that
Would you ever dress up as Ira for Halloween and give us a scare for a scare?
What does Ira look like? Yeah. I could probably rock that.
Okay.
I'll be about it. Okay. So there you go. All of a sudden,
Yellow snatch again.
yeah, yellow snatch. So 4 then 3. If this is a red snatch, I mean, it feels a lot better. You can ask for that pair of Iron Rock Gauntlets there, or get 2 cards out of the Icelander, which seems really unlikely, but amazing if you can do it.
I think one option that Chris has to do a power turn is a Snapdragon.
Did Taylor miss the whole shout out we did for
He
them?
did miss the shout
that's
out.
that's cringe.
So I think how you beat Icelander as Briar is you make the Snapdragon turn like oppressively bad. So, but Arya's trying to prevent okay, let's not have you have Channel Mount Heroic with like a 4-card hand next turn.
Yeah.
So I think, yes, we have Chilling Ice Vein up, but not Chilling Ice Vein, Insidious Chill up, and she's probably going to save that for
Gorganian time?
the next time.
I mean, no better time than the present, right? Oh, he's thinking about.
Oh, we're snapping right now. Great.
Yeah, we did snap, but
I think you could put Gorganian Tome in your arsenal.
did you turn
save
that
it for next turn.
Snapdragon into 2 physical? Oh dear.
Not great.
Okay. Is there like? Is that Gorg time? I'm just trying to think to myself if that really why you don't want to go for it there.
Gorganian Tome's
I guess
gotta
you're
get-
just setting up for a bigger turn, right?
You play Gorganian Tome in Bolton?
No, you tell me, big guy.
Just charge it.
I was
Charge
a,
it if
I
they
was a
haven't
little,
played theirs
I was
yet.
a little Briar degenerate for a time.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never had a matchup there where both players have had Gorg time and someone's played it after the fact. So block here. Oh wow, Warmongers. That's a 3 block. Wow, generic blue. Sign me up.
It's actually blocking for 4 because I'm even stronger with my embodiment of Earth.
Wowee. And look at that.
Even
that
Arya was like, "What? This
CNC
map doesn't
just-
work. Give me
just
that
got
arsenal
8.
card."
My goodness. Warmongers blocking for 4.
What's next? Oh my gosh, Brain Freeze. Brain freeze. Okay, so what's a 0-cost card in Chris's hand that would literally be the worst if it got put back on top of his
The snatch.
Force
is
of
the-
nature.
Yeah, I think what I'm actually looking at Chris's hand right now. It's only a snatch. Looks like a tome of. Oh no, Force of Nature's there. Yeah.
That would be a gross one to put back on top.
Yeah, it's a blue. It really turns his turn on. I don't think there's a fuse target for it though, so we don't get the little +1, but still like sending. Okay. Oh, I see.
He's
We're
gonna pitch
pitching
it away.
Yeah. Giving Arya no choice really, and not allowing her to even sort of take this card. So it makes sense. Pitching to the compulsory effect of the Insidious Chill first, which kind of is to Arya's detriment really. She allows Chris to be selective about how he's ends up filtering that hand, and still gets to deploy this Lightning Surge from Arsenal. Arya knows full well the last card, of course, in Chris's hand is. I guess he might look to chip damage with it once more. We are getting, we got AB3 on Chris, so he's pretty robust and he can handle like that sort of kill combo we talked about. It used to be 12, the magic number, but
Because we got 4 with Go Again showing, and then we all know that there could be a Rosetta, and Rosetta is a sword, so Razor Reflex works on that as well. Don't forget. So there's
That's true.
10 possible
You can-
damage coming in.
you can turn Rosetta from a 2.
We'll do it on that one instead.
Yeah, I mean, you're not playing a non-attack action this turn, so I don't know how exciting the prospect of that is. But hey, you get Go Again on hit. You may as well use that resource left over for 2 physical. All of a sudden, you presented 9 damage after a significant amount of disruptions come your way. And yeah, Arya finding herself falling below 10.
Which I think this is the exact amount of life. Oh, I'm going to cough first.
Okay.
I think this is like basically exactly where we want to be life-wise too. To get, I can take a little bit of liberty with my life to set up a bigger turn. Maybe take like 7 to put Arya away instead of like constantly be begging for like 1 or 2 points of damage the whole rest of the game. Fabric loves the Frost Frozen token that Attack Action Podcast gave them.
Yeah,
But
nice.
Fabric does not love Flesh and Blood enough to come to the AGE Open.
It seems that way, yeah.
So weird.
They're probably playing Grand Archive. Cringe.
Grand Archive Rec.
All right, here is a Polar Blast. Chris will not pay, strangely enough, but he'll have to pay through the Frostbite here. All right, we're rabbling. We got a red off the top. It's a Coax, so we're coming in for max value. Well, almost max value. 4. That's pretty good.
4, and I'm going to go again. 0 for 4, Briar. How do you stop that?
Well,
Disruption.
yeah, again, the options for disruption for Arya are exhausted this turn after it was a weaker card from Arsenal, I think. The Polar Blast, obviously, again, replaces itself still, part of that cycle. That is fairly effective. But Chris is continuing to play very conservatively here, looking to set up an Arsenal once more. So it's 2 coming in. Arya says, are you interested in parting with that last card in order to eat some Arcane damage? Chris says, not on your life.
Give me that 2 Arcane. Let's do it. I think what's interesting about playing the Warmongers in your deck list and blocking with it, you're like, this is a hero that I could play Warmongers against.
Yes.
And shut off his turn.
Yep. The problem is that it eats an action point. Chris is also not doing the big... I think Warmongers is very good with like stopping your opponent when they have extreme tempo, because it obviously really limits their upside on their turns. But right now, Chris doesn't really have that. It's playing a really mid-range game. And a lot of the time, it's like attack action with Go Again, followed up by a Rosetta Thorn. So that action point for Arya might be better utilized by trying to force some damage or force some cards out of Chris's hand, and keep his tempo down. So trying to send Arcane damage with disruption built in might be more advisable here. There's a Channel the Big Expense, another Command and Conquer. Now, we know Chris really didn't want to part with that Arsenal card here. So, I guess...
Now he's going to have to.
Is that embodiment live? So you can... Yeah, again, you've lost the Carapace here.
I think so, but he does
It's still a
embody
2-card
it a
block.
different way. Yeah.
Still a 2-card block, I think.
Tyler Horspool completing his villain era by looking over his shoulder as he goes to the bathroom. Tyler Horspool's 3-0 on Fi.
So looking over one shoulder is...
He did it menacingly.
Oh, okay,
Everybody
that's
else
fine,
can
that's
go back.
Did he have the
15
glasses on?
seconds. He was about to think about putting them on.
Okay,
I could
gotcha.
tell in his glimmer.
We're a couple of degrees removed from actually doing it, though.
Yeah. but it's implied.
All right. Because he gave me the impression that unless the glasses were on, he was, butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. So his alter ego comes out when apparently the UV light is blocked to a sufficient degree. It's kind of like a smoke alarm, really. It's how they're activated. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. It's about smoke alarms detect like the amount of like light coming in with the photoelectric effect, and once that falls below a certain threshold, it goes off. There you go. Tyler is operating on the photoelectric effect.
What a
Take that, wave.
prophylaxis.
Take that, wave particle duality.
One other tactic we have employed here that I don't think we've talked about, Arya choosing to be the only person to not put on their players' championship shirt.
That is
Out
not
of 16 people.
Peter Bedensic apparently contractually obliged to wear the kayfabe cards jersey.
Did he put it under his jersey?
No.
Oh,
he was wearing a
I'm
black
lying.
blazer over his baseball
I mean,
style
it was so
jersey
weird.
to start the day with.
I just was I didn't want to look at.
I
Peter
think he
anymore.
was trying to position himself to get on for a cameo on the cast. I think.
Well, that's not gonna happen.
No. It's, sorry, Peter. Sorry, buddy.
Just kidding.
Coax a commotion, just like we're doing amongst our players here today.
This is a 0 for 4. What's cool about this one for the people who have never tuned in to our broadcast, maybe it's your first time. Coax is a warm hug on an attack where you
It's
can
a symmetrical effect, right?
Yes.
It has a set of them.
parallel, whatever you want to say, where you go, let's both draw a card if this hits, or let's both gain a life, or let's both gain a quicken token.
Not irrelevant here because, yes, while it's a symmetrical effect, Icelander is less adept at making use of those generally. Doesn't always have the ability to make use of multiple action points on her turn, although there was a time where it was like E-Strike into Wounded Ball was a thing. That was that was pretty messed up. But we have Channel Bleak Expanse out here, and once again, I'm going to proffer my Waning Moon.
And Channel Lake Frigid costs 2, Channel Bleak Expanse only costs 1.
Yes.
So you get the free Waning Moon. It's not free. We did pitch a blue. But it's one of those, like, Aether Hill's way better than Ice Bolt because of the 1 cost.
Yes.
So you, with 1 blue, disrupt my opponent at least a little, and then disrupt my opponent's life at least a little. With 1 blue.
Again, that's what you want to do. That's why you're priced into blocking with 2 cards each turn cycle generally. That's why. Oh, there it is.
Warmonger.
Okay.
I had 2 Warmongers, Blake. How dare you?
And I mean, I don't mind this at all because Chris is not. I guess that Chanaman Heroic got pitched there to probably stop some Arcane, but still a fairly healthy group of cards for Chris. Now, the turn looks a little bit less exciting.
Ooh, this is a great card for Chris. Because how many blues do I have in my hand, Arya? Are you just dead? Because you need to block right now. There's no after effect. There's no, maybe you can use some other disruption.
Yeah, so
Or you die.
Let's talk about it. Obviously, Exude Confidence is 4 damage at face, but at instant speed, you can pump it by 2 for 3 resources. So Chris could be, hiding a blue in hand here and might just pump it. Arya.
That's a Warmonger in hand. So that's at least a bump to 6.
Yep.
Another bump would bump to 8. So Arya, you always probably need to block at least 6, but we're showing the blue to keep our health strong.
Yeah, definitely. 17 is really healthy total, to be fair, but
This is just a big game of chicken between our 2 players. Oh, he said, are you bleaked? Because I don't know if you can reveal whatever you revealed earlier.
cannot reveal.
So,
yeah.
Are we going to roll back a little bit, rewind?
I mean, yes, we probably roll it back. Again, that's another symmetrical effect.
Also, I think she drew off of the cold snap, and you can't draw cards. Maybe that's what's going on.
Was that the previous? Was that?
That was this turn.
Okay. Yep.
She ripped the cold snap and was like, "Oops, I drew this card because I forgot that I'm also screwing myself over." We're talking about a warm hug. Here's a cold hug. This is another symmetrical effect. It's the only channel that's symmetrical.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if on
Channel
Mount Heroic, add +3 to both sides?
About that. It might find some player matchups like this, perhaps. But again, where something like Coax looks pretty good, is giving the Icelander a quicken token. It's an amazing. So yeah, look, I'd say that not frequently played is this Channel of Bleak Expanse. Just started to make its way back in, but you're absolutely right. You cannot replace that cold snap. Now, what it looks like Arya still has a group of 3. So I think this is still being discussed with Connor. You can see there, one of our judges.
Yeah, I think it's like, I screwed up. Maybe you were going to bump this up anyway to kill me. Off of the exude confidence.
Yeah, I think either way, I don't think Aria was awarded a game loss for that. However, I think she probably realised that from there she was going to be in a lot of trouble. Yeah, it was caught. All pointed out in the chat there. Patrick, Channel Oblique Expanse. You cannot search, reveal, draw cards. You cannot do any of those things.
And legitimately, it's not. Wow, what a we're not DQing somebody for 2 years off of this. Like, this is a card that no one has played.
Yeah.
Like, since it came out in Uprising, I think it was like, wow, we can really mess with Blood Rush Bellows, and we can really mess with who else draws cards?
I mean, Lexi draws cards.
Oh yeah, let's hit a 3 of a kind. But then it was like
drawing cards off of Art of War.
Like, you have to draw it at the exact right time.
It's narrow, right?
Yeah, like,
you need to work to keep it in play, much like the same as Channel like Frigidens. And again, you're playing without, the Coronet P, which we discussed, can be harder to keep those channels around for as long as you would otherwise like to. And also, a lot of the time, Aria, we didn't see a lot of these like large attack actions deployed to sort of put that pressure on the Briar's life total, right? A lot of the time, Aria's going for these arcane-based plays, and Chris has AB3 in this matchup. Chris would love to see more of that, like just more arcane effects coming, especially ones that don't have disruption. The fact that Chris basically gets time walked on one turn cycle where, there's 2 instances of discard unless you play 2 plus a frostbite effect. That's pretty brutal. No, I don't think Ari's been awarded a game loss as a result of this. I think we also said that. I think that she actually opted to concede the game at that point. She felt like she was not in a winning.
Not enough health.
No, I don't think. I don't think
it
Aria
was one of those like, get me out of here. Like, I'm not having a blast anymore because maybe I messed this thing up. We're gonna ask Chris about it. We'll get a little more info. We're gonna see him in 32 seconds. He's already looking at us minutes.
We take a short break, right? So we don't have to do this. All right, we'll be right back with Chris Yali.
He did it.
Finally.
So 1 and 2 the hard way, the Chris Iali story. You're going to win this tournament.
Yeah, 2 more.
There was multiple people in the chat who were like, I think I went away to put my Hot Pocket in the trash, and we're watching an 0-2 matchup? What's going on? And it was like, we have to show Chris on stream now because there's a chance we'll never get to show him again. But you did it.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Okay, so talk us through the last 45 seconds of that match of – I'm going to play Exude Confidence, and then what happened after?
Yeah, a little unfortunate. Arya played Cold Snap and drew a card off of it, and we noticed it like shortly after. But she was responding to the Exude because you have to respond.
Right.
You can't play instances or reactions. And I think the whole little judge call, even though we just resolved it by putting the card that she drew back on top, kind of distracted her a bit, and I think she forgot that she can't react to.
Can't
Exude.
play Sink Below.
Yeah,
so
she wanted to sink below it, but yeah.
Yeah. But live and you learn. You'd rather do it here when it's for $1,100 instead of in Vegas for 16,000. I don't know how much. How much is it
think
for
it's 10, right?
nationals?
10 for first.
$16,000. Are you playing Briar in nationals, or is this like
No way.
a big like? What did I do? Why did I play this for
No
here?
way. No, I think that there's going to be a lot more Rangers in nationals. Like Lexi is going to be the most popular deck still, I think.
Okay.
And coming into today, I knew that Lexi was going to be as popular. We only have one Lexi, right?
Right.
And but I wasn't expecting all these Icelanders.
No. It's crazy. I was like, these Levia have a chance if they can like. Usually, you just blood rush a couple Icelanders and you'll win. And like seeing some really good Icelander players go down to like a fatigue strategy against Briar, is that something that makes sense when we say Briars can fatigue Icelander? Like, can you talk us through that? Yeah. Is that a game plan in your mind, or you've never heard that either?
I mean, Carapace like gives you the option, I think, to build around that because you'll have AB3 and you'll have the block to stop their attack still, I think. But if Icelander's game plan goes well enough, I think that it's still going to be really hard to fatigue them.
Right.
It depends how they sideboard too. Like if they keep the Frost X's in, it's going to be hard to fatigue them. So
we got a question in the chat. Chris, what's your favorite ice cream flavor? That's worth answering, I guess.
let's go with cookies and cream.
Nice, nice. Let's go look at your profile here. We got you're most proud of yourself.
What?
Chris, oh no, maybe that's your thing.
That's my name.
Most were also close. It's hard to sing up. You're rooting for John Zapata or Andrew Rudin if it's not you. What's your favorite thing about those two guys? We're just being happy here. We're doing some happy
for
thoughts.
sure. No, I think it'd be great if John won. He's always so quiet, but he plays so well. Like I love watching his games. He's playing Icelander today, and I think he started off 1-1. I don't know if he won this round or not. And then Andrew's just been like a diehard Illusionist fan for so long and always putting in work on Dromai. And so I think it'd be cool to see him hoist a trophy.
What does the experience have planned for Vegas? Win every single draft round?
Yeah, I mean we have a little bit of plot armor, so because we have every single Vegas champion before, right? We got Tyler, we got the Vor brothers, we got Jonah, so yeah, our plan is just to win, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah. Simple as that.
Chipotle was catered. How'd that go for you?
That was good. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah,
what was it like
Chipotle.
making your own Chipotle? I don't know. Maybe you had this at a work function, but I was making my Chipotle bowl for the first time instead of being like it'd be like weird making your own Subway sandwich. You're like, what am I doing?
Oh, it's nice. You get to put as much meat as you want without having to pay the extra.
It is possible to put 2 scoops in here. That's crazy. Guacamole wasn't extra. It was great. Oh, we have another question in here. How many members are taking Kano to Vegas?
There's a chance that Alex does it, but
okay. Not all 12 of you guys again.
I don't think we're gonna switch last second again. But who knows?
Gotcha. Mechanologist set, is that something you're like, what is going on?
It's interesting. Like it sounds cool. I like the idea of what draft might look like for that format.
Barcelona's all based on boosting? Like that sounds awful.
Or upgrading.
Yeah. Like your whole cool. Like I'm gonna fly to Spain and I'm in a national champion versus national champion at Worlds. And it's gonna be like, did you boost your Evo thing or not? And that's if you win. I'm gonna go like, geez, we went kind of more variant. Like I don't know. If you've ever played Dash, you probably have. Like if you boost all your red attacks in the first way through your deck, you're like, well, I'm gonna lose this game.
Sure, yeah. I mean, Just bring out the Smashing Good Times or something.
Hell yeah. Sneak them into your draft deck. What if the third mechanologist hero is just based on you, and they didn't
On
tell
me?
you? That'd be sick.
That would be really cool, but unexpected.
Ayali Boston or whatever. I'm down.
Yeah,
Let's
me
do
too.
it. Yeah. That'd be a good prize.
Probably play that hero.
Yeah. Why do you like this hero? It's based on me or whatever. The whole backstory. That'd be sick. Well, good luck the rest of the day. It is officially the hard way, the submarine,
Yeah.
whatever you want to say. You need to win 2 more times. But I guess this is better than some other other tournaments where it's like, if I go 0-2, I know I'm not going to make it to top 8.
True. Yeah.
You still have a chance
The format's
based
really
on our format.
Mhm.
Would you play in more formats or more times in this format? I don't know. It's interesting. I was never allowed to play in a format like this, but it seems interesting.
I think it works for like a smaller number of players.
Right.
Like 16 sounds like a pretty good sweet spot, but
Because if it was 32 and it was like you have to lose 4 times, it'd be like, geez, we're gonna be here for hours.
yeah. No, I think Justin and the guys did a really good job coming up with this format for this event, and it's been a lot of fun so far. So
Hell yeah.
Mhm.
Arcane games, Arcane games, Arcane games. You like this shirt, or you're
hell yeah.
throw this in the trash as soon as you?
No, I have my other one here too.
I'm gonna let people know. Do you think that's gonna be scary to be like Players Championship? I guess it doesn't say. It
hopefully
won't say your place
Hopefully I
on
can
it.
like win and then cover
Take
up
the
the
ship
ship
off.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
love that. Scare the people in Vegas. Well, good luck the rest of the day. We're proud of you. You can do this.
I'll try.
Bring Briar to the promised land and get her LL'd.
All right.
Because we're getting 2 points for LLs for this. Everyone in chat, that's real. I'm not joking. All right, bye.
See ya.
Abstaining. So, I think we got one
I
more.
think just for the fun, I would just always triple sleeve my deck and just be that guy,
you have the power to.
you know, and
can.
just my deck looks like this big or
If it
whatever,
if
and I
it's
need
that
a new.
fun, you
new
could just
deck.
do it.
Yeah, sure, why not?
And you heard it here first. Taylor is agreeing to always triple sleeve his cards from now on.
Yep.
If you find him in a tournament and his deck is not triple sleeved, you are allowed to take a match win. I have a judge over there who is signing off. This is bound in blood. Vex's
Wow.
forehand.
Okay. Well, yeah, I have the knife right here, and we'll just.
Oh, I thought that was a rock.
Oh.
You were doing the. Now we
could-
can do one.
Yeah, totally. No, I was holding a knife.
I see it. I get it.
Last
I get it.
one. Okay. Not fab related. Perfect.
Supercomputer.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh.
Hit me.
We hear this one's tough. Would you rather be blind only inside buildings or be blind only outside? Interesting.
Oh my
Is-
God.
See, this is why you need a master of Would You Rather, because now I have questions. Like, does a large tent outside constitute inside? And
Oh my God. I feel like I'm.
what if
Yeah.
there are a lot of windows and I can see outside, or it's an open air pavilion? You know,
I mean-
where's the line? That's what I want to know for me to be
My
able to make this
question is,
decision.
can I be in the building and be sitting with a window behind me and just being like,
Stick your head out. Also, be careful.
"You guys want to play Flesh and Blood?"
This is there's an abrupt edge.
No, I
behind
see
you.
it. I'm
Yeah,
just
okay.
I'm contemplating ending it all at the prospect of. I think I can't be blind outside, bro. It'd be so sad. I like
There's a lot of dangers outside. Did you know that?
yeah. So I need to see them.
Cars, dogs,
Dogs are crazy.
birds,
Birds are more crazy.
other people.
Nah.
Okay.
I live in America. Everybody is super rational and cool here. I don't feel like I can be. I don't feel like I can be blind outside. I feel like I would spend even more time outside as a result, but I don't feel like going outside, feeling the sun on my face and feeling the world go dark. I would be, oh my God.
That's such a
How
great
horrible
point.
does that sound?
I 100% agree with you because being outside is more healthy.
Yeah.
So if the choice is to go inside less because I'm visually impaired,
Exactly. I'll
be outside more.
You know what? Hold on.
Yeah.
Because actually, this is sounding like I might be a pretty healthy, adjusted person if I was just spending more time outside.
Yeah.
We might be onto something here.
Yeah, totally. Go blind indoors.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm just gonna start walking around like this. Or
What's that movie where they're
glasses up here?
where they gotta wear the bandana? Bird Box.
Bird. Yep.
Yeah.
Sandra
totally.
Bullock. So you're saying I could become Sandra Bullock if I do this?
100%. Oh, indoors only though.
That would be crazy.
Totally, she still
Half
got
the
it.
time, Sandra Bullock.
What does everybody else say? Or just I'll have to have a wicked patio.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah,
dude,
right?
Dude,
Are patios
dude,
outside or
hold on,
inside?
dude, you're in the chat.
Hey, look, it's me.
So the final question is: would you rather experience ego death, or continue to cast a Flesh and Blood tournament? Because if you keep staring at this for too much longer, I think something
I'm
bad's gonna
freaking
happen.
out. Who hacked me? My phone's right here.
So I guess we're picking Flesh and Blood, not ego death. Cool.
Well, this is just crazy. That's even my photo.
This has been Would You Rather, sponsored by our friends over at Fabric. Go check them out for the most incredible deck building resources on the web. If you need to look about what's coming up in Dusk Till Dawn, what are people playing with the new Prisms cards, what are people playing with the new Vin set cards, does anybody play Bolton? The way to find out is on Fabric. We wish Tony was here, but we thank them so much for sponsoring the show and the videos in the future, and thanks for hanging out. Oh, we got to pick a giveaway. What?
What are our choices for the gift? Oh, someone? I'll pick myself.
Thanks so much for playing. What do you mean? Pick someone in chat? Just pick someone?
Whoa, you. Oh, perfect.
Okay. You guys, that's a great. All right. Our producer, Justin Lawag. All right, this is how you can win a box of Dusk Till Dawn. You have 1 minute to send in the chat your submission for a Would You Rather for our next Would You Rather segment. Whichever Would You Rather makes both of us go like this the most. Please be nice.
Oh, nice. It's my
PG,
wife.
Please.
Hi, wife.
Woo! You can win, Taylor's wife. What's your name?
Maria.
Maria, you can totally win.
She's a person in her own right also.
Absolutely. That's why I asked her name is.
Yeah.
So, Would You Rather question. You have 1 minute, and the one that makes us freak out the most, we're sending a box of Dusk Till Dawn to. Go.
And we're just going to stare at chat and say nothing for a while.
Yep.
Hey, it's Carlos.
1 minute of silence.
Oh.
There's a delay, so we have to wait like a couple seconds. Would you rather question?
Also, Chubber Dunkus is maybe the best name in chat.
That's a very good name in
good
chat.
name.
I mean, it's too bad we already picked a way to do it because he might have won just with the just with hi, I'm Chubber Dunkus.
Would you rather or would you rather not? Okay.
Okay.
A little pedantic.
Would you rather
there.
eat raw fish or raw meat for the rest of your life? That's insane.
In some countries, it's not.
That's true. But only? Would you rather give me the box or keep it for yourself? Interesting. Would you rather get hit by CNC Pummel or Channel Lake Frigid on your own turn? Whoa.
That's pretty good. Would you rather fly or being invisible?
Would you rather forever be trapped 1 day away from spoiler season or 1 day away from set release? Depends what day of the week. If one of them's a Friday, if one of them's a Wednesday, I'm picking the Friday.
Would you rather have wet socks for life or pit stains for life?
Would you rather have 4 legs or 4 arms?
Incredible.
That's pretty good. Hey, is there a region lock on the box? Hopefully not. We'll say no. We'll say no.
It's going international, baby. Scroll back down, please, Justin. You scrolled up.
All right, that's 20 seconds left from our arbitrary timer. Would you rather play defense reactions? Would you rather have your class in every... would you rather play? Would you rather play defense reactions only, attack reactions only? Stub your toe daily or paper cut daily? That's pretty good. I might like that one.
Would you rather play only Levia or have a permanent open deck list? Opponents always know your deck.
Would you rather ban Tunic or have LSS never print a chess slot that is better than Tunic?
Interesting.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Would you rather only ever play Fab against Sanborn, only ever play Fab against Brody Spurlock for the rest of your life? Easy, you play against me, you win more games. Living Legend format without Starvo and Prism of Chain. All right, submissions are over.
Would you rather get a heart container or stamina vessel? asking for a friend. That is a classic dilemma.
Would you rather play Blitz forever or Living Legend forever? That's tough. That's tough.
What was the one you had before?
Paper cut or stub your toe.
Would you
or
rather?
the tunic.
No, there was the earlier one. That was my favorite.
Which one?
I don't know. Justin, scroll back up. What was it? I wish I could remember. I should have written these down.
Really, you didn't like it that much. They're the spaghetti hair, hot dog fingers.
Oh, that's pretty good.
My choice is between stub your toe, for keeping it fab related, stub your toe, paper cut, tunic, or either ban tunic or never printing something better than tunic, or the Living Legend or Blitz.
I like.
I'll give you the 3, and then you're gonna pick the box.
Okay, I'm going stub toe or paper cuts.
You have it. You heard it here first, folks. The winner of our favorite question from Would You Rather.
Would you rather have 4 legs or 4 arms? That was it. That was pretty good.
Between the two of them, we already gave it away.
We already gave it away. We did it. Sorry.
Our favorite question, Taylor's favorite question, and our favorite question. Would you rather stub your toe every day for the rest of your life or get a paper cut every day for the rest of your life? Minor inconveniences, but which do you think you could...
Mini little horse.
Which do you think you could numb yourself to more?
Yeah.
So, Many Little Horse, which is the name of the person who put that in there, Many Little Horse. If you could message Fabric on Twitter, once Dusk Till Dawn is released, we will be getting you a box of Dusk Till Dawn. So thank you for all of your submissions. That was actually really, really fun. Fabric, stub toe, or paper cuts. Good one, LOA. Yeah, he likes it. There we go.
Perfect.
We're good.
Also, sorry, Tony, you can't be here. We miss you.
We miss you.
I brought my Fabric shirt with me on this trip.
Wow.
Totally. It's getting a little tight. I needed a new one.
Damn.
You know?
Been in the gym. And on that note, we will be back very shortly for the next round here at the Battle Hardened Los Angeles. Thanks so much for hanging out, everybody. That was super fun. Thank you for casting.
Totally. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again sometime.
Yeah, totally.
And we will see you all momentarily. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Bye-bye.
I thought you were going to do it.
Oh my gosh, that was a hot mic for a second there.
Whoa.
Holy crap. Some people have said that they were like, what is AGE? And it was like the 4 hours before Barraging Blake and the 4 hours after.
Yep.
And I was like, okay, that'll go to my head really quickly. So that was like, let me tell you guys that. But it's that time again.
Barraging Blake. That's you.
Oh my gosh.
That's you with glasses.
Dude, one of these times I'm going to get skinny out of nowhere and you guys are going to go,
I believe.
that doesn't even look like you anymore, dude. You really put in the work. We're super proud of you.
I believe.
Be a long time, though.
Barraging Blake, are you ready?
Sure, let's do it.
What do you got for me?
Let's see what I can yell at.
Oh.
Okay.
This
is Prism, the Advent of Thorns or whatever.
Yeah.
It's you know what? We haven't had Prism for, I mean, you still can do her in CC.
Yep.
You haven't had Prism since July last year, maybe August or something. So it's very interesting. She wasn't around for Worlds.
Nope.
She's coming back. I think it's very frustrating of like, if you're a bottom place contestant on the leaderboard, you're kind of like, are we going to get more Prism? Like, why is there a Bellona? Like, what is that Bellona card? Of you invoke Belliona or the Angel Bellona?
The new Angel Ally, yeah.
And so I know Levia is not getting invoke Bellona.
Nope.
So it is kind of like we're on our second round of giving something. We're on our second round of giving Prism the better cards instead of the first round of giving some other people better cards.
Gotcha.
Prism Returns is interesting too because there's some heroes where I'm like, oh, don't worry. Like as soon as Oldham's out of here, I'm gonna be able to play it. And then you're like, Prism's coming back, and like. Every time you're like, okay, what's cool is I really have my Brute card deck. I'm super excited. I'm gonna Berserk into Blood Rush and do a whole bunch, and they just go Arclight Sentinel because Prism says that she can use Arclight Sentinel, so it's not a thing that's gonna go away.
Correct. No, that's
so overall, like Prism Returns, half of you guys are gonna be excited and only play Prism, but for everyone that just doesn't play Prism, it is kind of like, is this just the Prism show?
Yeah. Oh, well, Prism's has that main character energy, right? She is one of the main characters.
Maybe she's
in the
evil because
trilogy.
her eyes are red in this.
Yeah, and now you see a new enhanced form of Prism. She has actual wings now. She's on a throne that came out of nowhere.
That's the other thing. She's on a throne, so it's like literally gonna like oh, is this Prism going to be less powerful? Which I would hope so because the last one went already.
They wanted to show
But-
more feet.
but-
That's why they
but-
put it on the
Oh my god.
This is now Prism with feet. That's why she's more powerful.
Oh god. Her hero power is just the window's gone in it, so you can still see her feet, and it's just around it. I'm
Yep.
like,
Perfect. That's the
Jeez.
Prism. Eat it up. Have you not seen Phantasmal Footsteps?
is that
That's
her?
their favorite card.
Is that her?
No, those aren't. Those are different ones. Those are the
Okay,
the
so
bronze
Prism
ones.
returns. Who cares? I'll beat her. I'll beat her with Blood Rush. I'll be. I'm sure Brute will have a good match in a minute. I'm not
Yeah.
worried about it at all.
Yeah. So not worried about Prism return.
No.
In the Brute side,
At minimum, this is just a small pain.
but you're tired of seeing the character.
We'll see.
We'll see.
What? What is this in reference to? Oh my god. Is that photoshopped or you found a Google image that does that? I don't know if I should say this into the public eye if
This would be danger.
the jail comes or whatever.
Want me to say
So one time I took Justin somewhere and I was driving. And this is how I drive. Like you drive, you have your phone, you gotta I'm gonna type in the address
Yeah.
and then I'll be ready to go.
yeah.
I put my phone in my lap
Okay.
and look down real quick
Uh-huh.
to know if we're turning
Eyes
left
off
or
the
right.
road.
Much like it's illustrated here. I don't know why I'm illustrating here. But look how much room there is between my eyes and the road. It's not a lot. Like I'm gonna immediately see it. And like, but what sucks, I wear those jersey shorts, I wear these dumbass.
It's sliding
shirts.
everywhere.
The phone slides, and like there'll be some times where
Dangerous.
I'll like stop, and then my phone will fall on the
That's
whatchamacallit.
dangerous.
I bought a thing where you put it right here and it sticks there.
Yeah.
Use it 4 times.
Is it still there? Like, are you just
The
not
metal is
refusing to
right
use
here,
it?
but I just don't like it because you're like, oh, maybe the sneaky link sending a text. Maybe I need to see if the Dodgers hit the homer or not. Or I'm just. It is a thing where I don't know if you guys are like this, but like, do you get bored when you're driving? Where like I literally am so overstimulated by my phone all day long that if I have to wait 4 minutes between looking at my phone, I'm gonna go crazy. So it's like, okay, it's red light. Grab it.
You need.
I'm going to jail.
Like the solution is, I know you like the interactivity when you're driving, but the solution is we just put a screen in your yep right there,
Right there.
and it's just playing Subway Surfers while you're driving.
Oh
the
my
entire time.
god.
And I think that'll fix everything. I think that you'll be a lot more focused when you're driving.
Subway
you-
Surfers.
You have that amount. We'll just use that as the Subway Surfers monitor, and then you can keep your phone somewhere
Just
safe.
me watching what's happening on as I'm driving right there instead of the actual.
No.
that could work.
But
I've only been in 2 car accidents, so
okay, were they both in LA or?
maybe it's like 3 or 4. But the one where I totaled my car, someone ran into me.
Okay.
Randy said Blake's driving is an experience for sure.
And
Wow.
called out chat knows about
Dude.
this topic.
He's only been in the car for me for 8 hours, so he's probably the most
doesn't-
out of anybody in this community, to be honest. But
Can confirm.
it's funny too. The other crappy thing is you see this radio console.
Yeah.
On my car, that doesn't work, so we just play music through our phone. So that's another thing I got to click through. It's like, oh, this little non-suck song. I've heard it 3 times in the last
Like
hour.
filing an
Let's
insurance
take it.
claim on you,
All that.
and just wait.
Good luck, buddy. I'm sure somebody's gonna be like, we have visual proof of this, and we're gonna send you a bill or something.
No.
All right.
Next topic.
What else can I say?
When is the next East Coast event?
It's literally happening tomorrow, probably, and then there'll be another one on Tuesday, and then we'll think about having one next week, but
Yeah.
then they'll be like, no, we're gonna have that again. Is this the official East Coast? So everything else is Midwest? Oh, this is the United States, of course.
That's just East Coast.
I think it's interesting. I think this is a thought process of like I said something to somebody on Twitter. Somebody was like, Nationals should be in Atlanta. It's got a wonderful airport. It's close to it's right next to and it's like, come on, you guys! Like literally 3 days ago, you guys were in Baltimore, and like I get that there's less populace on the West Coast, and that's how it works or whatever. But like, I get that there's an idea of like, well, there won't be a calling in Canada because there's more people in America, and you want to be where the most people are, so you
Trying
don't
to
put a
balance
lot
it.
of people out.
Yeah.
But it's like, is Nationals going to be in Vegas? Is Nationals going to be in Dallas? Is Nationals going to be like? Can we get somewhere that's not on the East Coast of the United States right here, or is it going to be something like, yes, we're going to Cincinnati this time, or there's another thing in Columbus, or what's like? Is there a third city in Ohio?
I've
Youngstown.
My first time going to East Coast was the Pro Tour.
And like I think here is what I actually want to say to the camera.
There's like
Is like
5 of them in here.
Flying from West Coast to East Coast,
Uh-huh.
you get absolutely boned because you have to wake up early or go the night before, and you lose hours as you go east.
Okay.
People going east would gain hours as they go west.
Okay.
It's easier to go from east to west. Yes, I'm a little tired, but I'll go to bed early that night. But when you fly home from the tournament, you're gaining hours that you don't care about anymore. Because going from the East Coast to West Coast, we're gonna leave at 9 o'clock, and then at our home it's gonna be just 10 o'clock, and it's like you gain 3 hours out of nowhere. But at that point, you're like, I was already gonna go to bed. So if East Coast people were flying to West Coast, they wouldn't be tired for the tournament, and then it would just be West Coast time, and the West Coast people wouldn't be tired for the tournament.
So everyone wins.
And then when you fly home in the East Coast and you lose hours, you're already sleeping in the plane already, and you wake up and it's like 3 a.m. You just drive to your house and you go to sleep for the rest of the time. It's not like it's a double negative traveling from West Coast to East Coast.
Okay.
So whenever you're like, why are you guys complaining? It's because it sucks going from West to East. Maybe this would be a thought process of, hey, how was Europe going from Europe to America? You know what? The flight was great. We gained time. It's that, but United States.
Okay.
But it's the opposite of that. Of like, oh, how was going to France? Did anybody go to France for Lille? And they go, oh, it was awful. We lost so much time. That's it on the lower scale for us. I haven't gone anywhere east of Utah.
What if we just always travel east?
I don't know what I'm
for
talking about. But like, it is a thing of like, I was gonna go to Florida for Orlando for nationals, and then it was like, you got to get there Friday because we're gonna start nationals on Friday, and then it was like, because it's East Coast and how in airplanes work,
Yeah.
you have to go a whole day before, or you're gonna be jet lagged, and then it's like, you got to take 2 days off of work instead of 1, and it's just like,
Inconvenient.
Vegas has hotels.
Vegas has hotels. Vegas has hotels. Vegas has
Convention
food.
centers.
Vegas has Fab. Everyone likes going to Vegas.
They have trained our community of flesh and blood, all 9,000 of us.
Yep.
They have trained us to expect a thing in Vegas every year. It happened in, what was it, August?
Yeah,
then
it was for the
July?
Uprising, and then we had one for Tales
Tales
of
of
Aria.
Aria. Tales of Aria was like
Yeah.
August or September? September?
I didn't go to that one.
Oh, I did. Because I will come to stuff that's in Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just a thing of, you've trained us once per year. Where's the once per year? It's going to be nationals. Let's just do nationals in
do
Vegas.
Nationals in Vegas.
Let's get it over
Please
with.
do Nationals in Vegas. I would love that.
Is there anybody in Vegas, in the chat from Vegas here?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't look like it.
No? Okay, never mind then. But I know there's flesh and blood people out there. It's a great time. I think, who's excited to go to Vegas?
I didn't say
Everybody.
come to
Who's
Los
excited?
Angeles. I gave you one state over,
That's fair. We met in the middle.
I will compromise. Have it in Vegas.
Yeah.
I won't say I'll compromise. Have it in the lower part of Connecticut. Hartford.
That's not much compromise.
Oh,
That's fair.
it's super cheap to the Hartford Days Inn, like whatever convention center is.
Would you go to Texas? Would you
I would
compromise
go to
Texas?
Texas,
You compromise
yeah.
Texas as well. So that border.
I would not go. What if?
Just looking at the map.
Like Tennessee is as far east as I'm gonna go on purpose.
Wait,
now we-
where's the furthest state? Like, would you do Missouri?
No, I said Tennessee, right? there, yeah.
Tennessee, right above it.
Yeah, I don't count Missouri.
I'll go to
as
the
a middle
lakes.
Place.
What if we do the lakes? Like
Which lake? This
like,
cold ass place.
well, then it's like
this
in the
barren
middle for
wasteland?
Canada too, and everyone wins.
I don't
then.
care about Canada,
There-
and I
we
never
have-
will.
No, we have Canada players. All right.
They have
gotta-
Canada players. Which ones are good?
There is.
You said
Yuki,
instead. You didn't say. Oh, I know
Tarek
it.
Patel.
Oh, all of them made top 8. We're fine without them. Let's go. And it's nationals. Who cares about Canada? What are you talking about?
Part of the nation.
This is a deck list. It's just something where I would like to have some representation. I know we just had Worlds in San Jose.
Yeah.
So This is national.
Okay. All right. Final statement. Where should U.S. Nationals be?
I will compromise for Austin, Texas,
Okay. That's on the plate.
or Denver, Colorado.
No Arizona.
What? Girl, bye.
If it's in Arizona, Blake won't show up.
Phoenix, just your cars light on fire as soon as you get off the plane.
Okay. So
Great.
Texas and Vegas is on the table.
Why do you think Alex Ward plays Icelander so his cards don't burn up? Jeez. Let Blake cook. Let Blake cook. We got Texas, Texas.
Blake's on it. So so we'll do Vegas or Texas. That's our statement from the West Coast. Everybody here supported that statement. They signed it.
Signed, sealed, delivered to
Vegas or Texas. Those are the
assistant to James
national
White.
locations.
Why Austin? Have you been to Austin? It's sick. Okay, next one. Oh, there's one more.
Last
Great. I hope
topic.
it's about me driving again, so I can tell everyone the worst parts of my life.
Oh,
remembrance. Okay. So what's interesting? I've paid enough attention about this to believe I know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just spit
All right.
and just go.
I'm gonna let you cook. I'm not gonna say anything.
Everyone from Texas hates Austin. Kadachi for one. That sounds.
Don't
get
get off track. We're in the middle of a segment, sir. Don't.
So what's happening here with Remembrance is when you walk into a saloon here, it's like, do you have the gun in your pocket, your hand, and the gun in your boot? And they'll be like, put your guns on the table, and you'll go, here's my gun in my hand, but then you have one in your pocket and you got one in your boot. So what I'm trying to say is Remembrance, when there was lists of 3, there's 3 Remembrance. You just auto lose if you yourself don't have 3 Remembrance. So it's almost a thought of a gentleman's agreement of whenever we present our hero, this is what I was hoping. I know this isn't how this game works, but the idea of let's both present our heroes. We're both playing a Dromai into Oldham or something. Do you have 3 Remembrance? If you do, if you have 3 Remembrance and I have 3 Remembrance, let's just take them out, throw them away. Put them in the sideboard, because if we both play 3 Remembrance, we're going to spend an extra hour and 15 minutes on this game searching for the small little bitty pieces of getting ahead.
Mhm.
But if it's all or it's nothing. Or maybe you go, let's take 2 guns out and put one gun in. 1 Remembrance, that way there's a little bit of variance of, did I get my Remembrance early and then it hits me early? But like the thought process, somebody was telling me this is what they did in Yu-Gi-Oh! Of like, do you have this card that's super powerful because I have the same card? We either both play it or we both don't. And that was the whole thing. And then someone screwed it up, or they're like, yeah, I'm not playing it. And then they did anyway. They put it in their sideboard. They're like, yeah, I have 2 copies. And they're like, okay, I'll take my 2 copies out. And then they had a 3rd copy in the sideboard and just won the tournament. And he was like, I didn't really lie. Nobody even said that visually, but that's what I heard them say. I think what's interesting, too, is Remembrance is a tool to use against our friend Oldham and Fatigue. But if Oldham has 3 of them as well, we're just doing stuff for like an hour for no reason. And like I think that's something where I don't want to lose a game because I only put 2 Remembrance in and my opponent did 3. That feels bad. I don't want to lose a game because I put 1 Remembrance and my opponent had 3.
Okay.
Because that just feels like we're not playing our best cards and getting our advantage going. We're blocking with Crippling Crush, which is such a bad thing because I need the Crippling Crush to beat you. Oh no, I just put 3 Crippling Crush back in and with Remembrance. And that's a valid strategy and makes sense, but it's always been kind of 1 copy, not the entire game plan. Run my opponent out of stuff, Remembrance my stuff back in early, and then go. Is something where I'm like, okay. Like, I wish everyone knew I don't have any Remembrance in my deck. We can play this to the letter of the law and just go, or we're both, like, the idea of 3 I'm going all over the place. 3 Necria, 3 Uvia, and 3 Remembrance sounds awful for everyone. Like, if you said, I have that, I would just concede. Like,
right away.
I don't want to play against Dromai that has all this, but there is a chance you draw 3 Remembrance on my Blood Rush turn and I just run over you.
Right.
So I get that that's why that Remembrance has a 0 in the bottom right, a 0 in the bottom left.
Instant.
Like, there's nothing going on here.
Do you think it should be banned?
I think it should be get out of here.
You should be taken out of the meta for health
I would love for it to
purposes.
say legendary, much like a Gorganian tome.
Oh, so like a one of?
I see this as a Gorganian tome,
Okay.
which would be sick. if it was like, oh, that's what they're gonna do. Ban Remembrance.
Okay.
Make Remembrance number 2. Make it cost 1 red, or what? Not cost 1. Make it pitch for 1.
Okay.
Cost 0.
Okay.
Call it Remembrance with
Remembrance.
ANTZ. And then go shuffle up to 3 action cards from your graveyard into your deck. Banish Remembrance. If your opponent's already played Remembrance, shuffle 4.
So it's kind of like it punishes you for continuing playing for each side. So it's like,
I don't know. I just want this to say legendary. 1 copy only.
what if it was random?
That way the light switch is 1 or 0, not 0 or 3. Because if you walk in there and you're like, oh, hey, you're playing Oldham? All right, let's do it. And your own opponent's playing 3 Remembrance in their list. You're just like, oh, I'm going to lose. I just don't know this for an hour and a half.
What if it was random? 3 random action cards from a graveyard.
You know nobody plays random shit.
Exactly. I think that would fix it, and you still get the power of getting.
If
to
you
recur
said
stuff.
if you said shuffle up 1 to 3 cards in your deck, roll a dice.
Yep.
Roll a dice, divide by 2, and if you roll a 1, it does nothing.
Maybe. I mean, you love dice games.
Oh.
I know how much you're a big Brute fan and dice rolling.
It's just something. Dromai wouldn't be playable if she didn't have a Remembrance. Good. Why is that a negative thing? There's other heroes that aren't playable if they don't have certain cards, and I don't have cards to deal with go wide strategies, so I can't play my play. It's not playable. Who cares? I think it's
right
so
now.
funny whenever it's like, oh, my Runeblade loses hard to something. We should get Skeletor back. It's like, no, you just lose for 6 months. Stop talking about Skeletor on the freaking internet and want it back. What, Breezy or whatever your name is? Like, you're going to be bad for 6 months. Why can't you be bad for 6 months? Why can't you play another hero?
I want to be bad for 6 months. I want my skeleton.
Well, I didn't want to be bad for 2 years. And we're still, well, after a whole set of Prism cards and a whole set of this, maybe there will be a Brute card that you could have. Dromai wouldn't be playable if she didn't have Remembrance. Why is that a bad thing?
I'm going to flip it when you get good Brute cards and be like, no, not allowed to have fun. But I definitely see, like, the worry with Remembrance. I think Remembrance causes a certain play style into the game and definitely kind of warps that.
Yeah, it's not fun to do that play style of the game. And then instead of losing because of cards we're playing, we're losing because of card count that I have of that card.
I just have more cards than you.
Right. I have 3 copies of Remembrance, so I have 9 extra cards. You have 1 copy of Remembrance. You have 3 copies of extra cards.
So they do this in Yu-Gi-Oh! I know, is they'll ban certain copies up to a card. So would you be fine if they, like, you can have up to 1 copy only of Remembrance in a deck?
Yes.
2 copies?
No.
2 is the limit.
No, 1's the limit.
One's the limit.
Yeah.
One's the limit.
You're really trying to play a second Remembrance.
So 1's the limit. Yeah. What if you have a Abyssal Quiver and 1 Remembrance?
Lexi's not going to play Remembrance regular, so
So
I think there is interesting that the Quiver has a stipulation, because I was just going around like, oh, I'm going to go put 3 Endless Arrows in there when I was on Talishar the first time.
Yeah.
And it was like, pick 3 different names, and I was like, oh, this is way worse than I thought.
Yeah.
And I think what's interesting is if you draw Remembrance in your first 8 cards, you are kind of like, well, this sucks, but how many times do people not have this?
Yeah.
How dare you not count
he's
Missouri,
on a mode, guys. He's gonna read the
Kansas City,
comments.
and St. Louis
He's gonna
have
read the
massive
comments.
Fab crowns?
It's gonna spill over. They do.
Prove it, Emery.
do.
I haven't seen a tournament from you guys yet, brother.
We're gonna go out
Prove
there.
it.
I think they have a ton of tournaments in that section coming up because they gave them all the
Is
East
it on
Coast.
YouTube or what's up?
No, it's all the East Coast tournaments that popped up.
In Missouri, Kansas?
Missouri, Kansas. That's like mid East Coast.
We're doing our best. We're gonna have a battle hardened next
I'm hungry,
month.
dude. I'm so hungry.
If you want to fight me in person, I'll be
Yeah, Blake's gonna be there. Come out of the battle hardened, please.
unless I'm driving
Wanna
there and my
see-
phone falls and gets underneath my foot and
Yeah,
I go like,
Yeah, we want to see more people. We're always excited to interact with the community and connect with these smaller communities that may not know about. That's also why we broadcast, so you guys can see our lovely small community. They're all back there. We keep them behind the glass. They're a bunch of animals.
this is a community that's not in a flyover state.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
That's what they're saying. They're saying no one cares about them states because they're called flyover states.
Oh,
But that's
oh,
something
because
we
you fly
say to
over
be
them, you get to
rude, and now we're
places.
coastal elite when we do that.
That makes sense. Okay.
I've
I
never
didn't know
been
that.
elite at
I never
anything in
even-
my
I've
entire
never
life, so I've been
made it.
coastal, but that's cool. I've been something else that goes with coastal.
All right. Any more? You got last little bit on the remembrance. Any more?
No, we're done.
Are you
We're-
barraged? You threw your
We're
punches.
barrage out of here. I
said your piece,
I drove Justin maybe 6 months ago.
and he still didn't forget it. He made you talk about it.
Yeah. And what's nice though is when somebody did carpool and brought me because they know I'm not a good driver. So if you do that enough, you can passenger princess your way around LA. It's really
That's
great.
fair. Just out of concern for other people's safety.
That's Barraging Blake. We got round 6.
6, bro. We're almost
Round
we're
6
almost-
after a short break. Love you guys. Thanks for sticking around. Maybe pick somewhere good for nationals.
We're back, ladies
Whoa.
and gentlemen. I'm Colin Honigman from the Attack Action Podcast. I'm back with Blake,
I'm
my
Blake.
main man.
I'm Blake Meyer from the Non-Attack Action Podcast.
He's from the podcast that exists only in his mind. And to tap into that, we're going to use some special technology, zoom right in to the Barraging Blake cast. It's time to get Blake's opinion on a variety of topics.
Okay. They're starting to get easier than harder, right?
I don't know. You tell me.
I haven't been actually mad since last February. So let's go, you know.
I feel like there was one we were both mad, and that was fun.
Oh.
So
Okay,
maybe we'll
I
do
remember that. I remember that.
Let's do that. Here we go. It's Plague Hive. What happens when they pitch Plague Hive, Blake?
Oh my god. Okay, so I'm gonna be part of this problem finally. I mean I've been playing Uzuri, blah 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 blah.
Blah, blah.
What sucks is I my first outside. I'm so excited about all my outsiders. I'm gonna build this deck. I'm gonna play this. Somebody in our meta, he judges these things. He's the worst because
Not to name names.
he's like 9 codex. I'm blowing up his deck list. He's literally gonna go fight in Baltimore, but it's just a pain in the ass. I'm always like only have 2 health to survive, and it's like, all right, I'm gonna roll this dice, and he puts out his disease tokens, and he goes, a 1 or 2 is blood rot, a 2 or 3 or 4 is inertia, and a 5 or a 6 is frailty. Every mother f time he rolls his die, and it'll literally go to 2, and I will block with my full hand. The blood rot comes in, and I literally gave him the kitchen sink, and he beat me exactly, like, without, like, some arrow. I was probably going to lose anyway in 2 turns from now, but, like...
Welcome back, everybody, to the AGE Players Championship. I am lucky enough to be joined by one of our 2 players who have punched their ticket into the top 8, sporting a 3-0 record, the only Fi in the field, the coolest man I have literally ever met. This is Tyler Horspool. Tyler, thank you for joining me in the booth and casting this next round.
What are you, like you're like the 4 floating guy or whatever, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, great to be here, I guess. Let's do what is it we do here?
Well, we're going to cast the next. You said you wanted to cast the next
Oh,
round.
yeah. Sure.
So tell me about your tournament. You're the only Fi here. You sporting the Rising Rebellion. You've cut through the tournament to make it to 3-0 on the day. Tell me about some of your matches. How have you been feeling? How are you feeling to be punching your ticket to the top 8 so early?
Feels good or whatever. You know, I played a Levia in the first round.
Yes.
You guys saw that.
We
Absolutely demolished, you know.
Well.
Then I played against a Dromai, 5 versus Dromai. Not a match that, there's a reason that wasn't on camera, you know. Otherwise, you guys have me on camera every round. And then round 3, this last round I played against Lexi. You know, double Art of War, no big deal.
Wow, fortunate draws to grab those Artivores in sequence, and one of them was on the tuna counter, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, if you say so.
Just some back and forth. You know.
Oh yeah, sure. You know, if you say something worth, you know, responding to, then maybe we'll do some back and forth. I'm waiting for it.
Yeah.
What's the matchup we got coming up? What are we casting?
You and I are going to be casting a Levia mirror between 2 players who are desperately trying to stave off elimination. That 3rd loss punches you out of the tournament, but that 3rd win can get you into the top 8. So these players are both sitting with 2 losses, looking to get their way back up into the upper brackets. They each got to win 2 games in a row, and this could be the first. Are you excited?
They're both playing Levia?
Yeah, Levia.
I'm bored. All right. See you guys. You know.
You're just he's just leaving. Can he do that? He's allowed to do. He can just. Can I just? No. Yeah. Okay. You still want to help? Yeah. Oh, to the rescue. To the rescue.
Who even was that guy?
Dude, I don't know. I think he just found his way in. He reeks of booze. No, I'm just kidding.
I think he's lost. Poor
Well,
guy just came in off the street.
I feel like I just woke up from a nightmare.
3-0. There you go. That's Tyler Horspool. But I am Colin Honigman, and I am excited
Yay.
for this Levia mirror.
Thank gosh, because I was just put through the ringer.
Well, you know.
Yeah, he asked to be here, and here I am, just hung out to
These
dry.
celebrities, man, you know, they just...
It's tough, living in Los Angeles.
They think they can just get whatever they want for free, and then when they're bored, they leave.
Yeah, I heard he punched the barista at Starbucks this morning. Just in the face. He said, no, I said venti.
He's like, did you call me Chris?
Well, thank you all for helping me through that traumatic experience. But luckily, we are able to bring you the second to last round here of Swiss at the AGE Championships. All these players are trying to get the trophy. This has been a long and hard battle from January. It's all culminated to this, and we've got 2 players that are going to be ready to bring you an incredible game. It's Alan Chavarin of Titanium Bauble Fane and Angel Benitez, 2 players who have played these heroes excellently all throughout the Open Series and are now desperately trying to stave off not only blood debt, but elimination from the tournament.
Yeah, these guys are desperate. They are like last call, lights are about to come on, you know, chasing after everybody in the bar, desperate. But you know what? They're both excellent pilots. I'm very excited to see this game. I don't know what differences their decks have. I think, you know, I think we saw, was Angel on earlier? No, he wasn't on earlier.
We had Alan on round 1.
But I think Angel might be running some barraging beatdowns in his deck. Which
I think that is absolutely true. We can see
really
them,
interesting.
some blue barraging beatdowns in the sideboard. He's running the pulpings, trying to get the go again. He's got the Soul Harvest, you know, the Levia specialization, and a cheeky little Vile Inquisition, one of the cards that you can play from your banished zone.
I even
for
saw
free.
him play the Soul Harvest, which is a rare sight sometimes.
A supremely rare sight.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously both players running Levia Redeemed and Consumed in the sideboard. Why wouldn't you? It's the only reason this hero is good right now.
Absolutely. And the beginnings of this game starts off with Angel Benitez rolling a 6. A 6 on the Scabskin Leathers means that these 2 Mandible Claws are going to be each coming in for 3. They're not going to have go again, but instead of needing go again, they're just going to use up those action points that the handy little Scabskins got you.
Points to spare, man. Angel just famously rolls 6 so often. I would call out his dice, but he uses different dice each time. So, you know, I don't know. The man's cracked. He's got them dice rolling skills. Let's go to Vegas. Maybe some craps.
Perhaps he will be joining us all at Nationals. Now, interestingly there, Angel was not able to find or either did not elect to put any cards into his graveyard, which is, as we know, a key cog of these Levia decks machines. Levia decks, excuse me. Alan there being able to block with 2 cards, putting some 6 attacks into the graveyard, is going to be interesting to see if that plays into either of these first turns. As this pulping is going to be coming in, it is going to discard a 6, so it's got Dominate, and if it's only defended by 1 card, it's also going to have Go again. And that's going to just have Angel buy an attack for 6, going down to 34 to Alan's 40.
He's cool with it. Just take the 6. Although, Alan's graveyard looking really good. Angel's graveyard not so good. This will be a battle of the graveyard managements, and I'm excited to see the more kind of the different dynamics that this matchup can have. I know they're both kind of playing for the same end state, so it is a question of who can kind of get there with the advantage. I don't know if it's. I think the last time we saw this, Angel was playing somebody else, and he got them pretty low, and I think they weren't able to transform to Consumed, so it really kind of ruins that for you. So you have to be careful, because it has to be through your blood debt that triggers, and then if you miss that because you've taken other damage, it's pretty bad, because then you're just in the old Levia endgame state, which is, oh my god, I hope I can banish a 6 every turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Critically, these heroes are going to be looking to get some of the biggest spike turns they can before their opponent. Alan here getting a cool 9 damage across with just a regular old Mandible Claw after that pulping. But we've got Angel coming in strong with a Blood Rush Bellow. He's pitching a Hold the Line. We're going to discard the Endless Maw. So we're drawing 2 cards, and all of our Brood attacks for the rest of the turn, if we are Angel, are going to have +2, which means at least we've got some Mandible Claws coming in for quite a bit of damage. Both these players, you might be surprised to see the 1 and 2 record here, but this is the top 16 Invitational Championship. So we're playing a triple elimination round today. It's first to 3 wins into the top 8. Once you get 8 players with 3 wins, you're in the top 8. Once you get 3 losses, you are out of the tournament. So both of these players are fighting for their tournament lives, but Angel is going to start his second turn here with a Mandible Claw 4/5 with Go Again off the back of the Blood Rush Bellow.
Some key differences in these guys' decks. Angel running some pummels. We love that. He's got yellow Dread Screamers, with Alan does not. Mark of the Beast, and then those blue Barraging Beatdowns that we talked about before, and the Diabolic Offering, which is it's a weird card, but we saw Angel use it pretty effectively in last month's tournament.
Critically, we are seeing Alan do something similar to what he did in his round 1, which was use that Scowling Fleshback early and use it on a hand with multiple cards. This is a Blood Rush Bellows turn, so rather than trying to grab a specific final Chain Ender or anything of the like, it looked as though he was willing to just get one of the 2 final cards in Angel's hand into the Banished Zone face down, so that the Blood Rush Bellows turn could be as mitigated as possible. But now that critical piece of armor and critical defensive effect in the Intimidate going to be gone for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the Blood Rush Bellows turn is the most effective turn for that. So I think it's not a question of whether he should have done it then, but maybe the next one would have been more impactful. It's hard to tell, you never know when they're just going to house you. So preventing that damage early to maintain his life lead, I think makes sense. He's still got Husk, he can always Husk a big turn later.
Absolutely, and both players still working with the Carrion Husk on their full 6 block value, as well as the Scabskin Leathers. However, Alan coming in with the Pulping, once again ripping the swing big off the top. That's going to have more than 6 attacks. So we've got the Dominate and the Go Again. And it looks as though with the Go Again, we're going to go ahead and roll the Scabs, get 2 action points. What are we going to do them with? Just roll them. Just get some bad luck out of the way.
True brute players who are just rolling dice. He's like, I got 2 action points, I pass.
So we are going to see an Art of War deployed from Angel out of the arsenal here. And now, interestingly enough, Angel has been able to find 2 of his kind of biggest power turns early in this game with the Blood Rush Bellow into the Art of War. Now, critically, probably choosing Go Again off the Art of War rather than the +1 effect because of how powerful that effect can be in Levia, and also drawing 2 cards. Now he's got enormous hand here with 4 after playing that card, and is able to get Go Again on his next attack here. So we got a CNC in the hand. That could be a CNC with Go Again. That seems pretty good.
Exactly what it is, and it is pretty good. Give me 2 cards to start, and then we'll see what happens next. And he's got cards to do stuff, so. And there he goes. Blocks with 2 cards. It's kind of an easy call. But what does Angel have next to follow this up with? I feel like I saw another CNC. That'd be so funny if he just...
Dude, double CNC turn? And it's what we're going to see. And yeah, Alan's just like, sure. I mean, what do you want me to do? I'll give you all 4 of my cards.
Yeah, I'll trade
Fill the graveyard up. I don't got Blood Dead yet, so whatever.
Trade my turn for your 2 CNCs. Not actually... It's pretty fair. It's kind of just resets, and 2 big cards for Angel are gone.
Yeah, I mean, Alan's probably happy to see. We're just gonna roll. We're just gonna go ahead and roll the Scabskins. We're getting all our good rolls out of the way before they even matter. But Alan, after facing down the Blood Rush Bellow and the Art of War, we've taken some turns off, but our graveyard's nice and full. And now we're gonna be able to see how much damage can we eventually put back together once we do a little bit of a clap back. But after those 2 power turns, you'd expect Alan to perhaps be at some lower life. And I'm curious if 38 is a completely accurate representation after those Mandible Claws were coming in for so much damage. But Oh, he did block one entirely for 5. Right. So this is just after the one Mandible Claw. So yeah, after 2 of those big turns, only being at 38 here, facing down a Dread Screamer with Go again, coming in for 6. You'd probably expect Alan to be slightly lower life, so you have to imagine he's happy with where he's at.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's probably Blood Rush in his arsenal, so he had to protect it. He's got to wait for his turn. It looks like now he's more comfortable just taking some raw damage. That is the downside of Levia. Wait, is it Levia? Levia? What have we decided we're saying?
It's I think if you were to ask Ethan Van Sant Sant, it would be Levia.
Okay.
He has like literal documentation and evidence for it.
James White told everyone that we could say it however we wanted. So Levia, presents raw damage most of the time with very few hit effects. So on turns where you want to be really impactful, if you're not threatening lethal, you can just tank that damage and come back with more damage if you've got a better hand. So that looks exactly like what Alan is doing here. I love watching these guys play. They're both great players, and they're both, I feel like they embody the brute lifestyle pretty well. And I'm always a fan of Alan presenting his ripped up Levia and sometimes his crayon.
Oh yeah, paper playmat.
You got the crayon right up there.
There it is. You guys can see it. We are going to get to see a Diabolic Offering here because I believe while we were talking about the nomenclature, there was a 6 rolled because 3 action points were used on this turn. So this is
cracked.
This is cracked. This is Graveling Growl going to be coming in probably 4/6, followed up by just the Mandible Claw for 3. But then this Diabolic Offering, because a 6 has hit the Banish Zone this turn, this is a 1 for 6 here, folks, in your blue slot. Technically, on this turn, it also blocks for 6.
Yeah.
Which is not going to be relevant, but Alan just going to be content to take all of that damage because, as you said, he's probably got quite a big turn of his own reared up in the chamber.
Yeah, 17 damage taken by Alan on this turn. Pretty significant, but he's just starting off with the Dread Screamer. That is not...
It's not the Blood Rush Bellow.
That is not the Blood Rush Bellow. Very interesting. Maybe, what if it's like an Art of War and he's going to banish a card from his hand and then, I didn't see
It's the Swing Big. It's the Swing Big, but it looks like that Swing Big might be headed to the Arsenal because he doesn't have enough pitch at the moment to pay for it. We did hit the Go again off of this Dread Screamer, so we've got now officially 6 with Go again to start this turn. Blood Debt is active, but Blood Debt has been turned off thanks to Levia's hero effect. Even though it's ripped up and unsleeved and made of cardboard, still functions exactly the same. So this is going to be 6 damage Angel has to deal with here.
And he takes it.
And it looks as though, yes, that final card from the arsenal there going to be the Graveling Growl. Now, some of these cards come in for 6. Some of them come in for 7. This one's 7, right? I always think the rest of them are 7. But that's just because it's all Graveling's fault.
Yeah.
It's not my fault.
No, it's not your
Graveling's fault. Yes, because it's not my fault.
No.
It's Graveling's fault.
In this game,
Graveling here coming in for 12.
They are near transformation area, and their blood debt is not very high. So this will be interesting. I feel like they're going to have to slow down a little bit because they need to build up that graveyard and blood debt to make sure that end game works, or if they just feel confident and they can go. I mean, honestly, I guess they're at 25 and 27 because Carrion Husk is a thing. That is still on both sides of the board, so artificially their life is a bit higher than it might otherwise be. Angel blocking out with Scab Skins and his Vile Inquisition. That tasty little one of is now just block fodder.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're absolutely right that this is going to be the time of this game where both players have to be thinking about when they want to become the demi-hero. Levia redeemed or Levia Blasphemous consumed. To do so, critically have to take blood debt damage and bring yourself down to exactly 13. So this is a turn that we're just seeing a vanilla Beast Within coming out from Angel here. Does he have 4 blood debt cards in the Banish Zone? If he does, we're heading straight to 13 right on this turn, but that would only be 4 blood debt cards that are accessible for Blasphemous consumed here, and you have to wonder, is that going to be enough to close this game out? Both players showing quite the propensity to just eat a bunch of damage, but once your opponent has become a new demi-hero, does that tendency continue?
Yeah, and I'm not super familiar with how this new version of Levia plays. So maybe it is a case where if he has just a couple blood debt, like it just prevents him from worrying about blood debt through the end of the game, and he can just play. And he'll play the couple cards, and then he can still play cards from his deck. He just doesn't have access to that, kind of card advantage that he would get from being able to play cards from his banish through the rest of the game. Capolo, if Alan is running Levia redeemed / consumed in his sideboard, so he does have the option since you don't have to decide. That's like really interesting that you just have that card there and you can decide if you want to do it.
You just have it and then you have access.
When it triggers. So we will see what happens. But yeah, Angel, he's hovering, and Swing Big's coming in. And he's got an Art of War in hand, so.
Yeah, this is going to be a Swing Big for 8. Of course, if it does not hit, the defending peak player will get to create a Quicken token that, yes, would be nice for this Levia deck, but with an Art of War, you already have access to the go again. How much damage are you willing to take to set yourself up with the Art of War turn? Both players sitting at 1 and 2. Either player taking the loss here knocks them from the tournament. Jettisoned from the space. We will take their body and fly it towards the sun like Icarus. However, Icarus flew to the sun of his own free will. And us?
And then he fell back down. So in this case, we're going to just complete the launching into space. And here comes the Husk. This is an easy call. Let's see if he's going to block 2 cards, get that Quicken token. That would be nice. It looks like he is. He's thinking about it. He's got the card there.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I was going to say that last month we saw Angel defensively play Art of War to defend with Diabolic Offering 4/6, which was
slick.
It was pretty slick, and normally that seems like bad, but it worked out pretty well for him in the end, and I thought that was such an interesting play, when you need to. It's not, of course, ideal or what you're going for, but if you have to, you can trade a couple cards for, a 6 block, and then you kind of come back with mostly full hand and blocking with a Swing Big of his own. So Quicken take token achieved.
Creating the Quicken token here, putting another Blood Debt card into the banished zone, but unfortunately, if those are the only 2 Blood Debt cards this turn, depending on what else we're able to banish from our graveyard this turn, right now I don't believe we're able to become Levia Blasphemous Consumed because the only 2 Blood Debt cards in there would take us down to 14 at the end of the turn if we are Angel here. So let's see how he's able to utilize both the Quicken token and his graveyard if he wants to get some more Blood Debt card into the banished zone. However, if you turn off Levia, then we're not losing any. We're not taking any blood debt damage, so there's an interesting dance of trying to get yourself to just enough, get yourself down to 13 without turning off the blood debt for a turn, which is a critical part of that sequence. This Slithering Shadowpeed so far, blood debt not turned off, coming in for 6 with go again on the back of that Quicken token, 2 floating. Hey, you talked about the pummel. We got 2 floating, 2 cards in hand. We got 2 floating, 2 cards in hand. These are open deck lists. These players have all been able to see each other's deck lists because of the nature of the tournament. So Alan is aware of the pummels in the list.
I mean, technically he should be, but there's also that state where too much information and you can't hold it all in your brain.
This is true.
That's for lowly players like myself, not these high flying brute boys out here.
Yeah, not for the high flying brute boys out here.
That's what we call them. Yeah, it'd be really fun if the Quicken token go again is that's a distraction. He's trying to psyops you. The pummel is coming. So be aware.
Be ready.
But yeah, he does still have has not banished a card, so his blood debt is turned on currently, which could be. I mean, it's not the worst thing. He's just got the 2. This is such an interesting game. I feel like the banished zone and the graveyard has been very light.
Yeah, absolutely. Just as we...
It's because they're not blocking. They're lots of damage.
Yeah, I mean, Allen's has definitely got a greater graveyard than Angel, and some of that was due to the first turn of the game where he was able to block with a couple cards and begin that process. But Angel here, I think, confirming for us, as Allen checks the graveyard, that there are only 2 Blood Debt cards on the turn, or in the banished zone right now. So this would be taking Angel down to 14 unless a pummel's going to come out. Doesn't look like there is one. I can see that Art of War. Are we willing to draw, get some damage across? Because Alan has...
Does look like a pummel, though.
Oh, is it?
I think it is. You can see that kind of spiked edge.
Oh, it'd be so... It's either a pummel or a swing big.
Just stop on it.
Yeah, Howl from Beyond, perhaps? It might be a Howl.
Oh.
However, what we're going to find out about now is the fact that this is an Art of War. We are playing the Art of War in the reaction step.
Nice. He's going to give it +1.
Most likely going to be buffing and drawing here, given that we have already gotten our Quicken Token, and that is how this is going to go. We're going to banish the Endless Maw, so we have now officially gotten our Blood Debt up to 3 from any turn from this point on. If we don't if we don't turn the Blood Debt off, we will be able to become Levia Blasmafet Consumed. So setting himself up to make sure that he has enough Blood Debt in there to become Levia Consumed on a further turn. Alan taking the 1, going down to 19. How does Angel want to continue the turn on the back of this Art of War buff?
Yep. Good call, chat. Shadow P is the 1 cost, so we can't pummel it. We got played on that one. Easy thing to forget. You think 6?
Hey, again, listen.
6 power card.
Listen.
Would cost 2.
Listen. You could pummel it. You'd just be cheating.
Yes.
You know?
That's right.
So just because we were advocating for cheating doesn't make us bad players.
Yeah. You
It
think
just makes
Sleepy Connor's gonna find it? All right, I won't put Connor on blast. He's working hard.
He's working hard. He's the
That's the post Chipotle lunch sleepies. You know, we all get them. So we're blocking that out, and then just come in with a little bit of a little slicey with the mandible claw, ending our turn at equal life. So except Alan has his husk, so that is a pretty big differentiating factor right here. Pitching the Doomsday, unlikely to see that card again. Unfortunately, it's the most fun card when it's played.
We're going to go ahead and banish a random card here, discard a random card. The Graveling Growl going to go ahead and get discarded.
There he goes. Pulping. Pulping coming in.
One more time.
Pulping with 6, dominate, and go again if not blocked by 2 cards from hand, or 2 cards.
So this one going to get the dominate. We're going to get the go again. Blocking for 3. We're blocking with the rest. So that's going to go ahead and intimidate the last card in hand. Make sure no more damage.
Throws it away.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and block with the rest of our equipment here because Angel's setting himself up nicely now to become Blasmafet Consumed. As long as he doesn't turn Blood Debt off this turn, he'd only have 3 cards to work with for the rest of the game from the banished zone. But with life totals where they stand now, perhaps that would be enough.
I mean, the advantage of doing it, even if you don't have the card advantage, is that you're just not going to die to your Blood Debt, which is great. So he can still do all the powerful things that Levia does regularly, but won't have to worry about turning off the Blood Debt every single turn. So that would be an interesting state to end up in. I feel like we'll probably get a little bit more stuff in his banished zone this turn, I would assume, because we've got Blood Rush Bellows.
Yeah, Angel here setting himself up with a Blood Rush Bellow. Depending on how he wants to continue, he's going to not only potentially be able to become consumed upon the turn, but also present a fair amount of damage because the Blood Rush Bellow. So you talk about the kind of plays you want to make to become consumed. Swing big is one. Just a kind of a regular brute attack without worrying about the go again is another. But this is a Blood Rush Bellows turn into potentially consummation. So this Mandible Claw for 5 can be blocked out by these Scabskin Leathers and the 3 block here. Still got the Husk online. Do we want to give it up on the turn? I don't know how much Blood Debt Alan is working with in his Banish Zone, but now we're just going to, once again, Mandible Claw for 5. We've got one more card in hand.
It looks like he's got no Blood Debt, from what I can tell.
If it's just that one pulping, I can't tell if there's anything under there, but we are going to give the Carrion Husk to the Mandible Claw here if we are Alan, so that's going to block out the turn, and we are now ending our turn for Angel here. Looks like we're going to begin to take the Blood Debt damage, which is going to go 1, 2, 3, hit the 13. And folks, whether you like it or not, she's back. She's here to stay. She's marveled. She's foiled. She's consumed by the demon Blasmafet. Levia is here. Wow, that I'm not going to lie, that scared me. I was not ready for that at all.
That's the sound effect. That
I was
happened.
I was in the middle of like finishing that little riff, and then all of a sudden there was just like something in my ear that was loud.
Plasma fest.
Jeez.
That's when you got that many tentacles, that's how you talk.
For sure. And
100%.
and you would know.
I would know.
Yeah.
I've been around.
You've been around the block.
Yeah. It's not my first goat rodeo.
No,
so
certainly
here
not.
we are. We're in the end state of Angel being with only 3 blood debt. This is going to be interesting. I haven't seen this state. It's usually like 9 plus cards in there, and then they're banishing off the top, and there he goes.
Ooh, and we're going to do it. We're going
Gamble
to
it.
do it.
Oh,
Oh,
he did
it's a double 6 with Alan going and rolling the 6 off the scabskin leather. It's Angel cashing in his own opposing gambler's gloves to attempt to stop the train, but instead, Alan rolling a second 6 of his very own, showing the true bruteness in his blood. Continuing the turn now. This is only a Mandible Claw 4-3, but we got to imagine those action points are going to be used effectively. That was pretty cool.
That was great. You love to see it. It's why some of us can play Brute and why some of us can't. He is a mad lad for sure. Rolling dice all game, even when he didn't have to. He was just like, let me just roll scabskins. And he only rolled 4s. So it's just one of those things. So yeah, coming in, not the biggest attack, but still very, strong, or medium strong turn. We've got the Mark of the Beast, Eye of the Beast.
Mark of the Beast? Oh, Beast Within? Talking about
Beast Within.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
It was Beast something. I got lost in my thoughts.
I was distracted seeing coverage icon Hamsack of Push the Point in chat. Shout out to all the folks at Push the Point, Hamish and the team, Simon and Dan, for what an incredible tournament coverage that was.
Just a nice guy, too.
One of the best.
So here we go. Alan saying, I see what you can do, and I'm going to do it too. So now we have 2 Plasma Fets, which is confusing that Plasma Fet would fight itself, but we'll get, we'll push past the conflicting lore of what's being represented here, and maybe it's more of a who's more the real, embodiment of Plasma Fet
of the demon
in the world of Wraith.
Now, but critically, the only attack that Alan has in the banished zone for his ability to get from the consumed ability is just that one Endless Maw. Angel, like we said, has, I guess, he unfortunately only has 2, but at least, that's double the amount Alan has.
Well, he's got 2 blood debt, but one of them's carrying us.
Yeah. So 2 attacks. One of them.
Okay.
Yeah, one of them was this, and then the other one's still in the banished zone. So this Endless Maw going to be potentially coming in for 9, depending on what gets banished hereafter.
Now we're gambling.
And yeah, this is the ability now of this new Demi Hero. You can block with a bunch of cards and still present a bunch of damage from your banished zone. But as we know, these players weren't able to get a lot of cards into their banished zones before the consummation.
Oh, we got the Wrecker Romp Blue. Almost did it. Alan almost had those magic hands, but Endless Maw coming in for 9 now. Yeah, this is really, really cool. I think this will be a bit grindier of an end to this game than it might otherwise have been, as both these heroes don't have to worry about their blood debt anymore. And that works on Carrion Husk too, right? It doesn't. They're not going to take damage from
it's
it.
just all blood debt.
It should be not a big deal anymore. It's just your banished zone.
Yeah,
it's just a place where you keep things. It's like that corner of my room.
It's just like the place you keep things. The corner of my room. Colin Hahnemann. 2023.
It's a banished zone. Just a big stack of boxes and cards. All right, so back to Alan. He's got the Dread Screamer. This is what you want to see now. Is just go again, more damage. He is pitching the Reckless Swing. That's the second one. I think he might just be running 2. I think that's kind of the mode these days. So both those in the deck, so won't see a cheeky defensive win for a little bit. But yeah, this is this is very interesting. I haven't seen this matchup go with so little blood debt in the band.
Yeah, a grindy one on our hands, Colin. This one is. Oh, you can see Angel. He's really feeling the zen. He's got his eyes closed. He's just grabbing 3 cards. He says, "I'm not giving you go again. None of these are gonna have. None of these. Not a chance." Oh, hold on.
Oh yeah, that's good.
And we've done it. Oh, only one of the hits. So kind of the best case scenario there for Alan.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
2 hits and a miss. So we filtered our graveyard rather nicely. Now here we go. This is the Dread Screamer coming in for 6. Not threatening lethal, but these Levia decks can get big in a hurry.
And he's still not gonna block.
No, of course not. We're going down just right to 7. What are you talking about?
I was for sure like, okay, now they're gonna start blocking. Nah, they're just gonna go for it. And here comes Out of the Banished. So the real advantage of transformation, or at least that's what I thought. But now it's just the one-time effect that he has of playing a card from Banish after transforming. And it's still pretty good. Endless Maw come in for 6 and 9. It's not bad. Nice.
Yeah, a little 15 damage turn after Alan had to figure out the blocks from last turn. So we're going to go ahead and once again grab some cards. We're grabbing 6s left and right. So this Endless Maw going to be coming in.
Yeah, it's either you don't want to see any of them or you want to see all of them.
Yeah.
Just get them out of the graveyard. Let's
For
reduce
sure.
the hit rate and move on with our life. But yeah, it's coming in for 9 now. This is lethal, so that's something.
Yeah, now this is going to buy some level of block from Angel here. We are past the point of no return. You must give me cards, says Mr. Chavarin. So this is going to come in for 9. Angel's at 7, so blocks are going to need to occur. Both players sitting here. The game loss here brings the player to elimination. They are out of the tournament with a loss here. So both players thinking long and hard about every play as they look to continue their tournament life. Angel's going to need to give a card here. Angel
Connor says, "Don't do it."
Connor says, "Well, what's happening?" I was taking a nap.
He perked up when there was a 6 roll. He saw that play. Now we're living. This is tight. This is a tight spot for Angel. He really doesn't want to block, but he's got to block with 2 cards.
Now the question is Angel going to be able to present enough damage that forces Alan to block at all on his turn due to the extra hit he had in that banish zone? If he is able to block with 2 cards here, preserve 6 life, only take 3, and then utilize his banish zone effectively to force cards out of Alan's hand, that's going to be critical because Alan is sitting on a Blood Rush Bellows that is going to be popping into the arsenal on his turn. So if Alan is not forced to block or is not forced to block enough, that Blood Rush Bellow is just going to close this game completely out. Both players checking in with the head judge, asking him if he had any good dreams. They're discussing the dreams and the meaning of it.
They meant nothing. I was being chased by a giant maw. Oh, what's going on here?
I'm not sure. Oh, this must be some type of...
Oh. I think there was some kind of...
IP or... I don't understand at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Something happened there, and I believe Connor told Angel to get rid of those cards and then draw 2 more. That's interesting. I wonder if it was his... Oh, God, I don't want to say maybe his...
Perhaps he hadn't banished to Levia's effect. Perhaps he missed the end of turn banish to Levia effect.
I think that's exactly right. He missed a banish, so they picked 2 randomly, and... that was sorted out, just rolling it back the best we can on the mandatory miss trigger. Of course, if Angel keeps doing it, we'll have to think about warning him very much more sternly.
We'll jettison him. Well, remember what we said earlier? We're going to jettison him into the sun.
Jettison him into the sun.
He will be jettisoned.
Multiple people here from JPL. We have the technology to do this. We'll get Travis and Christine together. We'll figure out what we need to send him.
It was the Levia, right? Yeah.
We
So
figured it out.
It was, in fact, the missed Levia trigger, but Angel, luckily no blocks had happened yet, so there was no real, nothing really affected the game state at all.
Yep.
The only fact of the matter here is that Angel will only blocked with one card and has a Blood Rush Bellows of his own. This is massive. Both players sitting with a Blood Rush in arsenal, but Angel able to fire his off first. We're going to banish the Mark of the Beast in order to draw 2 cards, discard the Mark of the Beast, which will immediately hit the banish zone face down. But now Angel 3 cards, 2 floating. Is this the moment where you go to 1 and then close out the game from here? My goodness, what a perfect card in arsenal for Angel. Both players dueling Blood Rush Bellows in the arsenals, but Angel able to keep himself perfectly alive at 1 to deploy his first, and that could be the story of this game. This Mandible Claw coming in for 5 with the go again.
Yeah, I mean, we got to expect at least 10 damage coming in from the claws right now. Alan does have the life lead, so he can tank a little bit of this, maybe take 4 off the Mandible Claws, go down to 4, and then it really just matters what Angel has to follow up with, which if he's not pitching his Art of War isn't, but he is he going to go for the cheeky Art of War play after he does the Mandible Claws?
Now, interestingly as well, Angel has put himself pretty squarely into Reckless Swing range, but it doesn't look as though Alan has it on the turn. After the 2 Mandible Claws, we're going to pitch that Art of War to grab the Endless Maw for X equals 1,000,000. This is going to be probably 9 plus 2, so 11 on the turn, depending on how much, if it's 11 here, right? 6 plus the 3, we're hitting the 6, so 6 plus 3 is 9 plus 2, 11, so, is it the Reckless Swing? No, it is not. That's the game, folks. 11 with only 2 cards in hand. The most possible block would be 6. That's not going to do it. We had a no block in hand.
He pitched the Reckless Swing. He pitched both Reckless Swings earlier, so he wasn't going to see them for a while. So that was definitely, I think he was checking his card to see what was coming there, or maybe what his Blood Rush turn would have been. But, both Reckless Swings on the bottom of the deck, unfortunately. That is when you want it, but you can't just hold on to it hoping you're going to get to that state. But well played, Angel. Shout out to Alan, who's just a true hero of the Brute clan. Famous for his use of titanium bobble at the Pro Tour, showing people what was up with Levia. Was he on Levia then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that was his famous. That put him on the map.
Before she was consumed, he was like throwing it down, showing them what's up. So
this is true.
Great game, very interesting. Haven't seen that kind of end state yet. So
kind of a classic Flesh and Blood. Back and forth, a bit of a grinder, finding the best blocks, utilizing your armor. Really came down in a lot of cases to decision points on blocks, on when to cash in, like the Scowling Flesh Bag, and then at the end of the game, both players really positioning themselves for that final kill with the Blood Rush Bellow. But Angel critically being able to keep himself alive at 1 to deploy his first. I was all tunnel visioned on Alan's. I didn't realize that Angel had been sitting on 1 as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that's going to be the game. Honestly, a very fun match to watch.
No, it was great.
Tyler
missed out, so
Tyler did miss out.
He was bored. What's wrong with that guy?
Come on, man. Just because
you know why he's bored though, right?
Why? Because he's winning.
He played 5.
Tell me about it, dog. Tell me about it, Dash.
Why did he play 5 though? Because he wanted to stuff it in people's face and win. So.
Well, this is I think you've unknowingly segued into a really interesting point, in that these players, unlike a Calling or a Nationals or a Pro Tour, they're preparing for each other. These players have been playing against each other for the last 8 months, honing their skills into a very defined metagame of the top players. And so Tyler, knowing the metagame he was expecting to try to prey on some Dromais and some of the players that he's aware of, brought the Fi, and it's working out nicely for him.
He brought the fire, and it worked out. But we're going to bring in Angel right now for a little interview, so we'll be right back. So stay tuned.
that mean we're live or now? If I did this, are we live? Cool. And we are back. Wanted to get you guys a little info from my man Angel here, and then realized immediately that if I hit that button, we probably would just be live. But let's go ahead and pull it back up because now we know what's going on. We have our round 4 winner, Angel Benitez, coming in 2 top 8s to his name, 45 AGE points, and looking to take one more game win here and enter the top 8 of this here tournament. So congratulations on the win. Glad to have you here. Tell me your thoughts about the day. Tell me your thoughts about the match. How are we feeling?
Feeling good, feeling good. I got to play a Bravo, then 2 Icelanders, and those didn't pan out that well, but I guess Levia, it felt like a backstab a little bit, just that game, because it's like one of us has to walk away from it pretty much.
Yeah.
I would love it if there was like more Levia.
Yeah. Now talk to me, because I'm curious about those Icelander games, because I was wondering if Levia would have enough just kind of power behind those huge attacks and the Blood Rush Bellows to overwhelm the Icelander. Feels like there are certain turns where a single Frostbite can really mess you up, but outside of a channel like Frigid, you know, there might be the ability to punch through. So what are you finding the difficulties into that game, or into that match, especially knowing how many Icelanders there are in the field here today?
I tried to get some more practice on the Icelanders. One of the things, I guess, the first match I forgot to bring in the Pulpings. So I forgot to add to my graveyard. The game was close, though. I got him down to 2.
Okay.
Second game, it was going pretty well. I had a Blood Rush in Arsenal, got him off Arsenal, about to pop off. And then I draw up, it's a yellow Hungering, and then like 3 non-attack action blues. And
That's
then
tough.
Yeah.
Convulsions. Like
Convulsions. I think there were 2 convulsions.
Yep.
And then I rolled the dice, and it was a 1.
Yep.
So, just ended it.
Well, and interestingly, this is, I think, a fascinating trend that we do need to look at, because I have it on good authority that on the game before this, you rolled a 6, your opponent, who was on Icelander, cracked the Gambler's Gloves, and you rolled a 6 again. Is that correct? That was 2 rounds ago?
So the one right now, my opponent, he rolled a 6, and I just cracked the Gamblers to make him re-roll it.
Yes.
He rolled a 6, but the first Icelander I played against Anthony, I rolled a 5, and then he teched Gambler's Gloves, and he said roll again, and so I rolled it, and then I hit the 6.
Okay. So this is interesting. This is what I was getting at. So the Icelander cracked a defensive Gambler's Glove and gave you a 6. Then you cracked a defensive Gambler's Gloves, gave your opponent a 6. But both of those cases, the player who rolled the 6 ended up not even taking the game. So maybe a defensive 6 isn't as good as an offensive 6. Perhaps. These are the questions I'm asking myself as I'm alone in this room waiting for more games to happen. Any thoughts?
I think it depends, because
you're like, I'm going to give this guy a real answer, but what the hell is going on?
Yeah, why not? I mean, it always depends. Sometimes you could use all the action, sometimes you can't.
Yeah.
Like during the mirror match, I rolled the 6. He let me keep it. It's like, you know what, you can keep it, and then I was actually able to use out all of those action points. So it's like sometimes you never know when you can, or they'll never know when you can actually use every single one.
Yeah.
Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, totally. It really seemed like, I mean, a huge part of what took that game down for you was your ability to have one extra card in the banish zone that you could grab off Levia Consumed versus Alan. He only really had that one Endless Maw. You had the Endless Maw plus another attack that you were able to grab. So do you enjoy the dance in these new Levia decks of trying to set yourself up with enough cards in the Blood Debt, finding the time to like take the Blood Debt, go to the Consumed, and is there ever a moment where you could hit Consumed but you're looking at your banish zone saying, well, it's not even that worth it. I don't have any banish zone. Like, do you enjoy those kind of sub games that the Levia deck plays now, or do you wish you were just dying to your own Blood Debt still?
I really do enjoy it. It's a pretty fun sub game, but it's like really hard to manage, and that's what I still need like tons of practice to do, because it's like a complete shift from the deck. The last time I was here, I hadn't picked up Levia in like quite a while, because she was my first hero. So when I came back to the week leading up to that event, it was like my first time picking her up again, and it just felt like a completely different deck, and I just felt lost.
Wow.
So, but it's I mean, I've gotten a lot of practice on Talishar at least.
Sure.
I think like even the thing I'm trying to master is just like being able to do either or, so flip into Consumed or into Blasphemate.
Yeah, or into redeemed. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I've actually never seen anyone become redeemed on coverage yet, and I'm sure it has happened, and perhaps I just wasn't able to catch that game. But they do represent just such completely different game plans. It's a super cool hero to pilot. I've only done it as well a couple times online, but I have all the cards ready for paper. Also fascinating games to watch. What is the next? As you look ahead, I guess I should preface with, as you look ahead into the final round, some of the players still remaining out there. What's the matchup you're hoping to hit? What's the matchup you brought Levia to be like, I can take this down, no problem?
Matchup wise, I don't think there's really one I'm looking at. I have a good amount of confidence that it's like I can just bring the deck, and if I'm playing my game plan well, if everything's going all right, nothing too crazy, if it's just like smooth somewhat, then I can get there.
Yeah, well, we are going to hold our breaths and watch for you collectively, the people of the world. Congratulations on the win. Good luck in the final round of Swiss, because the next rounds, everybody, are going to be do or die for everyone involved. We're going to have a bunch of 2-2s out there that they're all single elimination from here on out. If you win, you're in the top 8. If you lose, thank you so much for playing, but you got to go. The time is up. We're going to take a quick break. We will be back as soon as there is more Flesh and Blood for you. These rounds are untimed, and players taking whatever time they need to get fully into the action out there. But we should be back with you as soon as we possibly can for the final round of Swiss here at the AGE Championships, and then the top 8, so don't go anywhere.
The 4 damage that pitching Plague Hive did twice of 2 exact rolls on Blood Rot was like a moment where I was like, why do I like this game? Like, I don't get it. Because, like, I do like having the options of I am the person who's going to block extra here and get this out of here. And now, if you block extra, now you can't afford the Blood Rot pox. So that's annoying now. And now we're going to have to move straight to the people in the window who think they're cooler than Blood Rot pox, you know? Those people are annoying as hell. So it's just frustrating because I'm sure if you're a dagger wielder, you're like, oh my god, I hope I don't get frailty, and then you get frailty. It's probably one of those things that are explained in science of like, oh, of course you're going to get the worst ones because those are the ones you're going to remember and all that kind of stuff. I don't care about inertia. Give me inertia every time.
I think that's what they call the Blake hypothesis.
Yeah, the confirmation bias, but negative.
The Blake paradigm.
Yeah.
The worst thing that could happen to Blake will happen when Plague Hive is pitched.
The other thing that happened about this card is I was going to trade my Codex Blood Rot that was $300-something for a Plague Hive and a couple of legendaries. And somebody's like, I'm sick, I can't make it. And then 2 weeks later, we traded, and he was like, oh, the value's down, so we're just going to do 1 for 1. And I was like, what? I lost $130-something of value because you were sick or didn't want to go? You could have told me, and I would have traded someone else.
Yep.
I just got to be meaner.
All right, here's a question.
Okay, here's an answer.
When Evan, who we won't name, rolls on Plague Hive, does he always do the same 1, 2,
He's
1,
looking
2,
at you
3,
like,
4, 5,
okay,
6?
so 1 and 2. Yeah, it's always the same.
It's always, okay, I feel like if he was chaotic evil, he would switch it up every
1
time.
and 2 is Blood Rot, and you're just like, and whenever he does the hand to hit you after like good game, I'm always doing the get that out of here.
Evan
does
does have
touch
a
you at all.
particular way he likes to congratulate you at the end of the game where he just crushed you and it's not fun.
No, and then he'll go.
But he won't watch this, so it's fine because he's out there judging. Great judge.
This card, and it's annoying the hell out of me.
Oh, all right. Here it is. The psyops are in effect. How are they affecting you?
Okay, so psyops is another word for conspiracy theory. I feel like
Is it?
and in my mind.
I mean, there's an element of it. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
All right, okay, I'll let you go with this.
So where I'm going with this is basically are there aliens in the Hoover Dam? No.
Yes.
No, there's not. But the weirdo people in Nevada that are living near Hoover Dam are like, I lost my wallet at a bar and I never got it. It must be the aliens that live in Hoover Dam. And it's like, if you tell enough people about the aliens in Hoover Dam, then people are going to be like, whoa, did you hear the story about the alien in Hoover Dam? And it's like, the people that are saying that aren't smart. They're just saying stuff long enough and getting a little bit more influence, and then people start believing that.
All right.
So now instead of Hoover Dam in Nevada, we have the best Dromai player in the Great Lakes area or whatever it is. So if the best Dromai player says something in the Great Lakes area of, no, I promise you, you put smashing good time in, and you're going to crush everyone. Or knick-knack, brick, whatever that disaster was. I know he's not in the Great Lakes area, and he doesn't play Dromai. I don't even know that dude's name. But it is kind of like no one is influential enough in this community to make the card market go buy cards. And if you are, go do something else in Flesh and Blood. Go be influential and run for Congress. Why would you use your influence to make a Majestic from Arcane Rising rise up by $4?
For money.
Make money at poker. Like, this is a hobby. There's no psyops. Psyops is like, dude,
Well, I
honestly,
think there's another term for when you do it for cards and their value. That's called market manipulation.
speculation.
Which is also
Yeah.
just unethical and morally bankrupt.
Right. And
But
it's
psyop,
allowed at Mall Street.
when you tell, well, yeah, I mean, if you, this is late stage capitalism we're in, so get used to it. until
Yeah.
the singularity comes and saves us from ourselves. But
And one thing that's honest is like, is there anybody who's sitting here in rural South Carolina who's like, I always pick on South Carolina, but like, does the person in South Carolina have by far the tier 0 deck of, you know what? It actually is, it's tier 0 Bolton. Here's what's new in it. Boom, 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 boom. We're not gonna hear about it. We're not gonna hear about it. They're literally gonna show up that day. Nobody knew what Kano was last year for New Jersey. Somebody showed up, blew people up. That's what's gonna happen again. There's no psyops of you got to be running Fog Down for the Bolton deck from South Carolina. It's just gonna happen to you. So there's no point in paying attention of I need to go to every single podcast and pay for every single Patreon because maybe I'm missing something and that's why I'm going to lose Baltimore. You're going to lose Baltimore because you didn't practice enough and you didn't draft well, and you're going to lose because you're really good in your own meta, but you've been using Talishar to practice, not other real people. And you don't have a game plan for Azalea. There's so many things wrong with your deck. Why do you think you're going to win Baltimore? Why are you even flying there? It's to have fun. It's a hobby.
that's right. And this itself was a psyops. So
Because
wrap your head around
I actually like psyops, bro. It's Barraging Blake approved. Dude, was I psyops that whole time? Okay,
that. Am I psyops? Is this psyops?
Is this psyops?
All right, so here we go. Let's go.
Who took that photo? That's
hashtag
pretty good.
Blake was right. Blake won another skirmish.
What the heck is this? Is
And
that
Blake is Blake
is that
being
Pontius
held up.
Pilate with Icelander's face on it? Oh,
I believe that is Atlas holding up the world. That is Blake,
Jesus.
and that is Icelander.
Oh, Icelander's
holding
holding
you up.
me up.
not
Thank
to
God
undermine.
we explained that for me and the audience all in one.
Not to undermine. I mean, if you're
Okay.
not versed in classical art, you-
Let's go previous picture if we can. I like that one a little better. We'll address this stuff that is visible in the. Okay, we can't go to the previous picture. The man in the sky is telling me. So, we can.
There you go.
So we got our perfect Reinar sign mat from Singapore for good luck.
nice.
I showed up that day. Last year I won a skirmish. I feel like everyone knows that. Blake won one.
That's right.
One.
You were tied.
I got the Spring Tidings mat. It was Icelander before she had ice cards. Like, wow, this is really good Arcane from Arsenal. And we didn't even have Waning Moon yet. We're just going to stir the Aether Winds and then Spark Lightning 14. And then it was like dead. So this is Evan, the guy who lost in the finals.
He's right there. He's in both these pictures.
He's also the guy that was talking about 9 codex or whatever. So anyway, now it's Bullander, and I hated Bullander. Why did I hate Bullander? Because I love Arcane-only Icelander. And now it's time for
Purist.
Blitz season again. And I'm like, what am I going to do to beat those wizards? I wanted to play Reinar because obviously Reinar's first love. But it was like, everyone was like, nobody's going to be playing wizards. What are you talking about? And I was like, if y'all think that, I play wizard. And then on the Saturday before the Sunday, my skirmish was on Easter, which is why I thought this was Jesus. It was a list that was posted on Twitter, and I was like, that person won with that list. I could win with that list.
There you go.
And it was like riding a bike that I had been used to for years, and it was like everything I did with the deck last year, it got better. Waning Moon just adds 3 damage a turn. I immediately got blown up by Feiyu on Kano immediately, and I was like, Feiyu, you got to teach me this. You got to teach me this. Then I beat a Chain. I beat a Sif Bravo. The Sif Bravo was like, why are you playing Sif Bravo? I told him to play Sif Bravo. That backfired immediately when he played me. I lost to Reinar. Then I was like, Reinar, let's rematch. I lost again. I was like, bro, I don't know how I'm going to
skirmish.
because we rematched. We were just playing in between. And hi, Colin, Connor, I'm talking. You're using in the middle of the Barraging beatdown rehash. You want to say hi to Colin? Connor, you're on probation, bro.
You could have ignored
and so I basically taught Joel Joel taught me how to beat him, thinking, oh, well, we're not going to play again. I just need to certify play the other Reinar. Then we play in top 8 immediately afterwards. And I was like, Joel, it sucks to suck, dude. And then
not said anything.
he goes, my health was 6 before I had my first turn.
Really?
So 18 down to 12 damage.
15.
And
no,
I'm at 18. Yeah. Icelander is
Plays that other
disadvantage. So anyway, we got through that. We got through the top 8. I beat a AB 5 dash, and then I beat Evan using the Feiyu from the first part. Every mistake I
on stream.
Should we eat fudge on stream?
We're back to eat fudge on stream. No. We were just hanging out. There's been, long gaps between.
Wow, we are not Angel or Sam. We really sprung this upon our control booth lady.
Who needs this? Yeah, this was entirely impromptu. I just wanted to come hang out with Blake on stream. So we're back. We're still waiting for the last couple games of round 4.
Round 4.
Round 4 to finish. What was that game you were watching?
The one I was watching is Travis from Odyssey.
Yep.
Who's
Dromai.
Started 1-0, then is now in a 1-2 match against Craig. And Craig has been fighting his way back in. And so there was a burn 'em all situation. I'm going to dominate by getting all my what is it called? Nourishing Emptiness. We're going to do that. We've got a question in the chat. Who are the undefeateds? There's 2 people that were undefeated. Tyler Horspool on Phi.
Yep.
Anthony Pham on Icelander.
Ooh.
If you need a refresher of what their faces look like, we do have that ability if we go alphabetically.
Tyler Horspool famously left the
good guy.
Anthony Pham, just local sweetheart. Everybody loves Anthony.
His AGE win percentage is 51%. That isn't. He must have been playing some bad decks recently.
I mean, to be honest, it seemed like the thing is everybody here had, there was like nobody that dominated the field other than Zach and Craig, I feel like. So with people not winning multiple AGEs, I think 50% in this open series is very good.
Right, for sure.
So that is something I've noticed. But so that was interesting. Who else? Oh, Chris Ayali was playing his 3rd Icelander of the day, finding out that Briar maybe wasn't the call, unfortunately.
Is there a match over, or is it still going?
I don't know. His face looks sad, though. So
Ayali's on Ayali Watch.
Just a rough day. I think he just saw all the Icelanders that he didn't want to see. So
meanwhile, other dude in the back that you can see walking around, Evan is like something in X and O in his blitz skirmish.
Oh yeah, the skirmish going on the other side of the store. He just beat Dennis with Kano with his, I guess.
Mickey Mouse Kano?
Yeah, I guess it's Mickey Mouse Kano. I thought this was Jim Tan Laundry Kano because he likes to punch. But that's.
Get crazy, get wild, get crazy. Y'all, do you guys Jim Tan Laundry from, did you do that?
Jersey Shore?
Jersey Shore
I
for
know
like
Jersey
5
Shore,
years of your life? Dude,
I mean, it didn't take 5 years of my life. I think I watched
2009, dude. That was so sick.
I think I watched them in retrospect, not live when it was happening.
Back when it was
cool
to do that.
It was.
Let's try another piece of fudge.
Fudge is great, made by a local. Who made this? Chris made it.
Christopher Stidger.
what a guy. Made everybody fudge with our names on it. I guess we wrote our name. Look
That's
back here.
good.
Del Taco, John Zapata, the Chris Iali Slayer. He got it. He
Iali's
gives
gone.
us the thumbs up. Iali did not make it.
Zapata. Okay, so Zapata's 2-2. If you need to see Zapata's name. Oh, it's over here on the J's. He's
71%. Now he's a killer out here at AGE.
I shouldn't chew into the phone. What's really cool about our thing, we have been kind of bragging about this, like 3 eliminations, 3 wins, that kind of thing. I think this next round is going to be so cool because there's 6 people left. 3 people are going to lose, and their tournament will be over. And 3 people are going to be the 6th, 7th, and 8th seed of the top 8.
Yeah.
What's crazy about the 7th and 8th, they're going to be playing people that haven't played a game in like 3 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. So those who won out 3-0, Anthony and Tyler have been chilling. They've been playing Monopoly Deal over here.
Monopoly Deal is fun.
I've heard it's fun. I heard they kind of ganged up on you in the last round.
You know how it works? Have you ever played it?
I've never played it because
Let's
I'm always in here doing.
Oh, you're
doing
always
this job.
playing this freaking production.
I
on your
did play
back.
Beyblade with Alan.
Oh,
though, and
that was
was tight.
loud.
Y'all might have seen me in the back
That
there
was
playing
loud.
Beyblade, and I did fatigue him, which was great. That was a.
I'm on that fatigue Beyblade deck, dude.
It's a defensive
Sick.
one, he said, so it's harder to knock, and
Oh.
just his thing stopped spinning.
Did
and
you
I
ever
kept
do
going.
Beyblades? I did Beyblades before I did Gym 10 Laundry.
No, I never played Beyblade.
Back in 8th grade at band camp, people would buy Beyblades at the Walmart.
Really?
And like, they'd be like, "Stop buying these!" But it'd be like, "They're so cool." And we were at not Walmart for 2 weeks, but at band camp for 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So Walmart got a reshipment that Tuesday, and it was like we all had new Beyblades.
All right, so real question though, what'd you play at band camp?
I was on bassoon, bro.
Oh, you're a bassoon player?
Yeah.
Nice. I was a saxophone
You never
player.
knew that about me?
No.
I have a saxophone in my closet, though. I need to learn
Double
how to play
reed
it.
player over here. He's got the embouchure.
That's where they put all the gay people, and then it was like, I'm not gay, and then it was like, damn, they knew more about me than I did. Whoops.
Famously not true because it's just an instrument. So
There's
it's
a lot
nothing.
of gay people playing oboe and bassoon. Go look at your high school yearbooks right now, and they're going to get married to a man in about 2 minutes. Promise.
The ones I'm thinking of, no, but that's okay. That's
Maybe that was a Texas band.
yeah. I think that's a Texas band thing.
Yeah.
California,
We can't,
everyone can play whatever
can't let
instrument
these
they
kids
want.
march. We got to make them do bassoon.
Awesome. All right, so been a really fun day. We just had a Levia mirror.
That was cool.
That was cool. They both kind of went to consume stage with very little blood debt. So it was kind of this weird thing where they didn't have the card advantage, but they weren't going to die to blood debt. So it was just like who can blood rush Bellows first, and it was Angel. So Alan, excuse me, Alan was sitting on his blood rush in Arsenal, and then he just died because he had a what's the tree, not the deep rooted evil, but the other tree one that doesn't block in hand. So that was the end of his
Shadow
run.
of Blasphemous? No.
No, it's like
Swing with Big Tree.
no, it's the one that's like a tree person.
Oh, Deadwood Rumbler.
Deadwood Rumbler, that's the one. Yeah, got it. The man's cracked.
Root cards. So,
All right.
who's the 3rd seed? We don't know. But I know Fuzzy made it, so we can go ahead and show Fuzzy. Fuzzy on Briar won a, what are they called? Mirror match against another Briar player. So
Nice.
Fuzzy's in there. 48% winnage. That's crazy. I guess if
One top 8 in the whole series,
just
gets you
consistently
pretty-
around
it's
and
pretty close to getting to the top 16, I think.
right. And now it's his 2nd top 8 today. So great.
I mean, this is the one that really matters.
Wait, I didn't even read his answer to this question.
What
This
is it?
tournament for me represents my first attempt at trying to play trading card games competitively. After playing casually for so long, I qualified for nationals this year, but this will be my first tournament that I've ever had the privilege of qualifying for and being on a quote-unquote closed list. Just being here has proved that not only have I the time, but also the skill to earn a spot, and that's an amazing feeling.
Hell yeah, Fuzzy. Great job.
I still haven't experienced that, so I'm jealous. I want to skirmish. That's not near as cool as an AGE championship for $11,000.
Close, but drop a 0, and you will get our $1,100 to the winner.
Actually, if you win Monopoly Deal right after,
So is
it's
that's
10 times multiplied.
that's the question? Is how many of these guys are going to be gambling away their winnings on Monopoly Deal immediately after the tournament's over? Hopefully everyone, because that if they do that, we'll put them on stream. Hell yeah,
I'm down for that.
I'll make Justin do it. Be like, everyone, put your money in a pot. We're playing
Put
winner
your
keeps
money in a
all.
pot and let's go,
Let's
dude.
go. Let's go.
Andrew Rudin is in, I believe.
Nice. Okay.
So, okay, let's start at the top. We got Horspool and Anthony Pham. They're making it in. Okay, actually, Anthony Pham will be number 1 seed because he's 8 versus Tyler's 11. So Anthony Pham is seed number 1. Tyler Horspool, seed number 2. Andrew Rudin's getting in here. He will be seed number 3. And then I don't know.
I don't know if Alejandro won his last round, so that'll depend.
He's 2 and 2 currently.
He's 2 and 2, okay.
So Fuzzy may be 4. I'm wondering who Fuzzy beat Matt Vore to make it in. So I'm wondering who also qualified.
Is Peter up in there? I feel like
Maybe
he's at
it's
the top
Peter.
tables. Yeah, not sure. We'll definitely get you more. We're just kind of
We're just shooting the S right now, you know?
the big S. But yeah, I mean, it's been.
I think one thing that it's like, it is a very big money tournament, but there's a level of casual to it because nobody paid this morning. Everyone got fudge. Everyone got T-shirts.
That's all the guys who flew here from.
Normally, you pay $40. Well, yeah, some people flew in and their arms are tired, but it's like maybe there's a level of this is house money tournament, and I don't really play in those very often, and maybe like normally if you were right next to me playing Monopoly Deal and screaming or Beyblading, I'd be like, guys, what the hell, dude? But there's people like just walking up to like people with 2 health left, and they're being like, so what's going on here? Like, who's losing and winning? And you're just like, oh my God, I wouldn't do that on a Tuesday. And people are just casually having fun with the smell of Chipotle stanking everything behind you, you know?
I mean, you know, these guys have all played each other a lot this year. I feel like this has been a really great kind of bonding experience for everyone who's participated. Yeah. Really nice kind of just regular event. We're playing a lot of the same people, you know.
San Diego knows SoCal now. SoCal knows Arizona now.
The beef has been settled. We're cool now.
Until there's a clear winner that's going to represent there.
Yeah, unless San Diego wins, and then we're...
Yeah. I think San Diego's done, though, with Allen going out, or no?
I think that is, yeah. Zach didn't... Oh, no, but Zach moved up here. So
Zach goes to the UCI. I saw he brought his notepad today that was from the place where he goes to pharmacy school, and it had a couple of animals on it that were wearing pharmacy cloaks, or whatever they're called. Shawls? What is it? What is it called?
Lab coat, bro.
Lab coats? They don't call them lab coats. They don't go, babe, can you get my pharmacy lab coat out of the wash for me? I got to go.
That's exactly what they say
They
every
do
day.
not say that.
That's exactly what they say every morning.
Dude.
They say, babe.
I'm not joking. I got to get gone.
All right. I don't know where we're going with the accent.
I don't know.
But
I'm not an impressionist. But if I was, I would try harder.
Do your impression of me.
Oh, I'm not wearing that pull.
Sheesh. Got him. All right.
No,
so
one more fudge.
The rest of we've got one more round in the Swiss.
I haven't even tried the coconut.
As we said, there's 6. Let's see how this goes. Is it good? There's 6 pharmacist lab coats. That is what they're called. There we go. Jackson Casanova.
My dad was a pharmacist, and I had an awful relationship with him, so that's why I don't know.
Okay, so that's just triggering, and we don't need
thanks.
to go.
Thanks, Jackson Casanova. I'll try to rectify years of therapy.
There are 6 players left playing in our final round. As we said before, everyone else who's got a winning schedule is set for. We have 5 people locked in for top 8. And so the last 3 spots are on the line. After that, we will be doing, our top 8. I don't think we're gonna do all 8 games or all 7 games because that might take forever, especially
4,
considering it's been untimed events all day and
Dude.
they have been going long.
It depends on if Travis loses finally because Travis is
still
taking
playing?
an hour and a half every game of like.
Dromai game. Well, Travis had to play 2 Dromai mirrors, so like shout out to
His
Travis
brain
for
is
hanging
fried.
in. Yeah, he had to cram lunch in between rounds. So yeah,
Dude,
so we're
he
gonna
loved
see.
cramming lunch though. I saw him. He was like, "Oh
Dude,
hell yeah!"
Shout out to Chipotle, our unofficial sponsor for today's stream and event. They if you give them money, they will give you food to eat for lunch. It's pretty crazy. We love that out here. Also, shout out to Collector Legion. Everyone here is having a great time. That's part of why everything feels so nice and homely and casual. Is just like everyone's comfortable here.
They were
Store
so quick when I was like, the bathroom needs more toilet paper.
Oh yeah, dude.
They were like,
they're on
"We'll get
top of
on
it.
that."
Last time I was here, paper towels are out. I walk out the door. The guy's there to like clean up and put new stuff in there. It's just like, this is great. Like this is how a
They weren't even doing that at the Pasadena Convention Center. Just kidding.
And
We love them too.
they charge a lot. Yeah, no, it's just always a pleasure to be here, and I think that really contributes to the overall vibe. People feel welcome and happy, and it's just like a bunch of friends hanging out, which is the spirit of Flesh and Blood incarnate.
True.
Shout out to James White.
Yeah.
Baby. Is he
Blood
watching?
Debt Incarnate. There's a lot of blood rot. Like there's like blood rot, blood debt. What else is there?
Blood Rush.
Blood drop brocade.
Mm.
Blood rush.
Yeah.
You said that. There's 4. How much more other bloods could there be?
Blood Bag.
Blood of the Drakai. Is that no? That's what is
Yeah,
the?
I think it's Blood of the Drakai.
Oh my god, that's like 5.
Lesson in Blood. Blood.
Is there more blood in
Barraging Blood.
Rune blood? Revel and Rune blood?
Revel. Well, yeah, you got Rune Blood in there. Yeah, there's some Rune Blood cards. Yeah, for sure. We don't need to go.
Jesus.
There's a lot. How many flesh cards are there though? They're scaling Flesh Bag.
Blood on her
Blood
hands. Oh
hands,
my
that's a
god, I
good
just
one.
thought of that before I looked at chat. How many flesh cards are there? Is it flesh bag?
That's what I just said. I literally
said
just
flesh
said.
bag? I literally was too busy taking credit for something else to not know that I had to take credit for that one too. Flesh bag, flesh on her hands.
Flesh on her hands.
Blood flesh, no flesh blood rush, flesh rush.
Blood Flesh Barrage Bag.
Okay, yeah.
Flesh on her hands.
Yeah.
Anyway,
That's
we're done with
kinda
that.
gross, yeah.
Done with that bit. Yeah, so excited for this last
Put
thing.
more bits in chat, and we'll keep going.
I mean,
because
yeah.
Untimed rounds is also for us apparently.
Well, I just kind of got bored, so I was
Yeah.
like, what if I grab Blake? I haven't seen you all day.
Bro, what's been going on?
Just watching the stream and hanging out and
Building
talking
a
to
prism
people.
deck.
Oh yeah, dude, tell me about your prism. Blake is a prism main now. Prism main.
It's too good not to.
Is it?
It's too good not
Is it? Tell me why. Which figment?
Spectra, dude. Like, y'all, the x-axis of attacks versus the y-axis of Spectra is just not going to work out.
Dude, can you graph this out? Can we get like some dry erase markers and graph the x-axis?
Untimed
of
rounds
attack?
for a full Swiss is an actual awful idea. You also hated our graphic earlier, Darren. What do you like about us, man? Tell us about that.
This is a 16-person only event
Yeah.
with the best
We're
players.
not trying to
in the
hurry.
whole
We're having a
Southwest
blast
region.
with friends.
Everybody's having a good time, so agree to disagree there. It definitely does make it go longer, but there's
It just
only-
affects the viewers at home,
I mean, you can leave and come back. I mean, none of our games on stream has gone that long, unfortunately.
True.
They've all been the shorter games, which does leave a little bit of.
Oh, thanks, Darren. I'm back on your side, Darren.
It's all you just gotta say one nice thing
Yeah.
to Blake. It's all he needs, really.
Spectras are going to come for you.
Which ones?
Just play
Shivers?
a yellow aura into a blue aura. And then what do? They're done. They might as well concede.
They're done.
Mr. Bodingles, he
Yeah,
says,
let's
I
put
like,
up a poll. Do we like?
Yeah.
We don't need to get
We'll
into
have an
it.
untimed poll, too, so you can go back and go to nationals and vote there.
So yeah,
Are you going to go to Vegas?
I am.
are you
I'm
skipping
not.
that?
I'm not going to Vegas. It's just too much. I just,
Will you let me sign people's stuff as you?
Yeah, absolutely.
They come up, if they go,
If they say, Colin, I really love
Yeah.
you on casting, like absolutely, but they have to mistake you for me.
I'll sign their mat. I'll sign their frozen tokens.
Absolutely, yeah. Please do.
What else is there? You have headshots of yourself out in circulation?
No, but could you make some for me before you go?
You're not going to be there.
I thought you were in the entertainment industry.
Not for this summer.
A rip to
Rip paychecks.
rip paychecks in the entertainment industry,
Yeah.
but reality TV will remain strong, I guess.
I would. Yeah, I mean, that was the fake idea, but
That should be what happens. It what
Yeah.
happened last time, and we all know what happened after that. So, anyways,
2009, yeah.
we should know soon what our 6 final matches are and who we might have on stream. We're very excited to find out and bring that to you guys.
Does he sell this fudge online? Is there a place where people can go?
He just
Okay, they said it's ChristopherStidger.com. I really like the Oreo kind.
is it good? I haven't tried that one yet. I just don't want to eat it on stream.
Me neither. I'm just compelled.
Well, you chew nice and quiet. I'm a loud chewer.
Really? You're a
I've-
smacker?
I've been called out. I used to eat chips in class in school.
Do you like Smuckers? Like as a name
Smuckers as a name?
Smuckers?
No, I don't.
for a jelly?
No.
I think that's one of the best brand names of all time.
I'm the French jar, the little, red and white.
A papoose or whatever?
No, like what's it called? It's like it's like the classic one in every store, but it's got a French name. They got a great strawberry.
Smuckers.
No, it's not Smuckers. We are a Skippy household though,
Nice. I choose Jeff.
and that's the end of our friendship and the end of the stream. I am leaving, and I'm
How's-
taking this trophy
how-
with me.
How's judging going?
I don't know.
Oh,
on the
we're doing a
stream.
new
It's
thing.
Bone Mama.
Okay, so we're gonna
for
say
free.
goodbye for a second. We're gonna pick round 5. It's gonna be the most sudden death has ever suddened, and it's gonna be cool because what's
be
gonna
better
I don't
than
know
that
who's gonna be on
Jean-Claude Van Damme
stream, but
movie.
whoever's not on stream has the ability to watch 3 games happen, where all of them are nail biter holy craps.
And also this.
So we'll see you soon. Thanks for watching. Be back in 2 minutes.
welcome back, everybody, to the AGE Open Series Players Championship. We are now at the pointy end of our Swiss phase. We have 6 players fighting for the top 3 spots, of course, in that top 8, or the last 3 spots, rather. I'm Mitch Leslie here, joined by Josh Myers. It's been quite a day so far. A lot of Dromai, a lot of Icelander.
Yep.
We are playing untimed games here through the Swiss, so we've had some longer rounds, but yeah, we're starting to get to the business end of things, and we can have a look at the top 8.
Of course, yeah. All these players who worked hard today, who've honestly been competing really well, and also some of the dark horses that have come out and are doing kind of like the one-ups. So you're going to see so far right now, Tyler Horspool securing with Kodachi Fi, Andrew Rudin, Briar Fuzzy on Levia, Alexander 4 on Dory.
No. That homie be on Iceland.
Yeah. And so it's going to be Fi, Dromai, Briar, Icelander. Okay, cool, awesome. Yeah. The pictures confuse me, but it's still cool seeing some unique decks being brought and doing well. Tyler Horspool, especially on Fi's Kodachi, is super interesting. It's not a deck that's commonly played, but has been doing very well at pressuring these Levias and these setup decks.
Yeah, really straightforward build that doesn't have warmongers diplomacy in there either. It's really leveraging like even bigger than that just to create these like really large turns and just try and be quite threatening, especially in a situation going second. It's all the things you come to expect, of course, like your Art of War is in there, and Tyler's been putting pressure on a lot of these players. In the Levia matchups, we've seen him confidently race against them. He feels like he has the sufficient blue count to deal with Icelander to some degree, but there's still the disruption he'll have to go up against.
Yep.
Our next matchup, obviously, there you go. Fix that for you. Our next matchup is going to be an Icelander versus Dromai head-to-head. A player who's always got plenty to say. Peter Bedensik here will be one of your players in the feature match area. On Icelander, now normally known as a Kano player. You actually might have seen him at the recent, was it the PTI event actually, playing on stream against his teammate Margin Bay. It was Icelander versus Peter's Kano. Very close game. Peter has since moved over now and is on Icelander for his, I think he said he's played 15 games or so of it. So again, a wizard player, but doesn't have huge amount of Icelander games under his belt. Still fighting for top 8 here is a big deal.
He's definitely a very experienced wizard player and has a great team to back him up. And I think that's a big part of like a lot of these players that are here today. They have people that support them. They can test. They can bounce ideas off of them. So it's great to see the representation from those teams and those regions come through. Peter, also being from Las Vegas, has traveled out to from multiple of these AG events to qualify. So really putting that grind, putting the time in, and he's coming really confident into making this top 8. I'm excited to see what he has in store against this Dromai, because traditionally I think the Dromai versus Icelander matchup is a very common one you'll see more and more in the meta.
Absolutely. Let's talk about Peter's opponent. It's going to be Travis Wagner here on Dromai. Having to play, I've seen him play multiple mirrors. He just had a match against Craig Pollack in which he was able to prevail. Quite a long game there as well. And obviously, Travis, pretty well accustomed to much of the competition here today. And obviously picked up Katsu. That's how he actually made his sort of way here onto the leaderboard, actually. Yeah, top 8 in the AG Open with Katsu, and able to switch over towards the Dromai and find some great results here. So Travis doesn't even expect himself to be in the finals, but he's fighting for a spot at it right now. Both players are 2-2. So again, 3 wins get you into the top 8.
Yep.
3 losses has you eliminated from the tournament here. So there's a lot on the line between these two. And we can talk about the matchup here a little bit, because historically, Dromai, pretty frightening prospect for Icelander. Obviously, blowing up these dragons in the layer step is a great way to sort of take some pressure off you. But
crazy.
If you're not able to do that, if you don't have the right card in your arsenal, then you can find yourself getting overwhelmed. Having these poppers is obviously really important, but still, I don't think it's a favoured matchup for Icelander.
I don't think that matchup is favored at all. It feels very close, and it all depends, I think, on the early game of both players and how they set up. Right when you get around, I think both Dromai and Icelander, right when they get around 25 health, that's when you see their kind of game plan come to fruition.
Sure.
And Peter's talked about this, and his teammate Majin's talked about this, setting up Icelander and even particularly Wizard stuff like that. Those small decisions in the beginning are huge into finishing that late game. So we'll see who can get the right cards in the right order early, and it's going to be a great match. We're going to have Icelander versus Dromai.
Yeah, definitely these first few turn cycles are going to be pretty important, I think, as the players are just sort of setting up over at the table. Peter, I was talking with him about, so how things went for him in Salt Lake City, and he just kind of felt that he wasn't able to get to his pitch stack on Kano. But he's part of testing group. I think it's like him, Margin Bay, even Brendan Patrick. They're all putting their heads together to work towards nationals here. So 3 Wizard players. I wonder what they'll come up with. No prizes for guessing that one correctly here.
So I saw a little bit of Vor was on stream earlier. He's been doing pretty well all day. I saw a little bit of his list. His list has a little more, I think, redliney, kind of a lot of the just not necessarily the big dragons, but a lot of the common and uncommon cards that give go again and create dust. So he's going to be bringing a lot of heat to Peter very fast. It's going to be interesting. Looking at Peter's list, though, his list has Fendel Fighting Spirits. His is like a more of a Bullander traditional list. So he's going to have answers to some of that. He's going to have Poppers, which is super important against Dromai. Peter also is running 2 Warmongers, which is going to be very annoying for Dromai as well. I think Peter has a very good setup to make it a really great game, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So Peter coming down with a custom Frostbite. We have their builds. He has a Spring Tunic because you need you need that Spring Tunic when you're fighting against ice. We're looking at a Mirage play coming down from Travis. He's going to instant Seekers. So this is kind of a reason why Dromai runs Seekers. Is
So good, man.
You can pitch, you can opt, you can create your dust if you don't have that option early. And Travis is looking really to set up early here.
Yeah, we saw players even running Helios Mitre at some points in order to do this kind of turn 1 play. It did require you to have something to quell, but now you don't rely on your opponent to attack into you to create that first amount of Ash. Travis is on this big dragon list, right? So obviously the Ash economy is going to be extremely important. And then deploying a passing Mirage here makes that first dragon just that much more difficult to deal with here. And hey, why not throw in a Sigil of Solace? Thumbs up there.
Oh, start at 43 is always the best. That's like the dream when you run Sigils, like drawing an opening hand, first turn. All right, pass. All right, so you have Arsenal pass, has the one Ash, no more Seekers emit. I don't think you really need to save the Quell for that.
Nope.
Oh, but Peter playing his own healing, Heart of Fendel opening hand. It's going to heal 1 from that, go to 37. And then this Aether Ice Vein is very annoying. It's going to actually, it's not something you can ignore because on hit will either require you to discard or pay 2. So Travis is kind of in a rough spot here. He just set up a little bit. You see kind of a Warmongers here.
He has AB1 at least, but you're definitely, you're taking 3.
Yep.
You are taking 3, and you are paying 2 from that fuse effect there.
Yep, so this is kind of like the traditional way, if no one's played against Icelander, how you get around this card in particular is that it's going to hit. It's really hard for it not to hit. It's a big chunk of arcane damage, but it's going to pitch the blue. You're going to pay 1 of the arcane, and then the rest of it that hits, you just pay the 2, and then you just neutralize that 1 card.
Shout out to Matthew in the chat with a correct observation. Travis here, looking at the deck list, isn't actually on that big dragon build. It doesn't, obviously, we're not running like a Crown of Dominion. In fact, Travis did not register a Crown of Dominion here, but it's correct to say we've got a lot of these attacks. Flame Call Awakening is in the list, of course, and a few of those others. So, yeah, looking, it feels a little bit sort of in between, but yeah, I see 3 Nourishing here. The Ravenous Rebels are all in the deck, so that is correct.
His list is very, I think, custom to him, which I love about Fab, is that he's very comfortable, like 3 Nourishings, the Burn Them Alls. He has 1 Dust Up, the one that blocks 4, that has Ward. What was it called?
The Sand Cover.
Sand Cover, yeah, has 1 Sand Cover, 1 Remembrance. So this is somebody who is very comfortable on the deck and someone who knows how to pilot the deck and is looking for setting up his own game plan here. He's definitely need to bring the heat, though, to Peter, and this is a great card to start off with. Yenderai is very hard for Icelander to remove because of the endurance counter.
Yeah, and of course, no Phantasm here as a result of the Aura Passing Mirage already being in place. So
good, so good.
Yep, follow it up with a Billowing Mirage here, and potentially create yourself an Ashwing. Maybe he doesn't feel like there's enough Ash sort of sitting around to make this particular play. No. And then finish the chain with a Dust Up. Absolute value town.
Yep, this is what I was talking about, where his build is a little bit between big dragons, a little bit between the red line. He still has his big dragons, but he also has these cards like Passing and Dust Up that are going to, help him generate the Ash resources to make these small dragons, but also just good break points against Peter to not block. Peter says, I don't need to block these. I'm Icelander. I'm going to set up my own game. He seems to have a pretty powerful hand.
Okay, we like to start with a Scar for a Scar here. Peter opting not to part with really any of the cardboard he was clutching coming into this. Travis obviously getting to make like an Ash neutral play. With that Dust Up is nice to be able to deploy an Aether Ashwing. Not quite rate the Embers level, but he does not have the Ash to make something happen at the moment. Why did he generate an Ash off billing? That's actually correct. Yeah, it should be. That one should be. Ash negative, right? Let's see. Yeah, you should not be creating an Ash token for that because you didn't pitch to it, if I'm not mistaken. We'll spot it in. Thank you. We have some very accomplished illusionist players in the J, which is going to make for a great time. Here comes a red Aether Ice Vein with a Blizzard shown for the fuse.
All right, so another Aether Ice Vein. So once again, that's the best answer to usually Aether Ice Vein is just pitch a blue, take the damage, move on. But it looks like Travis might not have the blue with that little head shake back. He's like, man, this puts me in a really rough spot. Dromai traditionally playing a lot more reds than blues, so he might have to give 3 cards, if not discard a card, which was not going to be great for Travis at the time.
Yeah, sure, he may have an extra source of Arcane Barrier on the field, but if you don't have enough resources to pitch into this, you are going to feel the pain. That's right, yes. Yenderai would have cost him an Ash, and then somehow he has one with Billowing. We do have eyes on that table there, so that one probably might just have to go through to the keeper. It looks like a sand cover here, which will account for this damage relatively effectively.
Sand cover is a great option too, but isn't it yellow's 4? I think, right? It's just red's 5. I think that's a blue.
That's sand cover.
No, I meant the that one.
Actually, there might have been a yellow. Yeah,
it might have been yellow.
I'm
so sand cover. So sand cover may cover it with that.
I'm fighting against parallax error here at an angle to the screen, so it looks like that accounted for it entirely. And now waning moon.
Waning moon.
Just the 2 being presented here. Travis obviously, and now I think it's pretty clear to Peter that his opponent isn't holding a large number of resources in his hand. So trying to chip away at Travis and only getting sort of 4 damage in there. Was definitely hoping to do a little bit more. Again, none of the big balls that we may be expecting to see quite yet from this Icelander. And pretty frustrating, I think, to run into a sand cover here. This is probably a turn where Peter's really hoping to disrupt Travis. It was a turn where he should be able to try and rip that hand apart a little bit.
It's true. It's true. Let's see. So Yenderai and Ashwing just for Travis at this point in time. Peter trying to find like probably a good card to like a good blue card to Arsenal, maybe an ice card, so it could really throw a wrench into Travis's plans. Like that's a big part of the skill cap in Icelander. It's not necessarily always just throwing art away, but knowing when to throw that frostbite in the middle of what they're doing to completely change their plan.
Yeah, and obviously if Travis accounts Ash correctly, he wouldn't be able to play the sand covers, as being pointed out. I think we here in the booth have to move past that fact, although I know it's being pointed out in chat. We've got people on the ground to sort of take care of that. If they don't, we just do our job. So
that's sure.
Yeah, duly noted from our audience there.
They just pay us to talk.
Yeah,
that's it. All right, so he played the cold snap. He drew a card because it's from Arsenal, and he gives Travis a frostbite. So here's a quick question. I don't know. Does Travis? So like, you don't use. Like, the frostbite, does it affect your weapon at all? I don't think it does, right? To have go again?
Yeah, we'll see here. Travis is... I think someone pointed his pitch there and flipped over that Ash token.
All right, we have someone on the ground talking about the board state currently.
The all-heart Dromai, that might be...
That's Fab Metal Tokens. If you go to any event in their booth, they have that. It's a metal card, and then it's front back. It's really cool. So go check out Fab Metal Tokens if you're interested in that particular version.
Okay, we have the cold snap here, inflicting a frostbite. Still some deliberation about that. Okay, we're getting ashy up here. Yeah, so
we're getting ashy up here.
Yeah, there's quite a lot. There's quite a lot going on with that pitch zone and that Ash token. We will just attempt to read board stay as it stands. I think.
Correct. They're deliberating some. All right. He says no frostbite right now. All right. That's the end for Travis. So now we're on Peter here. Peter, it's very interesting. He has a couple different options.
We just had some shortcutting, so they were working their way back through it.
Okay, no worries. Yeah.
Okay.
We've been told by production there was some shortcutting. I think when it came to Ash generation and such like that, and I think there were apparently working back through it. I don't really. I mean, there was a lot to work back through from our perspective, so it's unclear what the remedy was here. As far as we can tell, the game is proceeding apace, despite that.
Yeah, these players actually play like really fast, and especially Peter. Peter's fast as hands.
Yes.
And, so I'm sure. Oh, Fendel's pretty good for him. Heal 1. Pop. So it was the 5 go again off of the E-Strike, and then he's going to go 7. This is Bullander, baby. This is damage. This is going to be a lot for Travis to take. And Travis just had a pretty big health leak, if you ask me. I remember Peter taking a lot of damage, and now we're back down to pretty much even. So that's how Peter's so comfortable, and he knows his damage, is that he knew he can go down that low and bring it back.
I guess, yeah, obviously deploying now this big attack does a lot to answer the life deficit. Peter will be arsenal-less going to the next cycle, though.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah, I guess he's, the board from Travis, as it stands, doesn't look too threatening. He's probably happy enough, and if it takes the risk of not drawing a popper. I mean, passing Mirage is on the field as well, so
it's true. Passing at that point, passing Mirage, right, it like prevents you. So at that point, just throw it at him.
Yep.
Do the damage.
I think Travis here is deliberating on blocks. Okay.
Yep, that's 5.
Gotcha. Yeah, places over the Enlightened Strike, but it is blocking.
Yeah, because he had his
Finest
dragons in the
fighters
way.
for it,
Yep.
All right. Peter says, okay, I've thrown a bunch of damage at you now. I'm going to draw my cards, and off you go. So no real disruption opportunities from Peter this turn. What we got? Ooh, there's a winnable in hand. Okay. Well, that may be relevant.
Hopefully, it depends on the order of attacking here. Does he do the Ash Wings first or the Yenderai? That's another big skill check for Dromai, is knowing what your opponent can do to punish you and knowing how to sequence it correctly so you don't get as punished as hard.
You got to. I mean, with a passing up, you got to throw the Yenderai, right? Or another maybe more relevant.
Well, yeah. What if he has a new big dragon?
Yeah.
What if he has like a Kyloria or something that he might enjoy a little more?
Nothing to really steal except a card here for Travis, but I'm sure he'll be happy with that.
Whoa! Look at this.
How about that,
man?
Mr. Myers
Figuring out the dragons. Kyloria, super cool dragon. On hit, draws a card or steals an item. Peter has no items currently, so it's going to be draw a card if it hits. Peter won't be able to block it, or won't be able to pop it.
Oh, but the sequencing here sees Yenderai come across the board first. Peter says, okay, I'll take that.
So passing Mirage is off currently. So the next now Travis is like, which do I send next?
Surely you send an Ashwing in here.
And yep, Peter's going to choose to pop Ashwing because it just stops the damage. It's like, let me just end your turn right there. I don't want to deal with Kyloria. So 24-24. Kind of stabling out. So this is where I was saying, or like kind of the mid game is where you see some power spikes out of Dromai and Icelander. And you're seeing it now to Peter with the Fuse Aether as well. I think that is a
red. We're turning our head sideways.
It looks like a red one. Yep, it's a red one for 5. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate it. Red one for 5. So does Travis have a blue in order to mitigate some of this, or is he stuck with an all red hand again?
Or like a sand cover that Peter responds into with the waning, which I think is what happened on that turn.
One sand cover too.
Yeah, but I think Peter in response activated a waning moon to eat up the board on, as was pointed out.
That makes sense.
There, so
that's cool.
Thanks again for that.
Cool knowledge.
Mr. W in the chat.
Yep.
So
cool knowledge.
Perhaps not such a powerful answer to what Icelander can do to you here. I think Travis says, "I'm taking it all to the face. Take 5 now. Discard unless you pay 2
or pay 2. Yeah, discard 1.
Discard Asvalai.
I think you had an all red hand there, and that's really all you can do when you have an all red hand there. It's not worth giving 3 cards and then still having to discard after. You just take it and go for it.
So in this position as Peter, that is a popperless hand. So you're hoping, I guess, I don't know what he's stuck in Arsenal, but how frightening is this now from the Icelander's position? There's like a pretty robust board of dragons here and no like clear popper answer in hand.
Mm-hmm. It's getting kind of scary. You know, what I find that when your critical mass of dragons starts accumulating, when you're like 2 big dragons in, that's when you start seeing like the pressure really come in for sure. So he has these 2 big dragons. If he puts any more on it, Peter's really gonna be sweating because he won't be able to keep up with that damage. I think that's a big thing about Icelander is that her damage cap, she's going to do so much on a turn, if that makes sense. While Travis, if he continues to develop his board, can exponentially start growing that damage as well. So when does Peter start deciding to just clear dragons versus just race?
Yeah, like, to what degree is like, does he have the capacity to do so, right? Pretty hard to answer multiple dragons in a turn. Big shout out, by the way, Nathan Crawford from the Car Guys. I see you in chat, bro. Thanks for the support.
Thank you.
Have to catch up again sometime soon. Hopefully cast some of your games, Nathan.
Bev in Vegas.
Legend, absolute legend.
All right. So a good little block on Rabble.
Yeah, I like that. A cool 3.
Generating in Ash.
Ash Police on high alert here.
Yep.
So we got like an Ice Bolt there. Looks like a Brain Freeze in hand for Peter.
Now he's wondering, does he have a popper? And this is kind of like the mind game, the psyop that Peter can play here, because he is
Down and dirty from Arsenal. How about that?
Crazy. and so Travis has to be very protective, because if he loses a big dragon here and ends his turn, Peter can just pop off.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty to work with here for Peter. Oh, okay.
Okay.
So as we discussed earlier and sort of incorrectly labelled Travis as playing a sort of big dragon list here, I mean, you're pretty wide on this turn. These can't be pops. So Travis obviously has a greater degree of resilience to that strategy here.
Yep.
I mean, presumably this is, go again. Yep, go again, 5. All right. So already 9 damage presented. I think it was 9, right, with the Rabble flip. Yeah, presented on the turn cycle. The great debate. Levia, Icelander, Islander.
We're cool. I call her Icelander. We're homies. We're chilling.
Peter, must be nice to be on a first name basis. With,
It's real great.
The Witch of the Wastes, yeah.
Yep.
Damn.
Love House.
All
All right, so yep, we got the icicle, and then with the waning on top.
Okay. So fair enough, I suppose.
Good trades.
Yep.
Good trades.
Because that's obviously a scary prospect. Is you cannot target dragons with that waning moon. Many people I know sort of know this, but if you're not really familiar with how Icelander works, you maybe think you have an easy out and try and target a dragon. You cannot do that. Brain freeze time. Hey, you got any 0 costs in your hand, Squire? Let's have a gander.
Show me that hand. When's the last time you got a brain freeze?
I got brain freezed. In game or in general? Literally last night.
Literally the last time, like
I went.
you had a Slurpee too fast.
I did ask me to afters for a triple scoop, and I got mad brain freeze. I also got brain froze in my armory last week. So.
That art perfectly describes what a brain freeze feels like.
Okay, Remembrance, Chromite, Asvalai, and another passing Mirage. What do you take here? Pack one, pick one. What's it going to be?
They're not all great. Asvalai is annoying. I mean, obviously you do win the dragon, so that cuts it in half, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And then so I think Chromai is your best bet because it kind of ruins the popper situation after the passing Mirage. And you can just give him the Remembrance and passing Mirage and say, what are you going to do? You can play Asvalai. Peter might have an answer. Peter, though, still doing a great job of making sure he's arsenaling a card so he can keep up with the damage. The minute Peter can't arsenal a card or can't respond to the lair, that's when he'll start losing his grip on the damage trades.
Now, we have a popper in hand. 2 of them, in fact.
Ooh, so he's going to have to wait it out a little bit here, but what dragon do you attack with first?
Surely the Kyloria, no? With no Phantasm seems pretty good. No,
it's going to be Yenderai.
Interesting.
Big Dad Dragon. Ice Eternal, good block.
Is that because you're still concerned about it dying in the layer step?
I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder why I offer Kyloria with no Phantasm, but not a Dromai player personally. It'll be an Ice Eternal block here to eat up all that damage.
Not happening. So now Travis is in that situation where it's like, okay, first off, Peter knows what's in his hand. He knows that
playing with perfect information.
Yeah, perfect information. Peter knows that his threat isn't going to be too great because all he can do is now attack with another dragon. And Travis says, if he has a popper, this could be devastating. End my turn.
No, well, I mean, I'm sure Travis has been in this position many, many times before. There was Asvalai was in here. I think he developed that already. We know he's got that remembrance there as well. Send in Asvalai.
Yep.
And I'll eat that.
Throws a CNC at him. Perfect. So, pop. Boom. Done.
Not quite a Christian Calcano card throw, but it was close.
It's close. I love just scooping people's cards.
Yeah.
I didn't touch it. All right. What do you arsenal? Remembrance or passing? I feel like Remembrance, right? Because then you can get it out really fast.
Oh God, help me.
I think it has to be Remembrance, like because you just get it out instantly, and then you keep the blue for hand for like for Aether.
If you're dealing with like an Ice Vein or something like that.
Yeah, and you don't want another one anyway, so I think you keep the blue in hand. Just Arsenal that Remembrance. Oh, he's gonna play it.
Play that.
Okay, nope. He
Okay.
says, "What do I need? Let's come back here. Rabble."
No need to sit on it really any longer. What do we want? We want some of these. Yeah, only attack actions here.
And Snatch? Maybe Dust. Do with the Dusty. No. Say E-Strike. Okay, so all attack actions. He says those are better against Icelander because she can't pop them. And now for a good little shuffle. And then he's going to Arsenal the Passing Mirage.
Okay.
I don't think Passing Mirage ever gets removed by Peter because that would require you to like waste a Wounding Bowl or a Spirit on
I
there.
can't imagine that is remotely
Yeah.
approaching.
Yeah.
Efficiency. Besides, frustrating that Travis sort of starts, opens up with it straight off the rip here. But I guess I would have expected him to sort of leverage Kyloria here, especially because Peter's not using any Ironhide, Iron Rot at the moment. So like maybe it's a little bit frustrating to try and block. But Travis can draw all the cards he wants. If his next dragon gets popped, then it doesn't really matter. Like you're just going to sat there with a full grip. So that might be his sort of thinking. But Kyloria also hits at a break point. So we'll have to ask him. Here comes the ball.
Wounded Bowl. When you first started playing, did you ever think this card was gonna be like in the deck?
No, I didn't. I started playing around the end of Everfest, so I didn't even know this damn thing existed. Top 8 will be today.
Today.
We'll be running that right after.
Yep. We're gonna determine this right here, right now.
Gotta feel pretty good. Sending an 8 attack when you're only 2 life south of your opponent.
Feels great.
And this is now you're forcing your opponent to part with cards on their turn and your turn.
You're throwing half their health right now.
Yeah.
So it's like there's no way you can let that happen. And because Peter saw Storm Striders up, and Islander's looking for that turn where she can just pop off with Storm Striders and just ruin your life at the last second. So you really kind of have to be protective of your health, especially when you're in these like this lower quarter of it.
Yeah, Travis is on AB1 as far as I can see right now with no Ashwings in play. So. Again, we max is 12. That's the ideal. Although I've seen some Icelanders with red Emeritus Scalding, which obviously can change the math if that's
big
something
chunk,
if you're gonna sort of Storm Striders that out.
Let me see if he has it in his list.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think this is like a very traditional list with some slight tweaks. I think to sort of
His blue Emeritus.
answer them. Yeah, he'll have all the blue Emeritus. So 12 damage, right? It's best case, it's like the Aether Ice Vein red plus Emeritus blue, which is 9, and then 3 from Waning, which is 12.
Peter has a really solid list, honestly.
Yeah, it really doesn't feel very changed at all from. No, like I guess like no red Winter Spites and such. I think like Warmongers fit very comfortably into the deck, even if they're not. It's not a matchup you're looking to play it in. So, Icelander has very functional, even more very functional blues that block for 3. Everybody.
Yeah. Didn't need to block for 3. It could have blocked for 2.
Could have been a red block too,
Yeah, I
It'd
know.
still have been playable. Anyway, Snatch.
Snatch.
Yeah, Travis reluctant to just a little reluctant to just throw equipment, which I found a little interesting. Again, you know that Icelander doesn't really have any on hits outside of that CNC, I guess, which you can block cleanly with 2 cards if you should choose so. I tend to throw my equipment at her pretty quickly if I want to race her on like I'm playing Dory, so it's not a great anecdote for everyone else out there at home. It's a bit narrow. All right.
Snatch is always an interesting card because you're like this isn't the end of it. You're gonna steal my purse and then what? All right, like
Exactly.
and Snaps being up is for sure something coming down. So yep, gonna give him his headpiece. Gonna give him a scar for scar. They're the snappies. Boom. Now we have to do more purse stealing with the Ender Eye.
Peter offering the Scar for a Scar here tells us a little bit how he thinks this turn cycle may go in terms of the life balance. He feels confident that he'll enter the next turn with maybe more life. Or
Is the second passing?
Which is, I suppose it's fine. It's good adornment.
It doesn't double.
Yeah, no,
it's
it
just
doesn't.
a
It's
one,
the first.
yeah.
It's the first attack each turn. So here comes the Ice Vein. This is maybe why Peter was brimming with confidence in giving up that Scar.
A yellow. Yellow. It's 4.
All right. Got any Oasis Respite, Mr. Wagner?
And then you see that blue in hand, so you know that Waning's coming down. And whatever is in that arsenal may also be coming down, depending on how much you're going to take from this.
What do you think you'd have in there? That's sat there from the last turn, right? That Arsenal card? Yeah.
Pretty sure, correct. Yeah.
Well, it would have to be, of course, but I'm not sure if
Most
you...
of the time, you kind of save your Arsenal card for their turn.
Yeah, I mean, well,
Yeah.
you don't have an action point. You don't have an action point, right? Unless you Storm Strider it out, you want to kind of go that way. But your opponent's not in kill range yet. Depends, I guess, how they take damage from this. But
It's true, but you don't have to be in kill range on your turn. They'd be in kill range on their turn because that's how Storm Striders works. So we're getting down probably to the tank. We're in the tank right now of like thinking about.
yeah, maybe Peter parked a Emeritus in that pocket in order to.
Say that really fast.
to go
Peter
for it.
parked in
Yeah,
Emeritus
I
in
was-
a
I was-
pocket. It's really hard.
I've almost got myself into trouble there. Okay, discard. Here is it's just the Waning Moon here. The frosting used as fuel for that attack. Down to 7.
Nice.
Travis with 3 cards in hand. Excuse me.
So it seems like this game goes very aggressively. There aren't any people. They're not really holding back too many blows until the very end. So I always love fast matchups. They're just great for everybody. You get more reps in, more games, get to hang out and eat. Yeah, playing slow by either of them, I don't think will ever result greatly. It's like it's very like, all right, we're gonna set up in the first 10 health, and then we're gonna just run at each other, and whoever gets it gets it. Kind of sad that I haven't seen Kyloria attack yet, because it's like that's a free draw card. That could extend your turn even further, especially for running things like E-Strike and Dust Ups.
Might be a great question as well for people like Ian or any illusionist sort of aficionados in the chat. Maybe why the preference is to lead with Yenderai here, even though it ostensibly offers less damage. I think it could be because Travis is afraid of what comes out of the arsenal in the layer step. That's my guess.
Rabble
so.
for 4.
All right, that's a decent pick at this point in the game.
Peter wants to see more dragons he can pop and not rabbles. What are rabbles? They're like little gremlins.
Yeah, a rabble is it's a collective term, I guess, but there's only one of these little gremlins printed on the card. I assume it's just that it's the straggler or the lead gremlin. You know what I mean? But
There's more behind them.
presumably there's a peloton of them
Running down the
chasing him
hill.
into battle. Yes, Osrotten, that's kind of what we're thinking. Yeah, the fear about that Arsenal card that's popping it. But hey, it's just decoration right now. Ah, that's right. I think it was an Ether Hail that was revealed to fuse.
Oh,
so,
yeah,
Travis
yeah.
probably knows.
He knows.
He knows what that is.
He's aware.
All right, Peter, down to 4. What's next? Travis is like, oh, you're doing this to me again? He does have a popper in hand. Going to 4 is Icelander. I mean, it should tell your opponent all they need to know about what this next turn looks like.
If he was running Pummel, he might have had the
Yes.
surprise Pummel, but it's okay.
Again, Travis is deciding how much can I afford to part with here. Does my opponent just turn around and blast me? We got Ether Hail, we've got the Waning Moon, and then a Storm Strider card from hand. Could be pretty scary. Looks like there's like an Ice Bolt there. Yeah, do you pass priority with a couple cards in hand? I think Travis has to figure that out. Or do you just send Kyloria on a mission from God to procure a card for you?
It's always so weird playing against Wizard because you need to pressure them, but you can't just drop your whole hand. Like that's not going to result in something great for you. It also kind of sucks for Travis too because he only has the 1 AB. He wasn't able to see his rakes. He wasn't able to generate
no
as
rakes,
many
yeah, that's true.
Ash Wings effectively, and Peter's been able to manage the ones he has.
I mean, with potentially a free Ash as well. Travis hasn't really been able to build up to like a large amount of. I guess some of that disruption left him a little bit lighter on cards, so you didn't have the redundancy. You'll be able to pitch to Furnace towards the end of your turn. All right, Flame Call Awakening. This will give us something to pitch to Furnace, just quietly.
Okay.
Let's get a Phoenix Flame.
Yep.
Peter says.
I don't think he's running Phoenix Flames. I think this is just for the 3-go again.
I think he has 1. You got to have 1 in the deck, right, to call up and then throw into your Furnace. Otherwise, it's completely pointless. Like a 3-go again seems odd.
Let me see.
Should be a singleton. Because here you tutor up the Phoenix Flame, you pitch it for 2, right? Doesn't suck.
We'll find out real quick.
We're deliberating. We're checking the list here.
Checking the list. 0.
You're kidding me.
0.
What's that, mate?
Oh, wait. Whoop.
This guy.
1. Okay.
There's a Phoenix Flame in the deck, chat.
We're all red.
All right.
My bad.
All right, here we go. Okay, so Aether Hail getting a buff from Metacarpus node here. It's time. We're going to Funky Town.
Here we go. We're off to the races. Metacarpus node. Aether Hail. and the Frostbite, which is a great time to put the Frostbite because of that flame.
So this should be what? 2 + 1 should be the 3. I assume that he did not decline that Metacarpus trigger. So yeah, the furnace. What is the furnace coming in here for?
On the layer.
Yeah.
Pitches.
This is okay. So this is before he's able to get the Phoenix Flame. So Peter doesn't want Travis to have extra fodder for furnace to pitch to, I guess, Arcane Barrier.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it seems like it makes sense in terms of a time to do it. So
Where are we?
This is our stack here. Yeah. So I guess the activation of the Flamescale Furnace came in response. So wait a minute. Are you guys having us on? All right. First of all,
So apparently this is how it resolved.
let's run it backwards now.
Yeah.
Take 3. The cretin. All right, here we go.
Yep.
Storm Striders.
Yep.
Give me that.
Yep. 4.
Just give me the fist. Give me the
GG.
fist. There it is.
There we go, Peter.
Bedensic survives. He makes it through the gauntlet 5 games. 3 wins sends him on a collision course with his foes in the top 8 of our Arcane Games and Events Open Series Players Championship.
Wore his fanciest jackets today. He's so proud of you. Look how
If
happy
that's his
he
fanciest jacket, I suggest you see a tailor.
His fanciest jacket. Well, underneath he has another jacket too.
He still has shoulder pads. Shoulder pads in the current year of our Lord, 2023. My guy needs it. We need to have a conversation. However, look, he got up to the table. He says, "You know what, Travis Wagner, it's business time." Blazer goes on. Cards come out. Storm Striders flung across the table, and Peter makes it through there. So well played. I mean, a really interesting matchup. Obviously, keeping track of some of the Ash economy in those early turns will prove to be a little bit challenging. But there's a real. I feel like Travis played really conservatively that game, right? Mm-hmm. He was very concerned about poppers, which I completely understand in this kind of matchup. But at some point, do you think it's just better to eat the popper and not take a winnable coming back your way? Like, how do you find a balance here? This is, again, as we've talked about in the past, this was definitely an Icelander unfavored matchup, right? You felt good there as Dromai, but Peter really navigated this quite calmly and comfortably.
I think it's a very interesting. You can't give them room, right? You can't play scared. I think that's the philosophy. You can't play too scared against Icelander because if you are playing a game that doesn't exist, then you're already losing.
Sure.
And so like you can't assume that he has something until you see it or until you get information on that.
And Ether Hail and Arsenal is kryptonite to Kyloria and can't kill your Genderai as well. It's probably a big part of that. But it feels like he was just presenting three, and giving Icelander time to sort of chip away there. So really tough game for Travis and Dromai there.
It really helped that he had non-dragons. He had the E-strikes. He had big turns where he was able to present damage, and Peter had to take it. But yeah, the dragons were just really hard to navigate, like I said, around those Aether Hails, around Icelander being able to respond to the layer. Yeah. Now, it's like you almost need like a counter spell of some sort to deal with that. But
I felt like there's this mind game of not attacking with the Kyloria because so Peter would keep the card in that Aether Hail just stuck in his arsenal.
Yeah.
And it did get stuck there for a long time.
Yeah,
but eventually Peter just deploys it as part of his kill package at the end of the game, right? He just makes it a 3 because Metacarpus Node buffs it by 1.
But then why did you play the Kyloria if you're not going to use it at that point? If it's just going to sit there, I'd rather you use that resource on me now, right? And then hopefully force you in a more awkward situation. Like he played that Kyloria, and I don't think I saw it attack one time.
Yeah. But again, as been pointed out, chat, we're aware. Obviously, Ether Hail in the arsenal is going to kill the Kyloria. It's more of a discussion about how best to make use of your sort of resources with that information of knowing what's in your opponent's arsenal and why we're playing around it, which is totally fine. But and again, I think things have changed. As I sort of mentioned in the past, it definitely felt like it was tough for Icelander, but now there's a lot of options, right? I think that Bulllander list is really strong. Maybe if it's like an Arcane Icelander list, then things look drastically different because of the dearth of poppers that you would otherwise have in the deck. But
so many poppers.
This Bulllander list is still very good, and looking at the list, it didn't seem hugely changed since like that era of dominance that Icelander had, right? After, I think, when Amulet of Ice got banned, like we saw Icelander players start to bring in like Winter Spite, maybe even Command and Conquer, right? Something they weren't always looking to use because if you're following the Michael Hamilton school of, people that can't read cards good, then you would, it's not a breakpoint, right? It's 2 for 6, which is, it was good enough now to make its way back into the deck. And we saw some like E-strike into winnable turns there from Peter. So having to be able to present that 13 damage after disrupting your opponent on multiple turn cycles seemed like pretty tempo positive for Peter there.
The hard part with people A who know how to play the deck really well, and B with cards like especially wizards that can respond to it, is I find you have to get them in like a weird gray area of them not necessarily knowing the situation. Peter, he was throwing cards like he knew exactly how the sequence was going to go and down. When I'm playing against players, like I'm not going to beat them most of the time on time.
Yeah.
So what I do is I try to like add spice to like really mess them up a bit and like oh, can I put them in a weird situation, and then from there they trip up their advantage, and then I can kind of find that opening. And I just don't think that Travis was able to bring that type of spice in the mix to make that board state or even his presence against Peter that threatening, if that makes sense.
I mean, let's talk pricing here as well as a reminder. So here is your breakdown. Winner walks away with $1,100. Of course, the title of AGE Open Series Players Champion. Second, $600, and so on and so forth. And that's not all. That's not all, of course. They get this extremely fantastic. I'll call it a bouquet of
Oh yeah, I opened a pack and I put it in here.
That's what it was. Okay, well,
yeah.
the mystique is gone now. To be fair, there could have been some real significance behind it, but also, yeah, you got that quad 9 Arcane Lantern in there as well.
Beautiful. Yeah, we're super stoked for everyone to come out. This is gonna be a great little trophy that they can brag about for the next year until we open up our next series. And all these players are so deserved being here. All of them came out, grinded, traveled, spent weekends here with us, had lunch, dinner. So it's been just an amazing time on the West Coast. Hi, Peter. We'll get Peter in a little bit. Any thoughts left over on this game?
No, I mean, I still don't think it's a good matchup for Icelander. I think it is like, generally Dromai favoured there. I think Peter navigated it really well. I'm going to get his thoughts about it as well and ask him to talk us through that. But that's it. We've now have our top 8 filled out. We're obviously going to be coming back to you guys with that announcement of that. But first, quick break. We're going to get Peter Bedensik in here and we'll chat the matchup. We'll chat the Icelander triumphing against Dromai to make it to the top 8 here of the AGE Open Players Championship. Don't go too far. We'll be back with that more right after this.
See you soon.
Generally heralded as a pretty unfavourable matchup for the Icelander. Peter Bedensik pilots the aforementioned to victory over Dromai in your win and in, also winning out. Yeah,
It was a lot on the line, that one.
Yeah. How you feeling? It's been obviously like a decently long day. We're untimed here. You've managed to make your way into the top 8. A snapshot of your emotional state right now. How's it all going?
Oh, I feel great right now. Basically, I came into today saying if I didn't win, it was a failure. So, we're on track. We might not have got there the perfect-wise, like XO into it, but, we're still on track right now.
Now, way back when you're one of the first players that sort of gravitated towards like the Stubby Hammers Fire build and really started to push that, a big Kano aficionado in general. Tell us why not Kano today, like what sort of brought you over to Icelander and how you sort of feel you've gone as a result of that switch, I guess.
Yeah, Unfortunately, not playing Kano today. I really wish I was playing Kano. A little bit into testing for this format was I knew who I was going to play round 1, and I played an amazing player round 1. He's just a Dromai aficionado, and he plays Big Dragon Dromai.
Right.
I didn't want to go into today just knowing I was going to lose round 1, and then just needed 3-1, and basically putting my entire like tournament on the line of just like round 2 through 5, right? Yep. I wanted to give myself a chance of winning the first round. Spoiler alert, I did lose the first round.
Was that Zach Warlock you played, or
no, Andrew Rudin. Yeah,
okay.
So I played Rudin. It was really good. It was a close game. He tumble-tied me on turn 1.
Okay, classic.
And, so classic. And then I actually didn't lose the game on the spot. Like, we actually played a really back-and-forth game. I think I was really close. I think he lived at, like, 16 at the end. And I needed to draw my last popper. And then I actually had a chance of, like, Ice Eternaling, like, locking him out of a turn. And then winning the following turn.
Sure.
So, like, it was actually really close. Comparatively to, like, losing my Storm Striders and my Tunic on turn 1. Because they popped Storm Striders in response.
Sure.
So... It was good. It was good. It was a good match. And then we came from the depths. And
yeah, you managed to submarine your way.
Yeah, we submarine. Yeah, because I lost the first round, and then I won the next 2, and then I lost the 4th round, and then I won this last one. That put me in something to why I didn't want to play Kano, because I didn't want to lose the first round and then like really put a lot of pressure on myself for the rest of the tournament.
Yep.
So I decided to play Icelander. Icelander just keeps winning. Majin won last week on the PTI event in Salt Lake City. I was there watching him the entire time, and Icelander just keeps winning. Back-to-back Battle Hardened champion Rhea, and then like the PTI event, and like just
Birmingham, right? Oh no, sorry, that was was that not Icelander?
Yeah, it was it was Icelander. So it was like back-to-back Battle Hardens on Icelander, and then the PTI event was also won by Icelander. It just keeps winning.
Yeah.
And
any thoughts on that quickly? Like, why do you think? Like, how have we all of a sudden come back? Is it something as simple as Warmonger's diplomacy, or is it just a really solid deck that got slept on by people?
Bullseye versus Ben actually does a lot for the matchup of the Lexi versus Icelander. It's still one of your worst matchups as Icelander, but it's a lot more winnable than it used to be. I think you're like a 45%, maybe a 42% to winning that matchup. And I think you can rather take that than like the 30% that it used to be, right? I think that gives you a little, like, getting one of those matchups is really good. And I just think, like, all these decks in the format are just suck. Like, everything is just, like, really low-powered. Maybe it's not, like, low-powered, but, like, everything is more, like, the same power level. There's not something that is, like, overly broken in the format.
Busted,
and, like, too busted in a lot of formats. And so you're seeing, like, a deck like Icelander be able to like slow everybody down and being able to just like not be able to respond to her on the kind of level, right? Like Kano's the only one that can respond to both turns like Icelander, and she just plays around it really efficiently. So Icelander's just in a solid spot right
deadly
now.
consistent as well, I think. Which
yeah,
is...
you see it's a specialist deck. You see the people that like Battle Hardened, the Calling was also won by Icelander.
Yep.
There was the only Icelander in like top 32. Like
the conversion rate is extremely high for Icelander players recently. Yeah,
the conversion rate, the winning percentage of the deck is so high, but like there's not a lot of people winning with it, and that's a deck that is really really good for the game because the high level is gonna win with it, and if you can memorize the deck to the high level, it's going to go do really well for you.
How do you feel going to the top 8 here? Are there any matchups you're really hoping to avoid, or is there any players you'd really like to pair into and sort of beat in a feature match scenario?
I want to play Tyler Horspool. I hope he I hope he goes out round 1. I hope I pair against him the first round and stuff like that, knock him out, then it's, easy kicks from there.
Yeah, he's been talking some smack, you know what I mean?
100%, we've been talking some smack back and forth, walking around. This would be easy dub if I play against him. So, let's go.
Yeah, but here first, of course, Peter Bedensi got Icelander, making it into the top 8 at the 11th hour, essentially. We're going to take a quick break. Very quickly, Justin, will we do a different stream for our top 8 like we did? Yes, so we'll be here on the same channel, but it will be a separate stream for the top 8. So once we sort of bring this stream down, give the page a refresh, head over, of course, and look at see what's live. There'll be another stream for that top 8 going live. Yeah, so quick break here for about 5 minutes. We're going to announce your top 8, so we'll be right back with that. Don't go too far. This is the AGE Open Players Championship. We're about to head to the top 8 with an announcement coming right up.
Ever made. I undid the mistake. I beat the best in the field. John Zapata didn't even get top 8 in this. People that have almost won Battle Hardens didn't make top 8, but I made it to the top. And Blake, there's a lot of jig. I gotta figure this gym shit out. I made it to the top, and I get my first skirmish win of the year.
April 22nd. I'll do it again. Be ready for it. It's coming. One skirmish, one a year. It's one of those things that it reinvigorates your love, and then you start watching Azalea dominate arrows today, and you're like, maybe I really do got to figure out this gym shit, and I can just focus on that for a
So
bit.
could you say that all of your experience through the Swiss of that skirmish, you were just psyopsing all of your
Oh, I think that's just called learning. You know?
opponents? No.
What's the difference between experience and psyops?
Subscribe now to find out. We
Yeah.
got one more topic.
That'll be on Patreon only.
Yeah, Patreon only content. How to psyops everyone you know and be liked.
Cool. I like that.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
we have
so
one
this
more?
This is some warning content.
I don't
Not
like
warning
this.
of the content, but this is,
Is this the one from earlier that I
this is a PSA
saw a little bit
announcement.
of?
And just so you know,
Oh, God.
whenever you see Blake, make sure you slow down while you're walking in front.
Okay, you gotta say in my ear where you saw me be the most mad about this. Every day at Odyssey. I feel like people aren't gonna be on my side on that. I gotta figure out a fake one where they'd be on my side. I think what's frustrating. Okay, so I walk in the mall a lot. So I'm walking in the mall. It's like left and right mall. You walk on the right side because you drive on the right side. So if you're ever walking on the other side and going the wrong, that's like completely different. If we're walking on the sidewalk, like walk with purpose, I think is the main thing. There's just walk slowly isn't. It is kind of like, what are we doing here? Like, I think there's a standard pace of like, this one's, I don't know. It's like, is it 3 miles per hour or whatever? But there's just a lot of people. It's not the slow walking that's the worst. It's whenever people will literally walk to the escalator and stop in front of the escalator to have a conversation with their friend, and you can't walk around them. And I literally started talking to people. That's a new tactic I've been doing of like, you guys are in the way. And people are not taking it that well. And there's some people on TikTok that will do stuff like this. I don't know if you don't do TikTok, but like there's somebody that'll go, oh, do you know how to get to Taco Bell? And you'll say,
Yeah, it's right over there.
oh, okay, take a little bit longer.
Oh, I think.
That's enough. And so I'm like, okay, I need to start using that tactic of, like, let's just, as people are in the way, let's just go like, bro, get out of here. Like, I'm trying to go quicker. I don't know. If you see Blake in person, walk slowly in front of him. I think this is just a good way to get me frustrated as soon as possible. And, oh, that's what it was. At Odyssey, I was trying to go pay. At Odyssey, and it has a choke point on both sides.
Yeah.
And so you walk down the access ramp. If you have a wheelchair, go slow. You need it. Go slow. You got this. But there's somebody who's like literally, I guess it's just like, what are you doing when you're walking slow?
Just thinking, I'm pondering about stuff.
But
You know
that's
me.
like at the park. At the park, I wouldn't be mad about that. If you're in a place where there's nothing in between you and where you're going, you're not like, oh, let me read this stuff. If you're reading, you would stop.
At
I don't-
Odyssey, they've got all that fine artwork on the wall. That you
Bro,
can
and
check
if they
out.
were looking at any of that, that'd be fine. This is a good way to piss me off. I like walking fast. I like getting to where I need to go fast. Probably because I'm just trying to sit down and plump down again, and like, it's like probably the whole like need to get better healthy stuff. Of maybe I would walk slow if I wasn't dying the whole time I was walking. Maybe we're learning a lot about me right now, but
honestly, if you want to piss,
don't do
Blake
anything
off,
slow in front of me.
Just talk to him.
Because, like, don't even slow play in Flesh and Blood.
That's
and,
true. That'll
And,
piss
like,
him off.
now, I swear to God, Tuesday, Hearthstone, new set came out. I was like, these cards look super cool. Normally, I spend $80. This is the first time I spent $80 3 times a year for years. This is the first time a new set has dropped. I didn't spend the $80. I spent $15.
Oh.
And then I played 3 games, the slowest games of my life. Marvel Snap and Flesh and Blood have ruined Hearthstone for me. I can't even sit there for like literally 30 seconds. Somebody, do you have your 2-drop or not? And like, don't do anything slow in front of me. The only thing that sucks is I drive slow. So I'm the problem in driving, which most people are like, they go fast when they drive, but why are you fast when I want to go slow and you're slow when I want to go fast?
These are the questions.
This is where I don't fit into society. I don't fit into society very much.
Society hasn't made room for you.
I don't fit in this shirt, baby.
Look,
just kidding. There's nothing.
I won't walk slow in front of you, Blake. Okay.
You done sleeving that list up there, Blake? What hero is that? Can you?
It's Drism or something.
Drism? He's up to something. He's sleeving some spice up here next to me. Welcome back, of course, everybody. AG Open Series Players Championship. Mitch Leslie here, joined by Blake Meyer. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Give me some of that. Yeah, he's serving up some looks for you. Now, we are getting close to the end of this portion of the broadcast. So this stream is about to come to a close, and we already have the next stream scheduled to go live. That is for the top 8 specifically. So following this top 8 announcement, for those that are interested, you can head on over there, and we'll catch up with you when we go live on that stream. Blake, let's talk top 8 here. Let's not waste any time. Let's give the people what they want. What do you think?
Yes. Anthony Pham is number 1 overall because he got there first, and he had a higher seed than Tyler Horspool. Tyler Horspool is number 2. He gets to face Matthew Vore. I'm assuming everyone has played 5 versus Briar 100 times in that matchup because they're BFFs and teammates.
They are indeed.
Andrew's going to be the first person from round 4 to get it in. He is going to be treated to Pete Budensek.
That's a rematch of their round 1 game. They both played round 1.
They did do that.
Yep.
And I think what's interesting is Andrew always shows up to these tournaments with like 2 hours of sleep. So maybe he used all his sleep already and he's toast, or can Peter learn from earlier? I know Peter, he just beat a Dromai on stream. So there was like, oh, maybe I know a little bit more than I did 6 hours ago.
Peter said that he actually, because he knew who he was playing in round 1, he actually built his deck, or chose Icelander because he'd be going up against Rude, and not Kano, as he would normally play. Big shout out to Fuzzy Delp, by the way, making top 8 here. Fuzzy is a player that's relative to the rest of the competition. He has picked up the game pretty recently. Great guy. Hopefully we can get him on coverage if possible. Going up against the one and only Alexander Vore. So both Vore brothers in the top 8.
That's going to be the rematch.
Arizona has an outsized representation degree in our top 8 here. And obviously Angel with Levia, Windsor, Levia Mirror, we got to see. That was a lot of fun. I'm curious to see how that sort of plays out. Anthony, a really accomplished Icelander player. Is the Levia the one to be streamed? That's yet to be decided, Sigma. What do you want to do?
I think we're doing Fuzzy and the Vore brother.
Yes, but I mean, you could always slip me. You could always slip me something in PayPal. We could make something. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it probably Fuzzy.
Yeah.
We'll see. We might get that Briar Icelander.
Pretty much everybody else has been on stream before, or recently, or more recently. I know Fuzzy was like.
Yeah,
it'll be
his first time ever on stream.
ever.
So, that would be kind of nice to do. Very quickly, it's what we're playing for today. Not only the title of Players Champion, not only this Quad 9 Arcane Latin Cold Foil and the trophy, but also $1,100 for first place, $600 for second, third, fourth coming over $215, and so on and so forth. For those,
if you want to get technical, these matches are for $150.
There you go.
I like that. I like that as a viewer being like, they already got this amount of money. I used to do that on Survivor. Like, every Survivor contestant in the final 2 has $100,000. Now we're gonna fight for the other $800,000.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking.
So
at it.
I like doing that. Of like, you got your $100 or you got your $50 already. Now here's for another. This is a $150 game. Because if you say it like that, I'm starting to sweat. I'm starting to go, quit playing Monopoly Deal over there. I'm trying to focus.
It is the game taking SoCal by storm.
Yeah, and then or I get my earplugs when my I don't want to smell Chipotle if I'm in a game for $150.
Yeah, that's true. The Chipotle has been pretty primo today. I'm not going to
lie.
Obviously,
last bag of chips is open.
For those,
quick, get over there.
For those joining us, we are at the culmination of an entire year of Arcane Games and Events Open Series, and this has been a monthly tournament that's offered circuit points to based on placing to many of these players. So this is the culmination of that entire circuit. So many of these players have been coming out here, and playing their hearts out. Peter's obviously coming in from Vegas every time. We've got the Vore brothers coming in from Arizona. People are traveling to come down and play this event. So huge shout out to you guys, of course, for being behind us this year, for your support in the chat or elsewhere. Big shout out, of course, to the production crew over at Arcane, Justin and Christina, really killing it, and the rest of us. We're going to be back, of course, for the top 8, but wanted to take that chance to appreciate where we are in the picture. So don't go too far. The top 8 of the AGE Open Players Championships coming up on the other stream.
And if you saw him walking around and you want an Evan update, because he was second alternate, didn't get into this, he got into the Discord, it was so annoying. He lost in top 4 at the skirmish, so he's not even going to win the skirmish. So if you're an Evan hater like myself, You're feasting today.
Evan Hader's eating good. All right, well, we're gonna see you guys this week. We're gonna wrangle break. All right, take care. We'll see you on the other stream.